Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I have decided to create a collection of fanfiction novels in audiobook format. If you would like to access the collection, you can purchase it through one of the following platforms. Patreon or Ko-Fi. You will find both links in the description. After completing your payment, you will automatically receive a link to a private Telegram channel that has a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks in audio format. This is a one-time payment that grants lifetime access to the existing collection. Please note that the collection is continuously expanding. I regularly add new audiobooks over time, so the library keeps growing. If you would like to update a novel or add a new one, you must subscribe to my Patreon. Depending on the tier you select, you will be able to request a specific number of chapters weekly, which I will then produce in audiobook format.
1. This is a story of Adam, who is an orphan, but due to his talent he became an engineer and got a regular job, and he was a great fan of anime like Naruto, One Piece and all but later he saw Game of Thrones and literally became fanboy of it. Life was going on, but one day when he was 27 years old, he died due to heart attack, and found himself in the world of Game of Thrones, and he was reborn as Jon Snow. On the age of 7 he activated a system, which was named as God System. The system gave him the 5 beginners gift. 1. A dragon egg, model, monster 0. 2. Library of knowledge, infinite knowledge. 3. Body of Hashirama Senju. 4. Training dimensions. 5. Template cheat. Watch the amazing journey of Jon Snow, as he becomes powerful as gods. 2. Chapter 1. Reborn as Jon Snow. My name is Adam and I am an orphan. My life was hard, but I was an intelligent man and got scholarship and became an engineer and got a good job. Life was boring, life was going on, and the only enjoyment I felt is when I watch anime. I am a big fan of anime. My friend suggested me to watch the Game of Thrones, so I watched it, and what a series it was mind-blowing. I literally loved the show. This is my boring life and it is going on, until I got pain in my chest. It was all darkness. When I opened my eyes I saw a woman lying on bed. She looked extremely sick, and I was a baby who was just observing, but I could hear the sound of something colliding like metal or like swords, and I could see the worried face of the woman mother who gave birth to me. I was still dazed that I was a baby. How could this happen? I just felt a pain in my chest and the next thing I see is I am a baby, like a fucking baby. Soon the sounds of swords colliding stopped and a man entered in the chamber. He came to my mother and called her as Lyanna, and she called him as Ned. I couldn't understand their language, they were speaking in different language, they were not speaking English. I only knew that my mother's name is Lyanna and that man's name is Ned, but I suddenly froze when I heard a whisper that my mother called me Aegon Targaryen. Suddenly I got flashes that this is the scene from the Game of Thrones, and that man is Ned Stark, and my mother is Lyanna Stark and he was reborn as Jon Snow. 3. Chapter 2. Life in Winterfell. After telling my real name, and the story how she and Rhaegar Targaryen fell in love and are married, she died. Then my uncle, Ned Stark, took me as his bastard son, to protect me from Robert Baratheon. My uncle or adopted father, Ned Stark, the most honorable man in the 7 Kingdoms, sacrificed his honor for his sister and me, and he adopted me as his bastard son. Soon the war was over and the Targaryen had fallen and Robert Baratheon has won the war and became the king of the 7 Kingdoms. And after all that happens, my uncle/father left to Winterfell, to his home. I barely cried in all that travels. Father was surprised that I barely cried when we are traveling. He remembers that his son Robb Stark cried like hell when he was Jon's age. While traveling Ned decided to name him as Jon. News has spread like wildfire, that the most honorable man in the north has a bastard son. The news has also reached to the Winterfell in the years of Catelyn Stark, that her husband has a bastard son and he is bringing him to Winterfell. Catelyn Stark was shocked that her husband had a bastard son. She was in tears that how could her husband betray her and sleep with another woman. She was thinking it was all a lie, and was only rumors. She would know the truth when her husband arrives. Soon Ned Stark came back with his army and a son from war. Seeing this Catelyn was shocked. She asked Ned about the mother of the bastard, but Ned remained silent, and he did not reply. As the time began to pass and 1 year has already passed, I slowly began to understand their language, as I already had the mind of adults. My life was good in Winterfell as I was a 1-year baby. The caretaker would feed me and take care of me. Only Catelyn Stark looked at me with hatred. She didn't even let her child Robb Stark come near me as he was older than me a year or two. 4. Chapter 3. Life in Winterfell 2. Time began to pass, as I was a baby I couldn't do anything on myself, besides try to learn their language, by listening good. It's been 2 years since I have been born in this world, and still my life is good, when compared to others in this world. Being a bastard son, many looked at me with disgusted eyes, especially Caitlin Stark, who hated me the most. But my father took good care of me, he ordered everyone to treat me as his son, not as a bastard. I learnt speaking when I was 6 months old and walking when I was 8 months old. Seeing this, the maester told everyone that I was blessed by the gods. Now I could walk around the castle easily. I was walking around when I saw Lady Stark, who was pregnant, and I quickly dashed after her and said, "Mother." POV, Caitlin Stark. Caitlin Stark had several emotions towards John. When John was 6 months old, his first word was "fa father," and after listening to this, Ned was happy, and after some days his second words were "ma," mother, while clearly looking at her, which shocked me. How could a 6 months baby call her mother, while I barely even saw him or took care of him? I spent my all time with Rob trying to teach him to say mama or mother, and it took him a year to speak, yet this bastard baby is calling her a mother. A child of another woman, and son of her husband, calling her mother. How dare he call me mother? I am not his mother. But what could I do to a 6 months old baby? I just left and never see him or talk to him, but ever since he learnt to walk he always come to me and call me mother and run away as quickly as his little legs can carry. Seeing a baby run with his little legs was really cute. Seeing this, my motherly love awakens, but as soon that happens, my intense hatred for that woman who slept with her husband comes to her mind, and she just ignore him and walks away. Third, POV. Seeing all that happens, the servants really likes the boy who is blessed by gods. Soon rumors starts to spread in the north that the bastard son of Eddard Stark is blessed by the gods. John's POV. I was laughing in my mind, of how I was treating Lady Stark. I mean, it was funny seeing her face when I called her mother. I want to tease the bitch, as much as I can. Because I know she cannot punish me as I was a baby, but as soon as I grow up, she would be able to punish me. So I will be a pain in her ass now, by calling her mother, clearly what she hates the most, and act like a cute baby in front of her. And now I am 2 years old, and I am still doing the same, calling her mother and running away. 5. Chapter 4, Life in Winterfell 3. Soon time begins to pass and now I am 7 years old. My life in Winterfell is good if you ignore Lady Stark's glare when I call her mother and run away. To even my surprise, even now I do that, but the astonishing thing is that the Lady Stark didn't punish me even as I grow up. I guess she is used to it. As I grow up I always play with Robb and Sansa. To my surprise, Lady Stark didn't object to it. I guess acting all cute in front of her worked after all. Beside playing, Robb has started training with Ser Roderick Castle in swords. And I have also started to train in swords and archery. And I am truly blessed by gods, as I am really good at archery and swordmanship. I really adore my sister Arya Stark. She is 1 year old and now Lady Stark is again pregnant with Bran, I guess. But soon a raven has arrived from King's Landing. It was from the King Robert Baratheon. The Greyjoy has rebelled against the Seven Kingdom. Balon Greyjoy has declared himself as the King of the Iron Islands, and now King Robert has called his banners for the war, and as the Warden of the North, my father Eddard Stark has to answer the call and has to go for the war. And father did raise for his banners, was ready to go to war with Robert. Lady Stark didn't want Ned to go to war as she was pregnant and wanted her husband to be with her on the birth of their child, but Robert was his friend and his king, so there was no choice for Ned. Soon, within a month, all the lords of the north gathered at Winterfell with their army, and left to go to the war at Iron Islands. As there are only women and children in Winterfell, and some knights to protect the Winterfell. As my father has left the Winterfell for the war, I really had more time to train for myself. I was training day and night with sword, and with my lineage, I really have great potential and I could say that I am a genius. I really don't know if Jon Snow was really a genius or this is the gift for him being reborn in him. As I was thinking about gift, a sudden voice rang out in my mind. Ding, the God system has been activated. 6. Chapter 5, The God System. I was training day and night with sword, and with my lineage, I really have great potential and I could say that I am a genius. I really don't know if Jon Snow was really a genius or this is the gift for him being reborn in him. As I was thinking about gift, a sudden voice rang out in my mind. Ding, the God system has been activated. I was like, what is that sound I heard? And it said that the God system has been activated. Wait, okay system, are you there? Respond to me. Ding, yes host, I am here, and I am a god system, and I have been activated 100%. What the hell? Jon Snow yelled. He quickly ran to his room so that he can further know what system he has activated and what gift he will be getting. Jon quickly came to his room and closed the door, and asked loudly, system, are you there? Then a reply came, ding, yes host, I am here, what do you need? Jon Snow quickly analyzed that the voice is coming in his head, so he asked, system, why have you awakened so late, and tell me what can you do? Ding, host, this is a god system, and I have awakened so late because your body was not strong enough to activate me. The system will give you amazing rewards on whatever things you achieve in this world. It can be whatever, you just have to achieve something and the system will give you amazing reward. The system has an infinite inventory in which you can store infinite items, and you can see status in the system. Okay system, show me my status. Ding, okay host. Name, Jon Snow. Age, 7. Bloodline, Targaryen and Stark. Magic, 5. Swordsmanship, basic. Archery, intermediate. System, beginner's gift package, not opened. Wait, I have a beginner's gift package, and you are telling me now? Come on system, why are you so mean? Well, whatever. System, open the gift package, I want to know what my gifts are. Ding, okay host. Beginner's gift package open. 1. Dragon Egg, Model, Monster 0. 2. Library of Knowledge, Infinite Knowledge. 3. Body of Hashirama Senju. 4. Training Dimension of God. 5. Template Cheat. After seeing the gifts, my eyes widened with absolute shock, because this 5 gifts were absolutely overpowered. I mean, a Dragon Egg, Model Monster 0, that means this is a 3-headed dragon called King Ghidorah, who is absolutely overpowered. I mean, the dragons of Game of Thrones world are absolutely no match for Ghidorah. I mean, they are literally like birds to Ghidorah, because of his size and destructive power and regenerative ability. The biggest dragon known in Game of Thrones is Balerion the Black Dread, who is not even 1/3 of King Ghidorah. I mean, with only Ghidorah I can easily conquer the world of Game of Thrones. 7. Chapter 6, Amazing Gifts. Beginner's Gift Package open. 1. Dragon Egg, Model, Monster 0. 2. Library of Knowledge, Infinite Knowledge. 3. Body of Hashirama Senju. 4. Training Dimension of God. 5. Template Cheat. After seeing the gifts, my eyes widened with absolute shock, because this 5 gifts were absolutely overpowered. I mean, a Dragon Egg, Model Monster 0, that means this is a 3-headed dragon called King Ghidorah, who is absolutely overpowered. The dragons of Game of Thrones world are absolutely no match for Ghidorah. I mean, they are literally like birds to Ghidorah, because of his size and destructive power and regenerative ability. The biggest dragon known in Game of Thrones is Balerion the Black Dread, who is not even 1/3 of King Ghidorah. I mean, with only Ghidorah I can easily conquer the world of Game of Thrones. Ha 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 ha. I laughed crazy because with only my dragon I can do whatever I want in the F7 kingdom and nobody can even dream to stop me. I stopped laughing and thought to myself, let's see, what have I got? Second gift, which is Library of Knowledge, and it says it is infinite knowledge. Okay system, explain me the second gift, which is Library of Knowledge. Ding, Library of Knowledge is a library of books with infinite knowledge, where the host can learn anything from the library. Oh my god, can I really learn anything from the library? Ding, yes host, you can learn anything from library. So can I learn about magic in this world? Ding, yes host, anything means absolutely anything. Okay, what if I want to learn something which is not from this world, like science in my world or any other worlds? Ding, host can learn anything means absolutely anything from the entire multiverse. This is the Library of Knowledge, which has infinite knowledge. Ha 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 ha, this is absolutely crazy. I can learn magic and ancient sorcery. And I will have absolute knowledge, and knowledge is power, and with my photographic memory, it is going to be even more amazing. Ha 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 ha, this is some overpowered gifts. Okay then, so let's move on to the third gift, which is the Body of Hashirama Senju. System, I pretty much understand this gift. I am getting the robust body of Hashirama from Naruto world, which is full of vitality, and it can even heal wands rapidly, like regenerative ability, but can I use chakra and wood style? Ding, yes host, you can use chakra and wood style of Hashirama. You get the body of Hashirama, and it is up to you how much you develop with it. You can even reach 100% of Hashirama's power or even beyond him. It is up to you. Okay, ha 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 ha. even if I reach only 10% of Hashirama's power, I alone can conquer the world of Game of Thrones. I can alone crush the army of thousands of men with only 10% of his power, after all he is known as God of Shinobi. And the system said I can develop to even his 100%. Is this a joke, giving me this overpowered gifts? Because this world is very weak when compared to the gifts I have received. Well, whatever, if system really wants me to enjoy, then I will enjoy. 8. Chapter 7, The Amazing Gifts 2. Okay, ha 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 ha. Even if I reach only 10% of Hashirama's power, I alone can conquer the world of Game of Thrones. I can alone crush the army of thousands of men with only 10% of his power, after all he is known as God of Shinobi. And the system said I can develop to even his 100%. Is this a joke, giving me this overpowered gifts? Because this world is very weak when compared to the gifts I have received. Well, whatever, if system really wants me to enjoy, then I will enjoy. Okay then, my fourth gift is Training Dimension of Gods. Damn, this gift also seems very powerful. System, explain the fourth gift, the Training Dimension of Gods. Ding host, this is a training dimension in which you can train, you can set the training environment however you want, the dimension will provide you with anything. System, what if I want to train in forest which is full of chakra? Ding host, the system will provide you with anything means absolutely anything. You can ask anything, and the training dimension of gods will provide it to you. Then system, can I take other living creatures or people in the training dimension? Ding yes host, you can take creatures or anything in the training dimension. System, if I can set the dimension however I want, then can I change the time flow in the training dimension, and make it like hyperbolic time chamber from Dragon Ball? Ding yes host, you can change the dimension however you want, even the time flow in it. Damn man, now this is something absolutely crazy powerful gift. With this dimension I can literally make my own army who are capable fighters. Okay then let's go for my last gift, which is template cheat. System, explain the fifth gift, the template cheat. Ding host, the template cheat gives you a character template of different people, from which you can gain their complete skills when you reach 100% of template completion, and after completing the template 100%, the template cheat will give you another random character. Damn man, this cheat is like a system in itself. I mean, I have read many fanfiction of template system, and I have got template cheat as a gift. Shit man, this must be one of the powerful system as its name itself is the God system. Okay then, system, what is my first template character? Ding host, you have got the template character of Arthur Dane. Ha 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 ha, did I get the character template of the best knight in the Seven Kingdom, he was known as the Sword of the Morning. 9. Chapter 8, Plans. Okay then, system, what is my first template character? Ding host, you have got the template character of Arthur Dane. Ha 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 ha, did I get the character template of the best knight in the Seven Kingdom, he was known as the Sword of the Morning. I can become the best knight in the world with this template. System, show me my status. Ding okay host. Name, Jon Snow. Age, 7. Bloodline, Targaryen, Stark, and Senju. Magic, 5. Swordsmanship, Advance. Archery, Intermediate. Character template completion. Arthur Dane, 78%. What, I have already finished the template of Arthur Dane to 78%, but how? I have not trained a single second after getting the template. System, how did I finish 78% of Arthur Dane template? Ding host, you have completed the 78% of Arthur Dane because of Hashirama strong body. The stronger your body is, the faster you can complete the template. Well, now I can feel that I am very good in swords, and I have many moves in my memory. If my guess is correct, then I have not even unlocked my chakra and my body is already that powerful, that it can complete 78% of Arthur Dane. Hashirama's body is a sage body, even in the ninja world it is most powerful body. Then if I unlocked my chakra, I think I can complete the 100% of Arthur Dane template. System, where is my dragon egg? Ding host, your dragon egg is in your inventory. Okay, then I opened my inventory and saw my dragon egg was there and I quickly took it out from there. My dragon egg came in front of me and the egg was really small, like all other dragon eggs in the world of Game of Thrones. I could only wonder, how this small thing like this can grow like that big and gigantic dragon. System, how can I hatch this dragon egg? Ding host, you must pour your magic in the egg. The dragon egg will absorb the magic from you and from the nature. After absorbing enough magic, the egg will hatch. System, can I perform the magic ritual of Targaryen and hatch the egg? Ding no host, you cannot hatch this dragon egg with regular magic ritual, this dragon egg is different and more powerful, so it needs more energy to hatch. Okay then, I have one more question, can it even absorb the chakra if I pour it in the egg? Ding yes host, the egg can absorb all types of energy from you, because of your connection to the egg. Okay then, I must quickly enter the library of knowledge and collect all the information of magic in this world, and I increase it in my body. I will also collect all the information from the Naruto world, and then I will go to the training dimension of gods, to train. 10. Chapter 9, Plans and Path to Power. The dragon egg rested before me, its surface dark and smooth, with veins of gold running through it like rivers of molten power. It seemed to pulse with an energy that I could almost feel in the air around it. This wasn't just any dragon egg, this was something far more powerful, a creature that would one day grow into a beast capable of reshaping the world of Westeros. But the question was, how do I hatch it? System, I called out mentally, focusing on the egg. How can I hatch this dragon egg? Ding. The system responded instantly. Host, you must pour your magic into the egg. The dragon egg will absorb the magic from you and from the nature around you. After absorbing enough magic, the egg will hatch. I nodded, understanding the process. But then another thought crossed my mind. The Targaryens had their own rituals for hatching dragon eggs, involving fire and blood, and a strong connection to the dragon inside. Maybe that would work too. System, can I perform the magic ritual of the Targaryens and hatch the egg that way? Ding. No, host. You cannot hatch this dragon egg with a regular magic ritual. This dragon egg is different and far more powerful. It requires more energy to hatch than a regular dragon egg. That made sense. After all, this wasn't just a regular dragon, this was King Ghidorah. A beast of such immense power couldn't be brought into the world with something as simple as a Targaryen ritual. The energy required to bring such a creature to life had to be astronomical. Okay then, I thought, considering my options. I have one more question. Can the egg absorb chakra if I pour it in? Ding. Yes, host. The egg can absorb all types of energy from you, including chakra. Because of your connection to the egg, it will accept any energy you provide. This was even better than I'd hoped. With my chakra reserves, I could pour in vast amounts of energy, speeding up the hatching process. And with my knowledge and abilities, I could draw on other sources of power as well. This egg was going to hatch, and when it did, the world would tremble. But first, I needed to make sure I was prepared. There was so much to learn, so much to do. I had access to the library of knowledge, a repository of infinite information from across the multiverse. It was all in my mind, accessible at any time. The more I thought about it, the more I realized how incredible this gift was. I could learn anything, anytime, without limits. I need to start studying, I thought, feeling a surge of excitement. The sooner I grow powerful, the sooner I can begin my plans. But what exactly were my plans? Sure, I could easily conquer the 7 kingdoms with the powers I was gaining, but would that really be fulfilling? Would it be enough to just sit on the Iron Throne, ruling over a land that I could have taken in a matter of days? After thinking it over, I came to a conclusion that sent a thrill through me. Conquering Westeros wouldn't be enough. It would be too easy, too quick. No, if I was going to build something truly great, something that would last, I needed to start from scratch. I needed to build my own kingdom. The idea took root in my mind, growing stronger by the second. Yes, that was the answer. I wouldn't just take over someone else's kingdom, I would create my own. A kingdom that would be the strongest in the world, not because of my power, but because of the people and the society I would build. A kingdom founded on strength, knowledge, and unity. But where would I build it? The 7 kingdoms were already claimed, and any attempt to take land from one of the existing rulers would start a war that, while winnable, would be more trouble than it was worth. No, I needed unclaimed land, a place where I could start fresh. The answer was obvious, the lands beyond the wall. The far north was harsh, cold, and largely uninhabitable by ordinary standards. But with my powers, it wouldn't stay that way for long. The wildlings may not follow anyone, but I could bring them together under a new banner. A banner of power, protection, and prosperity. The more I thought about it, the more I realized how perfect it was. The lands beyond the wall were vast and largely unexplored. With the power of Hashirama Senju, I could turn the frozen wastelands into fertile ground, creating forests, rivers, and fields where nothing but ice and snow had existed before. Food wouldn't be a problem, I could grow enough to feed 100,000 people in minutes. But it wasn't just about food. The real challenge would be creating a society that could thrive in this new world. The wildlings were fierce, independent people, but they lacked the unity and discipline needed to build something lasting. That's where I would come in. I'll make them follow me, I thought, feeling a surge of determination. I'll offer them protection from the White Walkers, a chance to build something greater than they've ever known. And if they resist, well, I have ways of convincing them. I would use my charisma to win them over, showing them that I wasn't just another ruler trying to impose my will on them. I was offering them a future, a chance to be part of something bigger than themselves. And if that didn't work, I had other means at my disposal. But I was confident that most of them would see the benefits of joining me voluntarily. Once the wildlings were united under my rule, I would turn my attention to the White Walkers. The legends were true, I knew that much. But they were no match for the power I now wielded. I had the strength of Hashirama Senju, the knowledge of countless worlds, and soon, I would have a dragon of unparalleled power. The army of the dead would fall before me, and I would ensure that my kingdom was the last line of defense against the darkness. But my ambitions didn't stop there. Once my kingdom was established, I would begin to expand. I would send out emissaries to the other lands, offering them the chance to join me willingly. Those who accepted would be welcomed as equals, given the knowledge and power to thrive. Those who resisted would be shown the error of their ways. I would create a new order, a world united under a single banner. A world where knowledge was power, and strength was respected. A world where the weak were protected, but only if they were willing to contribute to the greater good. As these thoughts ran through my mind, I felt a sense of purpose that I had never experienced before. This was what I had been reborn for. Not just to live out the events of Game of Thrones, but to change the course of history. To build something that would last for generations, long after I was gone. System, I said aloud, a smile spreading across my face, it's time to start training. I need to be ready for what's to come. Ding. Yes, host. Training dimension activated. In an instant, I was transported to a new space, a vast, open field that stretched as far as the eye could see. The air was fresh, the sky clear. This was the training dimension of God, a place where time moved differently, where I could spend years honing my skills without a single second passing in the real world. I could easily adjust time flow here. I looked around, feeling the energy of the place. It was perfect. Here, I would master the wood style of Hashirama Senju, learn the ancient magics of Westeros, and study the infinite knowledge of the multiverse, complete my templates. I would become a force to be reckoned with, a true god among men. I clenched my fist, feeling the power surging through me. The future was mine to shape, and I wasn't going to waste a single moment. There was so much to do, so much to learn. But I had time and power on my side. And when I finally emerged from this place, the world would be forever changed. The Seven Kingdoms, the White Walkers, the entire continent of Westeros, they were all just stepping stones on my path to greatness. Let's get started, I said, my voice filled with determination. And with that, I dove into my training, the first steps on a journey that would reshape the world as we knew it. 11, Chapter 10, Mastering the Gifts. Upon arriving in the training dimension of gods, I found myself in a world unlike any other. The space stretched endlessly, filled with a vibrant energy that pulsed with life. The sky was a serene blue, the air crisp and invigorating. I could feel the energies of the world swirling around me. The first thing I did was adjust the time flow rate. 1 year in this dimension would only equal 1 minute outside. That meant I could spend decades here, mastering my abilities, while barely a day passed in the real world. The possibilities were endless, and the thought of what I could achieve filled me with excitement. I then set the environment of the training dimension to suit my needs, that is full of chakra and magic. The air became thick with chakra and nature energy, the very essence of senjutsu. The ground thrummed with magic from Westeros, infusing everything with a potent, mystical energy. This was the perfect environment to develop the body of Hashirama Senju and to enhance my magical abilities. Here, I could also learn to harness Sage Mode, a technique that would allow me to draw on the power of nature itself. As I prepared to begin my training, I glanced at my progress with the Arthur Dane template. It was already at 78% completion, and I hadn't even started training seriously yet. That was thanks to the Hashirama body, which was already proving to be an incredible gift. My potential seemed limitless. But before I could dive into more advanced training, I needed to unlock my chakra. I accessed the library of knowledge, retrieving the information on how to unlock my chakra. The process was straightforward, but the potential it unlocked was anything but. I quickly began practicing the method. Thanks to the enhanced environment and the potential of my new body, I unlocked my chakra much faster than expected. The sensation was incredible, like a wellspring of energy bursting forth from within me, flooding my body with power. With my chakra unlocked, I immediately started with chakra control exercises. The key to mastering chakra was control, and I knew that if I could master this early on, it would give me a significant advantage later. I spent several days doing nothing but exhausting my already impressive reserves, pushing myself to the limit. Each time I drained my chakra, it regenerated stronger and faster, increasing my overall capacity. After a few days, I began to notice changes in my body. I was faster, stronger, more agile. My reflexes were sharper, and my senses more attuned. When I checked the Arthur Dane template again, it had reached full completion. I smiled at the achievement, feeling a sense of satisfaction. The legendary swordsmanship of Arthur Dane was now fully mine. The training dimension provided everything I needed, including 2 swords that were identical to Dawn, the legendary greatsword of House Dane. I picked up the twin swords, feeling their weight in my hands. As I began to swing them, it was as if the movements came naturally to me. My body moved with perfect precision, each swing flawless and deadly. I was moving like Arthur Dane, the Sword of the Morning, the greatest swordsman in the 7 kingdoms. But I wasn't satisfied with just mastering his swordsmanship. I combined it with my chakra, channeling the energy through my swords and body. The result was extraordinary. My speed and strength were amplified, and my strikes became more powerful. I could cut through trees with ease, my blade slicing through the wood like it was paper. I imagined what would happen when I added wind chakra to my strikes, a technique that would allow my blades to cut through even the toughest materials. The thought made me laugh out loud, a deep, satisfied laugh that echoed across the training dimension. With wind chakra, my swings could cut through iron like it was nothing. I could only imagine the devastation I could unleash on a battlefield. But my training wasn't just about fighting. The second template I had received was of Joichiro Saiba, the legendary chef from Food Wars. When I saw that template, I couldn't help but laugh. Of all the powers I could have been granted, I now had the skills of one of the greatest chefs in the world. It seemed almost absurd, but then I realized the potential it held. In the training dimension, I would have all the time in the world to practice cooking, and with Joichiro Saiba's skills, I could create dishes that would be unrivaled in all of Westeros. Food was a fundamental part of life, and the ability to provide delicious, nourishing meals would be a powerful tool in winning the loyalty of others. After all, who wouldn't follow a leader who could feed them the best meals they'd ever tasted? As I began to explore the cooking template, I found that it was more than just a set of recipes or techniques. It was an entire philosophy, a deep understanding of food and how it could bring people together. Joichiro Saiba was more than just a chef, he was an artist, someone who could create experiences with his food. I began experimenting with the ingredients provided by the training dimension, combining them in ways I'd never imagined. The process was surprisingly fulfilling, a welcome break from the intensity of my combat training. And the results were astounding. The dishes I created were not just meals, they were works of art, each one bursting with flavor and complexity. In between my cooking experiments, I continued to train. I pushed my chakra to its limits, practicing advanced techniques and integrating them into my swordsmanship. As the days turned into weeks, I could feel myself growing stronger, faster, more powerful. The time in the training dimension flew by. I took a moment to reflect on my progress. I had fully integrated the Arthur Dane template, becoming one of the greatest swordsmen in the world. I had unlocked my chakra and developed it to a level far. And I had become a master chef, capable of creating dishes that would leave even the most discerning critics in awe. But this was just the beginning. There were still so many possibilities to explore, so many powers to master. The dragon egg still needed to hatch, and I had yet to unlock the full potential of the library of knowledge. And then there was the matter of the Joichiro Saiba template. Cooking might seem like a trivial skill compared to the others, but I knew it would play a crucial role in my plans. As I stood in the training dimension, I realized just how far I had come since that moment when I first opened my eyes as Jon Snow. The boy who had been reborn in the Tower of Joy was long gone, replaced by someone far more powerful, far more determined. I had the gifts, the knowledge, and the drive to change the world, to build a kingdom that would stand the test of time. But first, I needed to complete my training. There was still much to learn, and I wasn't about to waste the incredible opportunities one had been given. The world outside the training dimension was waiting, and when I finally stepped out, I would be ready to claim it. With renewed determination, I dove back into my training, ready to unlock the next level of my potential. The path ahead was clear, and I was going to walk it with purpose, power, and the knowledge that I was destined for greatness. 12, Chapter 11, The Path of Mastery. It has been 2 years since I entered the training dimension of gods. In the real world, only 2 minutes have passed, but here, I've lived through 2 years of rigorous training and intense study. The progress I've made is nothing short of extraordinary. When I first arrived, I was overwhelmed by the power and potential within me, gifts granted by the god system. The body of Hashirama Senju, the library of knowledge, the dragon egg of Monster Zero, and the training dimension itself, it all seemed too good to be true. But now, 2 years in, I have come to realize that these gifts are merely tools. What truly matters is how I wield them, how I hone them to become the best version of myself. The first major breakthrough in my training was learning the Shadow Clone Jutsu. This technique from the world of Naruto allowed me to create perfect duplicates of myself, each capable of independent thought and action. The real beauty of this jutsu lies in the memory transfer that occurs when a clone is dispelled. By using shadow clones, I could multiply my learning speed exponentially. While I trained in one aspect of my abilities, my clones could simultaneously study others. The possibilities were endless. Recognizing the potential of this technique, I immediately set a large number of clones to work on learning the complex and mysterious art of Fuinjutsu, the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. This was no small task. Fuinjutsu is a highly sophisticated and versatile art, capable of sealing away vast amounts of power, creating barriers, and even manipulating time and space. The more I delved into it, the more I realized that with these techniques, almost anything was possible. One of the first practical applications of Fuinjutsu that I mastered was the use of restriction seals. These seals allowed me to enhance my physical training by artificially increasing the weight I had to carry or the resistance my muscles faced. Essentially, I was training under constant, extreme pressure, forcing my body to adapt and grow stronger at an accelerated rate. The benefits were immediate. My physical strength, speed, and endurance skyrocketed, far surpassing the limits of any ordinary human. But I didn't stop there. I created several wood clones, a stronger variant of the Shadow Clone Jutsu that draws on the power of Hashirama's wood release. These clones were more durable and could endure longer periods of intense training. I tasked these wood clones with mastering the breathing techniques from the world of Demon Slayer. While these techniques weren't particularly powerful in themselves, they were highly efficient at enhancing physical abilities and focusing energy. For an ordinary person, mastering these breathing styles could mean the difference between life and death in a fight. For me, with Hashirama's body, it was another tool to enhance my already overwhelming power. The true value of the breathing techniques, however, lay not in their utility for me but in their potential for the people of Westeros. With these techniques, even a normal human could achieve incredible feats. It was a tantalizing thought: if I could teach these techniques to my future followers, I could raise an army of warriors far beyond anything Westeros had ever seen. I was already formulating plans to implement this in my kingdom, once I established it. Meanwhile, the dragon egg, my first gift from the god system, continued to absorb chakra and magic from the surrounding environment. I poured my energy into it whenever I could, knowing that this dragon would be my most powerful weapon. Even with my seemingly endless reserves of chakra, it was taking a long time to hatch. But I wasn't worried. The longer it took, the stronger the dragon would be. And when it finally emerged, it would be a force of nature unlike anything this world had ever seen. In the meantime, I focused on mastering the wood-style jutsus, the signature techniques of Hashirama Senju. At first, it was challenging. Wood style requires the user to combine earth, water, and yang chakra, a complex process that demands absolute control. But with the time and resources available to me in the training dimension, I was able to unlock this power within a year. Now, I was proficient in wood style, capable of growing forests in an instant, creating towering structures of wood, and even generating fertile farmland in seconds. The potential applications were limitless. With this power, I could transform entire regions, turning even the harshest environments into lush, green paradises. Despite all this progress, I had not yet begun practicing senjutsu, the art of using sage mode to draw upon nature's energy. I knew that mastering senjutsu would be one of my greatest challenges, even with the body of Hashirama Senju. It was a skill that required absolute control, deep understanding of nature, and a level of patience that few possessed. I decided to wait until I had fully mastered with style before attempting it. There was no rush, time was on my side, and I wanted to ensure I was fully prepared before taking that next step. As for the Joichiro Saiba template, it was progressing more slowly. At just 14% completion, I still had a long way to go. To fully complete the template, I needed to replicate every dish Joichiro Saiba had ever created, mastering the techniques and flavors that made him one of the greatest chefs in his world. While I initially found this task amusing, I quickly realized that it was no easy feat. Joichiro Saiba's culinary knowledge was vast, and he had perfected dishes from all over the world. For now, I was content to let this template develop at its own pace, focusing instead on more immediate concerns. Nevertheless, I knew that mastering the art of cooking would have its own rewards. Food is a powerful tool, it can bring people together, heal the body, and even inspire loyalty. In a world like Westeros, where resources are scarce and survival is often a struggle, the ability to provide good, nourishing food could be just as valuable as any weapon. In between my training sessions, I delved into the ancient magic of the Game of Thrones world. The Library of Knowledge provided me with detailed insights into the rituals, spells, and incantations that the maesters and sorcerers of this world had practiced for centuries. The magic here was different from the structured, elemental-based systems I was used to. It was more primal, more connected to the natural forces and the old gods. But it was no less powerful. I learned how to harness this magic, combining it with my existing abilities to create new and potent techniques. The more I studied, the more I realized how much potential this world's magic held. From summoning storms to binding spirits, the possibilities were endless. And with my knowledge of Fuinjutsu, I could create seals and wards far beyond anything this world had ever seen. As I integrated these magical practices with my other abilities, I could feel my power growing. My connection to the world around me deepened, and I began to understand how I could use this knowledge to reshape Westeros in my image. The more I trained, the clearer my path became. Despite all my progress, I knew I couldn't stay in the training dimension forever. My time here was crucial, but eventually, I would have to return to the real world and begin putting my plans into action. The Seven Kingdoms were waiting, and I was determined to change them, starting with the north. My immediate plan was to build a kingdom of my own beyond the wall. It was the only unclaimed land in Westeros, a harsh and unforgiving place, but one with immense potential. With the power of wood style and the ancient magic I was learning, I could transform the frozen wastelands into fertile, thriving lands. And with the breathing techniques I had mastered, I could train the wildlings to become formidable warriors, loyal to me and my cause. The wall would no longer be a barrier to the people of the north. It would be a gateway to a new kingdom, one that I would build from the ground up. A kingdom of strength, unity, and power, a kingdom that would one day challenge the Seven Kingdoms themselves. But I wasn't in a rush. I would take my time, prepare myself and my followers, and when the moment was right, I would strike. Until then, I would continue to train, to learn, and to grow. The world outside was vast and full of dangers, but with the gifts I had been given, I knew I could conquer anything that came my way. As I stood in the center of the training dimension, surrounded by the lush forests I had created, I felt a deep sense of satisfaction. I was ready. The path ahead was clear, and I would walk it with strength, wisdom, and the unshakable belief that I was destined for greatness. The Seven Kingdoms wouldn't know what hit them. And so, with a final glance at the world I had shaped in these 2 years, I returned to my training, ready to unlock the next level of my potential and bring my plans to fruition. The world of Game of Thrones was about to change forever, and I would be the one to change it. 13, Chapter 12, My Training. Chapter 12, The Path of Power. The training dimension of God was a place where the very concept of time was distorted. What felt like a decade could be mere moments in the world outside. It had been 5 years since I found myself in this realm of limitless potential, a place where my mind, body, and soul had undergone unimaginable transformations. I was no longer the same Jon Snow who was once a lost bastard of Winterfell. I was something much more, something far beyond the comprehension of the world I came from. The gifts I received from the beginner's gift package were both a blessing and a curse, each one a piece of a puzzle that would make me the most powerful being in existence, but only if I could unlock their full potential. The most tantalizing of these gifts was the Dragon Egg, Model Monster 0. It lay dormant, unhatched, a symbol of the power that waited just beneath the surface, biding its time. I would often gaze at the egg, feeling the raw energy within, a storm waiting to be unleashed upon the world. But for now, it remains still, its time not yet come. Meanwhile, the library of knowledge was a treasure trove of infinite wisdom, and I had immersed myself in its depths, absorbing the secrets of worlds both known and unknown. Through the library, I learned the ancient magics of the world of Westeros, rituals that were as dark as they were powerful. These rituals, drenched in blood and sacrifice, could bend reality itself, but their cost was steep. Human life was the currency of these ancient arts, and while I had learned the rituals in theory, I had yet to put them into practice. My time in the training dimension was a period of preparation, not action. But when I returned to the world outside, I knew that bandits, criminals, and the Forsaken would become the fuel for my rise to power. These rituals were gruesome, yes, but they held unimaginable potential. Through them, I could reshape nature, alter the fates of men, and even bring the dead back to life. I had seen this in action, through the resurrection of Jon Snow in the series, brought back by the Lord of Light's magic. But what I had now was different. This was not a miracle born of divine intervention, it was a methodical, calculated act of necromancy. Yet, the cost was prohibitive. The magic required for such a feat was immense, far beyond what most could muster. But I was not most people. With the right sacrifices, I could do more than bring someone back, I could make them stronger, better, completely loyal to me. Still, for now, these rituals were tools to be used later. I would learn everything, take everything, for who knew when it might be needed. My ward abilities had also evolved far beyond what any other skin changer could hope to achieve. The training here had refined my connection to animals to the point where distance no longer mattered. Once I made that first contact, I could enter the mind of any beast, no matter where it was, no matter how far it roamed. This ability was a spy's dream, allowing me to gather information without ever being detected. The bond one could create with animals was more than just a connection, it was total control. But perhaps the most significant change was the transformation of my body itself. The body of Hashirama Senju was a marvel of genetic perfection, a gift that kept on giving. Hashirama, the first Hokage of the Naruto world, was known for his unparalleled strength, regenerative abilities, and mastery over wood style. My mastery of wood style had progressed rapidly in this dimension, yet I was aware that I had only tapped into about 70% of Hashirama's true power. Without Sage Mode, there was a limit to what I could achieve. But I was patient. This training dimension was filled with Senjutsu chakra far denser than even the most sacred places in the Naruto world. This environment was perfect for my growth. I knew that once my body reached its prime, once I could fully harness Sage Mode, I would become an unstoppable force. Sage Mode was not just about absorbing nature's chakra, it was about balance, balancing your own chakra with the vast energy of the world around you. The more chakra you had, the more nature chakra you could balance, and the more powerful you became. But this was not something to rush. I needed my body to mature, to grow into its full potential. That time would come soon, but for now, I focused on perfecting what I already had. Wood style was my primary focus, and I had pushed its limits to new heights. But my talents didn't end there. I had also mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, a teleportation jutsu created by the second Hokage and made famous by Minato, the fourth Hokage. With it, I could place marks anywhere in the world and travel there instantly. It was the ultimate technique for both offense and defense, allowing me to be everywhere and nowhere at once. And then there was the particle style jutsu, a technique of such destructive power that it left nothing in its wake. Developed by the Tsuchikage, this technique could disintegrate anything it touched, reducing it to atoms. The sheer destructive force of particle style made it one of the deadliest abilities in my arsenal, and combined with my ability to fly, another skill I had learned from the Tsuchikage, I could rain death from above, untouchable and unstoppable. But despite all my progress, there was one thing that remained elusive, the hatching of my dragon egg. The egg sat in my quarters, a constant reminder of the power that had yet to be unleashed. I could feel the life within it, the immense potential waiting to be born, but the time was not yet right. Patience was key, just as it was with Sage Mode. When the egg finally hatched, I knew that the creature that emerged would be a force of nature, a beast that would make the world tremble. As the years in the training dimension passed, I continued to grow stronger, more skilled, and more knowledgeable. But I was also growing restless. The time would soon come for me to return to the world outside, to put everything I had learned to the test. The world of Westeros, and beyond, they were all unprepared for what was coming. I was no longer just Jon Snow, the bastard of Winterfell. I was a warrior, a sorcerer, a shinobi, a ward, and soon, a dragon rider. When I finally left this place, the world would know the full extent of my power. And nothing, no one, would stand in my way. 14, Chapter 13, Healing Technique and Unexpected Reward. It had been 7 long years since I first entered the training dimension of the gods. 7 years of relentless training, pushing my body and mind to their absolute limits. I had mastered techniques that were once considered impossible for anyone but the greatest shinobi. But today, I had achieved something truly remarkable, the mastery of the 100 sealing technique, created by none other than Tsunade Senju, the legendary Sannin. The 100 sealing technique was an incredible feat of medical ninjutsu. Tsunade, renowned for her unparalleled strength and healing abilities, had created this technique to store an immense amount of chakra in a diamond-shaped mark on her forehead. When activated, it granted her an insane speed of healing, allowing her to recover from wounds that would be fatal to any other shinobi. During the 4th Great Ninja War, Madara Uchiha had once blown a hole through her stomach, but with this technique, Tsunade had healed the wound in mere moments, seemingly defying death itself. She had even claimed that when she used this technique, she was practically immortal. But I wasn't Tsunade, and the diamond-shaped seal wasn't on my forehead. No, the seal I had created was on the palm of my hand, a symbol of the path I had chosen and the power I had harnessed. For the past 6 months, I had been storing my healing chakra in this seal, pouring my godly reserves into it. With the vast amount of chakra at my disposal, I was confident that I had amassed more than enough to fully utilize the technique. The time had finally come to test my mastery. I could feel the anticipation building within me as I prepared to activate the 100 sealing technique for the first time. My heart raced as I focused on the seal, channeling the chakra that had been stored for months. The moment I activated the technique, I felt a surge of power flow through my body. The marks from my palms spread like wildfire, coursing across my skin until they covered my entire body. It was as if my very essence was being supercharged, my chakra reserves bolstered to unimaginable levels. I needed to test this newfound power, to see just how much my healing speed had increased. Without hesitation, I created 2 wood clones, their expressions mirroring my own determination. I gave them a simple command: attack me with everything they had. The clones didn't hesitate. They each took up a twin sword and, in a blur of movement, stabbed me simultaneously on both sides of my torso. I felt the cold steel pierce my flesh, the sharp pain radiating through my body. My clones quickly withdrew the swords, leaving 4 gaping wounds in my body. Ordinarily, even without the 100 sealing technique, I could have healed these wounds easily. My natural healing abilities were already incredible, allowing me to recover from injuries that would leave others incapacitated for days. All I had to do was focus my chakra on the wounds, and they would close up in seconds. But this time, I held back, resisting the urge to heal myself immediately. I wanted to see how much faster the 100 sealing technique would work. To my astonishment, the moment the swords were removed, my wounds began to heal at an unprecedented rate. I could feel the flesh knitting itself back together, the blood vessels sealing shut, and the skin regenerating in mere seconds. The pain was fleeting, replaced by a warmth that spread through my body as the injuries vanished. In less than a second, the wounds were completely healed, leaving no trace of the damage that had been inflicted. My breath caught in my throat as I realized what I had done. The 100 sealing technique had worked even better than I had anticipated. It had taken my already incredible healing speed and elevated it to a level that defied all logic. It was as if I had taken Tsunade's technique and pushed it beyond its original limits, refining it into something even greater. I had upgraded the 100 sealing technique to the next level. A sense of accomplishment washed over me as I deactivated the technique, the markings on my body fading back into the seal on my palm. I had done it. I had truly mastered the technique and taken it to new heights. But just as I was reveling in my success, a familiar voice echoed in my mind, breaking the silence. Ding! Congratulations, host, for not only mastering the technique but even upgrading the technique. For upgrading the first technique, the system gives you a reward. I froze, my heart skipping a beat. But now, it had returned, and it was offering me a reward for my achievement. Reward, Deadpool healing factor. The words echoed in my mind, and for a moment, I could hardly believe what I was hearing. Deadpool's healing factor? The legendary regenerative ability that allowed its wielder to recover from virtually any injury, no matter how severe, and to live indefinitely. I clenched my fists, feeling a new power coursing through my veins. My journey was far from over, but with this newfound ability, I was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The future was uncertain, but one thing was clear. I was something more, something greater. And with the Deadpool healing factor now at my disposal, I can be immortal. 15, Chapter 14, Am I a Immortal? This was really an unexpected reward to get the healing factor of Deadpool. I am not excited for the healing ability of Deadpool, because my own healing abilities are also very good. I am excited because Deadpool is known for being immortal, because of his healing ability. Hashirama also had very good healing ability, but still he died in the Naruto world, and he didn't die in the battle. It doesn't make any sense for him to die. It is said that he died from the wounds from his battle and for overusing his healing ability. I was like, are you even serious? He died because of wounds and overusing his healing ability. Because is Hashirama Senju himself the god of shinobi? People like Obito Uchiha came back from half-dead state because of Hashirama cells. I mean, even after Hashirama's death, his cells are that powerful in Naruto series, that it can give you with style, heavy amount of chakra, vitality, and heal someone from half-dead state, though, Zetsu was a big help for Obito. But still Hashirama died from injuries from battle. I still cannot believe it. I think it was for the plot. If Hashirama wouldn't die, then how would the Great Shinobi War have started, and how would the story progressed further? Well, whatever. It's been 7 years, since I came to the training dimension of God, and had planned to train for 10 years, I was always thinking that I wasted my 10 years of lifespan, because outside, only 10 minutes would have passed. And I was now already 14 years now. But thanks for the unexpected reward, I no longer had to worry about my lifespan, because Deadpool was immortal and he didn't age at all. I don't know how many years can Deadpool live, but in comics, Deadpool lived for more than 800 years without aging. I was laughing when I sensed the energy wave. It was coming from my egg. I think it was time for the dragon egg to hatch. Next, Chapter 15, The Baby Ghidorah. 16, Chapter 15, Ghidorah. In the training dimension of gods I have been for 7 long years. I had trained relentlessly, mastering every skill, honing every instinct. Yet, throughout it all, there had been one constant presence, my dragon egg. The gift from system, this egg was no ordinary dragon's egg. It contained the essence of something far greater, something that would change the very course of history. Ghidorah, the legendary 3-headed dragon. Today, as I focused my senses, I felt something shift in the atmosphere. A strange mix of magic and chakra waves pulsed through the air, growing stronger by the second. The source was unmistakable, it was coming from the egg. My heart raced with excitement as I realized that the time had finally come. After years of waiting, my dragon was about to hatch. I quickly moved to the egg's resting place, my footsteps quickening with anticipation. As I approached, I could see the egg glowing with an ethereal light. Magic and chakra swirled around it, the energy almost tangible. The surface of the egg was beginning to crack, tiny fissures spreading across the shell like a spider web. The light grew brighter, almost blinding, as the energy within reached its peak. Then, with a sound like shattering glass, the egg cracked open. I watched in awe as a small creature emerged, its 3 heads and wings unmistakable. Ghidorah had been born. Even in its infant form, the dragon exuded an aura of immense power, a mix of ancient magic and raw chakra that sent shivers down my spine. It was clear why it had taken 7 years for the egg to hatch. This was no ordinary being. This was a force of nature. The baby dragon, with its 3 heads, looked up at me, its eyes full of intelligence and curiosity. I could feel a bond forming between us, something deeper than mere companionship. It was as if our minds were linked, our thoughts intertwined. The connection was instant and powerful, a bond that would only grow stronger with time. The little Ghidorah, despite its formidable appearance, was small enough to climb onto my leg. I watched as it made its way up to my shoulder, its movements surprisingly graceful for a creature with 3 heads and wings. Once it settled there, the 3 heads turned to look at me, each one letting out a tiny, but fierce, roar. It was a sound of greeting, of recognition. The dragon knew who I was, and I knew it was mine. A smile spread across my face as I reached up to gently stroke one of the heads. "What should I call you, little one?" I mused aloud, though I already knew the answer. "How about Ghidorah? A name from the legends of the monsterverse, a name worthy of a creature as powerful as you." The dragon responded with a chorus of happy roars, each head voicing its approval. It was clear that the name resonated with it, just as it resonated with me. "Ghidorah it is, then," I said, my voice filled with pride. "You will be a calamity in this world, a walking force of nature that no one can stand against. My son, together we will change the very fabric of this world." As I spoke, I couldn't help but imagine the chaos Ghidorah would unleash upon the 7 kingdoms, Essos, and beyond. The north would tremble, the White Walkers would cower, and even the old and new gods would bow before us. The Game of Thrones would be nothing compared to the power we would wield. But for now, we still had 3 years left in the training dimension. 3 years to grow stronger, to prepare for the world outside. I looked at Ghidorah, who was still perched on my shoulder, his 3 heads resting contentedly. "Come, my son," I said softly, "let's enjoy these years together. Just you and me, preparing for the day when the world will know the true meaning of power." And with that, we set off into the endless expanse of the training dimension, ready to embrace whatever challenges lay ahead. 17, Chapter 16, Training is complete. Jon Snow stood on the threshold of the training dimension of the gods, the culmination of a decade of rigorous training and profound growth. At just 17, he was ready to return to the world he had left behind as a 7-year-old boy. The dimension had been his crucible, a place where he had transformed from a child into a warrior of extraordinary prowess. His dragon, Ghidorah, was a testament to the dimension's power. Born 3 years prior, Ghidorah had grown to a size comparable to the dragons of Westeros, his scales gleaming with a potent mix of chakra and magic. The dragon was now an awe-inspiring force, capable of unleashing fire from all 3 of his heads, emitting gravity beams, and summoning storms and lightning with the mere movement of his wings. His regenerative abilities were unmatched, making him a nearly indomitable force. Jon's bond with Ghidorah was profound. Through his ward abilities, he could experience the world through the dragon's eyes, sensing and understanding the environment as if it were his own. This deep connection had forged a unique synergy between them, allowing them to act in perfect unison. Over the past 10 years, Jon had achieved unparalleled mastery in several disciplines. He had perfected the wood release to the extent that he wielded 100% of Hashirama Senju's power. His command over nature's elements was flawless, and he had mastered all techniques from the Naruto world, including the Flying Thunder God, Particle Style, and various elemental releases. His repertoire of jutsus was vast, encompassing thousands of techniques. In addition to his skills from the Naruto universe, Jon had also mastered the magic of the Game of Thrones world. He could perform complex rituals and wield magical energies with ease. His proficiency extended to the breathing techniques of the Demon Slayer world, integrating them with his chakra to create a formidable style of swordsmanship. His mastery of the Arthur Dane template had further refined his two-sword style, making him a fearsome combatant. Jon knew the world was not ready to witness Ghidorah's full potential. The dragon's size and strength would cause chaos if introduced to the outside world. For this reason, Jon had decided to leave Ghidorah in the training dimension, setting its time flow to match the world of Game of Thrones. 1 day outside is 1 day inside. This way, time would pass much slower for Ghidorah, ensuring that the dragon would continue to grow and thrive in a safe environment. The training dimension was heavens to anyone. You can get anything to eat, you just have to say it the dimension and it will provide it. The dragon would not have to worry about food. Jon approached Ghidorah, who lay curled in the center of their training grounds. The dragon's 3 heads turned toward him, and Jon could sense the mix of confusion and displeasure in their shared bond. He explained his decision to leave Ghidorah behind, emphasizing that the world was not yet ready for such a formidable presence. Ghidorah's response was a resonant screech, a sound that echoed through the dimension. The dragon's frustration was clear, but John reassured him that the dimension's time flow would allow him to continue growing without interruption. Ghidorah's desire for comfort and rest made the decision easier for him to accept. With a final, mournful roar, Ghidorah settled back into his place, his displeasure tempered by his love for the tranquility of the dimension. John activated the departure sequence, a swirling vortex of energy opening before him. He took one last look around the dimension, a place that had been both his sanctuary and his crucible. Stepping into the vortex, he felt a surge of anticipation as he prepared to re-enter the world he had left behind. Emerging from the vortex, John found himself back in his old room. The chamber was unchanged, a stark reminder of how little time had passed in the real world compared to the decade he had experienced in the dimension. The room, frozen in time, bore witness to John's transformation. He was no longer the 7-year-old boy who had entered the dimension but a 17-year-old warrior of immense power. 18, Chapter 17, The Gods Attack. Chapter 17, The Gods Attack. As I sat in my room, it dawned on me that while I appeared to be 7 years old to my family, in truth, I was far older. The 10 years I spent in the training dimension of the gods had aged me beyond what anyone here could comprehend. For me, it had been a decade of intense training, but outside, only 10 minutes had passed. The time dilation was one of the perks of training with gods, and now, at the age of 17, I was far more powerful than anyone in this world could imagine. Yet, to the people of Winterfell, to my family, I was still just a child. I sighed, deciding it was best to maintain appearances. They didn't need to know the truth. With a swift movement, I weaved the hand signs for the transformation jutsu, created by me by using a Kimike clan. I created a jutsu in which I can shrink or expand my body. My body shifted and morphed, shrinking back into the appearance of my 7-year-old self. The people of this world were blind to chakra. They couldn't sense it, couldn't understand it. To them, I was still a child, though a particularly odd one. But there was something else I could sense in this world, magic. It was not very thick in the air, woven into the very fabric of nature. I could feel it because of my sage training, a connection to the natural world that allowed me to observe even the faintest traces of magic. Suddenly, pain exploded through my skull. "Aahh!" I screamed, clutching my head as the searing pain shot through me like a lightning bolt. My vision blurred, and I staggered to the bed. What was happening? Why did my head feel like it was being split open? System. I gasped through the pain. What's happening to me? Analyze this now. The familiar sound of the system's voice chimed in my mind. Ding. Host, your mind was breached. Someone or something attempted to access your memories. However, thanks to the mental barriers of the Yamanaka clan that you developed during your time in the training dimension, the intrusion was repelled. I groaned, the pain slowly beginning to ebb, though a dull throb remained. Breached? In this weak world? Impossible. I'm the most powerful being here. Who could possibly breach my mind? Quickly answer me, system. Ding. Yes, host. The entity that attempted the breach was indeed powerful. Without your Yamanaka clan techniques, they would have succeeded. My heart raced as I sat up, sweat beading on my forehead. If it weren't for those mental barriers I'd created when I was bored in the training dimension, I'd be at their mercy. But who had the power to attack my mind in this world? It couldn't be any of the people here. They were too weak. System, I asked, gritting my teeth, who is strong enough in this world to breach my mind? Ding. Host, only the gods of the Game of Thrones world are capable of such an intrusion. The gods. The old gods, the new gods, and the Lord of Light. I'd heard about them in stories, but I'd always assumed they were distant, indifferent forces, not ones to intervene directly. Could they have sensed me? My power? It was possible. With the chakra of Hashirama Senju flowing through me, and my mastery of sage techniques, and with the powerful magic is flowing through me, I had become a presence unlike anything they had ever encountered. Do you mean the gods that people follow? I asked, thinking back to the various religions of this world. The old gods, the new gods, the Lord of Light. Ding. Yes, host. It is likely that one or more of these entities has taken notice of your presence. They may perceive you as a threat or as an anomaly, and are attempting to learn more about you. I cursed under my breath. So the gods had taken notice of me. They must have sensed the shift in the world's balance, the arrival of a being with power far beyond what they were accustomed to. My power had likely triggered some alarm, prompting them to investigate. If it weren't for the Yamanaka clan's mental barriers, they would have pried into my mind, learning all my secrets. I needed to act fast. Without wasting any more time, I sat cross-legged on my bed and dove into my mindscape. If the gods were going to play this game, I would be ready. In the mindscape, I could see the mental walls I had already erected, thick barriers of chakra, intricately woven with the techniques of the Yamanaka clan. But they wouldn't be enough if a god truly wanted to break in. I needed more. I needed to be invincible. I delved deeper into the library of knowledge stored in my mind, tapping into the infinite techniques I had learned during my time in the training dimension. There were countless mental defense techniques in the Yamanaka clan's arsenal, and I absorbed them all. One by one, I applied them, reinforcing my mind with new layers of protection. Each new technique added another barrier, another layer of defense. By the time I was done, there were hundreds of mental walls, stacked upon each other like an impenetrable fortress. No god would breach my mind now, not even if they tried for an eternity. When I opened my eyes, I felt a sense of calm wash over me. The gods might have taken notice of me, but I was ready. Whatever they threw at me next, they wouldn't find an easy target. I was safe, for now. Feeling secure, I stood up and glanced around my room. Everything was as I had left it. 10 years had passed for me, but it had only been 10 minutes in this world. Time was a fickle thing. I needed some fresh air. I left my room, careful not to draw any attention, and made my way towards the forest. There, hidden from prying eyes, I could finally focus on what needed to be done next. There was much to prepare for, and the gods wouldn't stop with one attempt. As I reached the edge of the woods, I felt the familiar pulse of magic. Chapter 18, Information of Gods. Jon Snow, now standing in the middle of the woods, felt a deep presence tugging at his senses. The air was thick with something beyond the natural world. His senses, honed through years of training in the training dimension, detected a greater concentration of magic. He followed this surge through the forest until he stood before a massive weirwood tree. The weirwood's bark was bone-white, with red leaves fluttering gently above, and carved into its trunk was an ancient, solemn face, eyes dark and unblinking. This tree was no ordinary tree, it was the heart of Winterfell's god's wood, the symbol of the old gods of the forest. The power emanating from it was unmistakable, ancient, and primal. Jon stood still, inhaling the air thick with magic, more than he had ever felt in his brief time in Westeros. In the 10 years he had trained in the divine realm, only 10 minutes had passed in this world, but now, at 17 years old, his powers were far beyond what anyone in Westeros could comprehend. He could feel the magic around him, but unlike chakra, which was part of him, this magic was foreign, yet deeply rooted in the land. It pulsated from the weirwood like a beating heart. The old gods. Jon murmured to himself, piecing together his fragmented knowledge. But who are these gods? Why do I feel their presence so strongly here? Jon shook his head. When I watched the Game of Thrones series, there was hardly any mention of the old gods. The faith of the Seven, sure. The Lord of Light, maybe. But old gods? Never really explored. He felt a shiver run through him. This world wasn't like the stories he had seen, this world had layers he had yet to uncover. His mind, now sharp from years of intense training, began racing. I need to understand who these gods are. Why is their magic so strong here? Are they responsible for the presence that tried to breach my mind? Jon closed his eyes and smirked to himself. Fortunately, I have the perfect way to find out. He sat down beneath the weirwood, his back resting against its ancient trunk, and entered his mindscape. The library of knowledge, gifted to him by the system, appeared before him in his mental domain. It was infinite in scope, containing every piece of information from every world, dimension, and reality. He had only scratched its surface during his training, but now, it was time to use its full potential. Library of knowledge, Jon commanded, show me everything about the gods of this world. After a brief pause, a massive tome materialized before him, glowing with ethereal light. He reached out, touched the cover, and the knowledge began flowing into him. He learned about the old gods of the forest, worshipped by the Northmen and free folk, their power tied to nature and the weirwood trees. These gods were ancient and faceless, spirits residing in the trees, watching over the land. The old gods were primordial forces, deeply connected to the essence of the world. They don't have temples or priests, Jon mused. Just the trees. That's why the magic is so strong around the weirwood. The gods watch through these carved faces. His mind continued absorbing more knowledge. The book shifted, revealing the faith of the Seven, the dominant religion in most of Westeros, especially in the south. These new gods were brought by the Undulls during their invasion and consisted of 7 distinct aspects of one deity: the father, the mother, the warrior, the maiden, the smith, the crone, and the stranger. It was an organized religion with temples and a powerful clergy, including septons and septas. It was far more political than spiritual, Jon realized, with its influence spread across the southern lands. As the knowledge poured into him, he stumbled across something darker and more dangerous: the Lord of Light, ruler, worshipped by those who believed in fire, magic, and the eternal battle between light and darkness. This god was powerful, his followers capable of immense feats: resurrection, prophecy, and fire magic. Jon had heard of ruleress followers before, particularly Melisandre, who had once been an ally to Stannis Baratheon. But the more he read, the more he realized how dangerous the followers of the Lord of Light were. They believed in a war against the Great Other, a god of darkness and cold. This could be the one who tried to breach my mind, Jon thought grimly. The Lord of Light has powerful followers, and I'm sure they would take an interest in someone like me. The book shifted again, showing him the drowned god, worshipped by the Ironborn of the Iron Islands, a cruel deity of the sea and shipwrecks. His followers believed in strength through hardship, that death by drowning was a sacred path to join the god in his watery halls. The knowledge kept pouring in: the Great Stallion, worshipped by the Dothraki as a horse god, and the many-faced god, the Bravasi god of death worshipped by the faceless men, who believed all gods of death were just facets of one deity. Jon's mind raced as the information solidified. So many gods, so many different beliefs, but one of them is trying to breach my mind. Is it the Lord of Light? Or the old gods? Are they all real? Or are they just reflections of something greater? Jon opened his eyes, now fully aware of the deep complexity of the world he was in. He looked back at the weirwood tree, now understanding its significance even more. Whatever gods try to interfere with me, they don't know what they're up against. I have more power than they can imagine. And now, I have the knowledge too. He rose to his feet, his mind fortified with new mental barriers and countless techniques from the Yamanaka clan, ready to face the gods of this world, whoever or whatever they may be. The trees around him rustled as though they were watching, but Jon knew one thing for sure: he would be the one to shape his own destiny, gods or no gods. Chapter 19, True North. The Kingdom Beyond the Wall. Jon Snow stood alone in the God's Wood of Winterfell, his thoughts swirling like the cold winds of the north. He had learned much about the gods of Westeros, the old gods, the Lord of Light, and others who claimed dominion over the world of men. Yet, Jon had long since concluded that these gods did not interfere in the lives of mortals. They might whisper through trees or send visions through fire, but they would not act directly, and if they did try something, Jon was ready. With the gifts he had gained, there was no force, divine or mortal, that could stop him. But now, it was time to focus on the future, not the past. His next plan was bold and ambitious: to build a kingdom. Not just any kingdom, but the greatest, most powerful kingdom the world had ever seen. A kingdom that would eclipse even the glory of the Targaryens at their height. And he would build it not in the soft lands of the south, but in the harsh, unforgiving north, beyond the wall. Jon knew the risks. The army of the dead had ravaged those lands, sending the wildlings fleeing in terror. But Jon was not afraid. With the power he now possessed, Hasharama's strength, techniques that no one in this world could even dream of, he believed he could stand alone against the dead and their Night King. However, he had no intention of staying near the wall. That would be too close to the realms of men, and Jon had no desire to be drawn into the politics of the Seven Kingdoms. Instead, he would go deeper, into the true north. The lands beyond the wall were a mystery to most, even to the Night's Watch, who had ventured only so far. The true extent of the north was unknown: how far it stretched, how cold it became, or what lay in the deepest parts of the frozen wilderness. Jon's heart quickened at the thought of the mysteries that lay beyond. Giants, once thought to be legends, roamed those lands. The children of the forest, whose existence was barely whispered in tales, still hid in the darkest corners. And there were creatures, animals like the giant mammoths and the dire wolves, that were as fierce and untamed as the land itself. But Jon knew there was more. There had to be. The North held secrets that no one had ever uncovered, and he would be the one to unlock them. "I'll need information first," Jon muttered to himself. With a wave of his hand, he summoned 10 wood clones, each a perfect replica of himself, infused with 30% of his power. These were no ordinary clones. They were strong, resilient, and capable of surviving in the harshest conditions. John had imbued them with enough chakra to last a full month, even without him nearby to sustain them. "Your mission is simple," John said to the clones. "Explore the north. Find out how far it goes, what lives there, and where we can build a kingdom free from the reach of the 7 kingdoms. Report back to me when you're done." The clones nodded and dispersed, each heading in a same direction to the wall. From there they will move in different directions. They moved silently through the God's Wood and out into the wilds beyond Winterfell, each driven by the same goal, to discover the mysteries of the north and find the perfect place for Jon's new kingdom. "I'll send more if I need to," Jon thought. He had planned ahead. Each clone carried a flying Raijin mark, and knows how to use flying Raijin. If they are low on chakra, they can leave a flying Raijin mark wherever they are and teleport back to him, and he can send another clone on that exact location, where the mark is, a technique that allowed them to teleport back to him instantly, no matter where they were. If they ran out of chakra, or if they discovered something urgent, they could return to Jon in a flash, transferring all their memories and information to him. And if they did not return, he would simply send more clones to the exact location they had left behind. In this way, Jon could search the entire north without ever leaving Winterfell. As he watched the clones disappear into the distance, Jon felt a sense of excitement. The north was vast, cold, and unforgiving, but it was also full of potential. There were untapped resources, unclaimed lands, and peoples who had never bowed to a king. The wildlings, for example. Though they were considered savages by the people of the south, Jon knew them well. They were a fierce and proud people, but they were also survivors. If they could be convinced to follow him, they could become valuable allies. "I'll invite them to my kingdom," Jon decided. "But only those who are willing to follow my rules. The wildlings have fought for survival for too long. If they want to be a part of what I'm building, they'll have to leave their old ways behind." Jon smiled to himself, imagining the kingdom he would create. It would be a place of strength, but also of freedom. The people of the north would not bow to lords or kings who ruled from far away. They would be a people who fought for their survival and lived by their own rules, Jon's rules. For now, though, Jon would remain in Winterfell, enjoying the quiet before the storm. His clones were already at work, exploring the frozen wilderness, and when they returned, he would know exactly where to begin. The kingdom he would build would be unlike anything Westeros had ever seen, and no force, living or dead, would stand in his way. As the wind howled through the trees, Jon turned back toward the warmth of the castle. His plans were in motion, and soon, the world would know the true power of Jon Snow. 21, Chapter 20, The Delicious Food. He had sent his 10 wood clones beyond the wall, each imbued with the unique power of Hashirama, a power that allowed him to control wood, to scout for good land and uncover the mysteries of the north. Jon knew his future lay beyond the wall, in the desolate lands that many feared. It was there that he would build his kingdom, strong, scientific, and advanced. He had no desire to rule over a Stone Age kingdom, where travel was slow, and roads were mere muddy paths. The people of Westeros relied on horses and walked barefoot over rough terrain. Jon would change that. He envisioned a future where his kingdom would thrive, where cycles or even engines would carry his people over well-paved roads. But those plans would take time, and time was something he had plenty of. For now, Jon focused on the present, and today, that meant food. The system within him had gifted him with something special, the culinary template of Joichiro Saiba, the greatest chef from another world. Jon had decided to use his newfound skill to surprise his family, to offer something that could possibly bridge the distance between him and Lady Catelyn Stark, who harbored conflicted feelings toward him. Perhaps this dish could bring warmth to the cold relationship with his stepmother. His brother Robb, ever competitive and sometimes envious, would surely marvel at his talent. His sister Sansa, though young and dreaming of fairy tale princes, might find joy in a meal made by her bastard brother. With a clear plan in mind, Jon headed into Winterfell's market, where vendors huddled under thick furs, selling their goods in the biting cold. Jon had enough coin to buy what he needed. He gathered venison, rich and gamey, hunted from the surrounding woods. He picked up root vegetables, turnips, carrots, and parsnips, plucked from the hard northern soil. Leeks, onions, and mushrooms rounded out his collection. He also secured herbs like rosemary and thyme from Winterfell's herbal gardens, barley for texture, and salt from the shivering sea. As he returned to the kitchens, his heart raced. He wasn't just preparing a meal, he was crafting an experience. The kitchen bustled with cooks preparing the evening meal, but John quickly ordered them all to sit and watch. They were confused, even amused. How could a 7-year-old boy cook anything beyond porridge? Still, they obeyed, curiosity piqued. They gathered around him, eyes on the young boy who seemed so confident. John began his work. The cooks watched in awe as he moved with precision and purpose. His knife sliced through the vegetables with ease, turning them into perfect, even pieces. He browned the venison to a golden crust, the smell wafting through the room, mingling with the earthy aroma of herbs. He added the meat to a large pot, letting it simmer in a rich bone broth made from wild game bones. Slowly, he layered in the vegetables, mushrooms, and barley, the stew thickening with every minute that passed. The smell was intoxicating. Word spread through the castle, and soon, John's brother Robb appeared at the doorway, eyes wide with disbelief. Sansa, always curious and looking for adventure, followed closely behind. They both stared in silence as their brother worked. Even Lady Catelyn made an appearance, though she quickly left, assuming it was just a childish game. But the servants and cooks remained, mesmerized by John's skill. As the stew simmered, John couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. He knew the dish was perfect. The hearty flavors of the north, combined with his world-class culinary technique, would create something unforgettable. Finally, the stew was ready, Winterfell hearth stew. John gave the order for it to be served in the great hall. He instructed the servants to ladle the stew into wooden bowls and present it to the family. The cooks were hesitant at first, still unsure if this meal, prepared by a child, could be worthy of such attention. But after tasting a spoonful themselves, their hesitation vanished. They whispered among themselves, praising John, calling him blessed by the gods. In the great hall, Robb and Sansa took their first bites, eyes widening in astonishment. Robb, always competitive, looked at John with a mix of admiration and disbelief. How did you do this?" Robb asked, forgetting his usual jealousy. Sansa, her dreamlike fantasies of knights and princes momentarily set aside, giggled with delight. "John, this is amazing. You're like a magician with food." Even the servants couldn't help but whisper their awe. One of the older cooks, who had seen countless meals come through Winterfell's kitchen, shook his head in disbelief. This is the food of the gods." John smiled, though he wanted his bitch's stepmother's approval. "I really don't need her approval for anything, but I am bored here after training, and what is better to try my luck on impressing this stupid woman." Lady Catelyn had not yet tasted the dish. But as the night went on, she too heard the murmurs of praise and, in her chambers, decided to sample a bowl. The stew was warm, comforting, and filled with layers of flavor she had never expected from a child. Though she would never admit it aloud, John had created something truly remarkable, and for the first time, she found it difficult to hold on to her coldness toward him. As the meal ended, John knew that he had achieved something beyond just a good meal. He had made a connection, not just with the servants and his siblings, but perhaps even with Lady Catelyn. It was a small step, but in the harsh world of Winterfell, small victories mattered. The future was uncertain, but for now, John had won the night with a simple, hearty stew, proving to everyone that he was more than just a bastard. He was Jon Snow, a boy with the potential to change everything. 22, Chapter 21, Exploring the True North. Jon Snow's frustration. Jon Snow, despite his young physical appearance, transformation, possessed the mind, body and experience of a 17-year-old due to his extensive training in a divine training dimension and, I am a transmigrator. It had been a week since he had dispatched his wood clones on a critical mission to explore the lands beyond the wall. The journey was crucial for finding a new territory for him, and John had high expectations. With the distance from Winterfell to the wall estimated at around 900 to 1,000 kilometers, he knew his clones should have made considerable progress by now. John sat in his room, feeling the weight of boredom. He had spent 10 years mastering his skills and honing his abilities in the training dimension, and now, despite his immense power, he was confined to the role of a 7-year-old in this world. Waiting idly while his clones executed their mission was proving to be a challenge. The clones' perspective. Day 2. Our mission to scout beyond the wall had been underway for 2 days. 10 of us clones, each with the same abilities as John, had set off together. We traveled at a steady pace to conserve chakra, as this world lacked the abundant natural chakra of our training dimension. We estimated that we could sustain ourselves for up to a month if we avoided overuse of our powers. As we approached the wall, we observed its sheer scale and the massive presence of the Night's Watch at the fortifications. The wall was a formidable barrier, and Castor's Black, a significant building within the complex, stood out prominently. Our initial plan was to seek permission to cross, but given the nature of our mission and the likelihood of a cautious reception, we decided on a different approach. Instead of approaching the Night's Watch directly, we opted for a more unconventional method. Utilizing our unique abilities, we began to scale the wall. Climbing it was a feat within our reach, thanks to our Hashirama-like powers. Running along the vertical surface of the wall was almost exhilarating. We had the ability to perform wall running with ease, a skill that allowed us to ascend without the need for physical climbing tools. As we reached the top of the wall, we took in the expansive view before us. The lands beyond stretched out in a breathtaking panorama of snow-covered wilderness. We could see various wildling encampments in the distance, their existence a testament to the untamed nature of this land. Rather than using more chakra-intensive techniques such as flight, which could deplete our reserves too quickly, we chose to continue our exploration by traversing the wall's surface. We descended smoothly on the other side, landing lightly in the snow-covered terrain. We separated into different directions, so that we could explore more land. Our goal was clear: explore the uncharted regions, gather valuable intelligence, and return with detailed reports. The land was vast and wild, dotted with scattered groups of wildlings struggling to survive. We noted their locations, conditions, and any signs of organization or leadership. The exploration. As we ventured further, we encountered a significant discovery: a vast encampment of wildlings, led by the renowned Mance Raider. The camp was bustling with activity, showcasing a mix of cultures in a well-organized structure. Mance's presence was commanding, and his ability to unite various clans was evident. We continued our exploration, documenting every detail. Our mission was to provide Jon Snow with comprehensive intelligence about these lands and its inhabitants. Despite the challenges and the cold, we were driven by a sense of purpose and excitement. Each new observation added to our understanding of the region and the potential opportunities and challenges it presented. The adventure was proving to be both demanding and rewarding. As we moved deeper into the wilderness, our excitement grew. We knew that our findings would play a crucial role in Jon Snow's plans, and we were committed to ensuring that our mission would yield the best possible results. 23, Chapter 22, The Discovery Beyond the Wall. The Discovery Beyond the Wall. It had been 1 week and 3 days since I, one of Jon Snow's wood clones, had crossed the wall and ventured deep into the frozen wilderness beyond. My fellow clones had scattered in different directions, exploring the vast expanse of land that stretched endlessly beneath the white sky. Our mission was to find anything that might be useful for Jon and find good land, to report on any new discoveries, and to observe the ever-harsh environment of the north. And so, we ran, pushing deeper and deeper into the cold heart of the land beyond the wall. The wildlings lived in small groups, each numbering at least 50, their survival hinging on numbers. Life beyond the wall was a merciless trial where the cold did not relent, not even for a second. Unlike Winterfell, where seasons shifted and life, though hard, was sustainable, the land beyond the wall offered no such reprieve. It was a land locked in a perpetual state of winter, devoid of warmth or mercy. In this icy wilderness, survival was the only rule, and the wildlings were true survivors. They fought not only against each other but against the very land itself. Without food, they starved. Without strength, they perished. Those who survived did so because they were strong enough to hunt, to fight, to kill. It was the ultimate law of the wild. I had encountered many wildling groups during my exploration. Some were in desperate condition, barely holding on to life, while others thrived in numbers. I noticed that groups smaller than 50 members rarely survived for long, such was the brutality of the North. The wildlings were not the savages the people of the South believed them to be. They were warriors, each battle-scarred and hardened by the relentless cold. And yet, despite their fierce will to live, they faced overwhelming odds. The forest itself was full of predators that made survival even harder. Wolves, dire wolves, shadow cats, and even silver spiders haunted the wilderness. The dire wolves, in particular, were beasts to be feared, massive, intelligent predators who thrived in the cold. I had also encountered various types of bears, cave bears, snow bears, each more terrifying than the last. Though I had not yet seen them myself, I had heard stories of mammoths roaming these lands, often in the company of giants. The sight of a mammoth, a beast from legends, would be both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Still, nothing could have prepared me for the sheer harshness of the environment. The land was an endless stretch of snow-covered plains, trees cloaked in frost, and bitter winds that cut like knives. The deeper I ventured, the more isolated I felt. The white world stretched endlessly, unchanging, as if it had been frozen in time itself. I had covered more than 1,000 kilometers since crossing the wall, tirelessly running and searching for anything of note. With each step, I grew more accustomed to the icy landscape. I was driven by John's determination to explore, to understand what lay beyond the wall. This world was alien to him, a far cry from the life he knew in Winterfell. Then, on the 10th day of my journey, I saw it, a plume of smoke rising in the distance. I sped toward the smoke, weaving through snow-covered trees and icy ridges, until I found the source. It was a camp. But not just any camp. Giants. I halted in awe, staring at the massive figures that towered over the campfires. There were at least 70 of them, their huge forms wrapped in thick furs to stave off the cold. These were not the mythological creatures of stories, they were real, and they were here in numbers far greater than I had ever imagined. Among the giants were 12 mammoths, their massive forms lumbering through the snow, their breath visible in the freezing air. The mammoths, with their long, curved tusks, were like creatures from another age, and they moved with slow, deliberate power. The sight before me was stunning, yet I couldn't help but wonder, where had these giants been during the events I had seen in Game of Thrones? I recalled the show vividly. During the battle at the wall, Mance Rayder's army had included only a few giants, and they had used a single mammoth to try to break the wall's gates. So what had happened to these giants? Had they all died in the years leading up to that battle? Or had the army of the dead claimed them, their once immense power turned against the living? My mind swirled with questions, but I knew I had to report this discovery to John. The knowledge of this giant camp could change everything. John would need to know about the numbers, the potential allies or threats that these giants could pose. Without wasting time, I carefully placed a flying Raijin mark, an ability I had learned during my time in the training dimension, near the camp. This mark would allow John to teleport here if needed, or for me to return in an instant. Satisfied with my preparations, I deactivated the clone and returned to John's room in Winterfell. The familiar warmth of the castle greeted me, but my mind was still filled with the sight of those towering giants and their mammoths. John would need to decide what to do with this knowledge. Would he seek to ally with the giants, or would he see them as a threat? The north was vast and cold, but in its heart, secrets waited to be uncovered, secrets that might change the fate of Westeros forever. 24, Chapter 23, Wait. I possess the abilities of Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage, the power to control the very forests, and even more. Despite all this power, the boredom is suffocating. Here in Winterfell, there's little to do but wait. Wait for what, exactly? I'm not sure yet. I've sent out my wood clones beyond the wall to explore the land, to scout and bring me information. It's been over a week and a half, yet still, no word has come back. I wonder what they've found, or if they're still searching. But the waiting is unbearable. And on top of it all, it's incredibly annoying to have to constantly use the transformation jutsu just to maintain the appearance of a 7-year-old. While I'm actually 17, I have to keep up the charade. A small price to pay for the gifts I've been given, but still, it makes daily life in Winterfell that much more tedious. As I walked towards my room, something stirred in the back of my mind. I could sense a familiar chakra, one that belonged to me. I chuckled to myself. Of course, it was one of my clones. Finally, some news. I entered my room, and there on the bed sat the wood clone I had sent beyond the wall. It looked up at me, and without a word, it walked over and merged back into me. Instantly, I absorbed all its memories, a flood of information pouring into my mind. The wood clones are much stronger than shadow clones, though they transfer their memories a bit slower. It wasn't as simple as a shadow clone popping and giving me the knowledge instantly. Still, the memories came through, and what I saw was intriguing. The clone had discovered a camp of giants. Not just a small group, but 70 giants, all gathered together. Even more impressive, they had mammoths with them. This was a significant find, something I would need to keep an eye on. These giants could become a part of my growing power, my future army. I immediately created another wood clone. Your mission is simple, I told it, monitor the camp of the giants and report back to me if there's any movement or significant events. The clone nodded in understanding and, with a flash, disappeared using the Flying Thunder God technique, teleporting to the mark left near the giant's camp. The Flying Thunder God technique, or teleportation jutsu, had been one of the more challenging techniques I had mastered during my training in the Dimension of God. But now, it allowed me to move instantly to any location where I had left a mark. It was an incredibly useful tool, and one that would undoubtedly give me a significant advantage in the future. I couldn't help but smile to myself. An army of giants, 70 of them, clad in full metal armor, with mammoths carrying them into battle. The 7 kingdoms wouldn't know what hit them. It would be a spectacle, watching their reactions as these giants marched toward their armies. I had no immediate plans to start a war, but the idea was certainly entertaining. If the day ever came when I needed to, the giants would be an unstoppable force. But for now, I had other matters to attend to. On the table next to me sat 2 eagle eggs. I had found them not long after arriving back in Winterfell. At first, I had assumed the mother eagle would return, but after days of waiting, it was clear she had died. No one had come for the eggs, so I took them, bringing them back to my room. I've been watching over them ever since, and I can sense that they're close to hatching. Once they do, I'll perform a powerful magic ritual on them, something I've been preparing for. This ritual will ensure that these eagles grow to be far larger and stronger than any normal eagle. They will be my companions, my guardians, and they will serve me well. The moment of hatching is close, I can feel it. Soon, I'll have 2 mighty eagles at my side, and they will soar high above the 7 kingdoms. As the eggs began to stir, I sat back, thinking about what was to come. The giants, the mammoths. 25, Chapter 24, The Dead and Eagles. John stood by the nest, his eyes locked on the 2 eagle eggs as they trembled. He could sense it, it was time. The warmth of anticipation filled the air as the first crack appeared on one of the eggshells. With a small burst of energy, the egg broke open, revealing a tiny, fragile baby eagle. Moments later, the second egg followed suit. 2 eaglets, chirping softly, stared up at John, who couldn't help but feel an odd sense of responsibility. "I guess you're mine now," he murmured, kneeling beside the nest. He gently touched the downy feathers of the eaglets, realizing the long journey ahead of raising them. "It'll take time for you 2 to grow strong." John sighed, already thinking of the work it would take. "Well, I have plenty of time," he said, turning his gaze toward the northern horizon. His thoughts drifted to his wood clones, far beyond the walls, exploring the north. It had been over 15 days since he'd sent them out, and he wondered if they had found anything of value. As John's mind wandered, deep in the frozen wilderness beyond the wall, one of his wood clones was perched on a ridge, observing a sight no living man had seen up close, the Night King and his army of the dead. Thousands of wights moved slowly through the snow, their eerie blue eyes glowing in the fading daylight. The Night King, silent and imposing, led them, raising more dead each day as they slaughtered wildlings in their path. The wood clone watched closely, keeping its distance. There was a strange sensation, a knowing, between the clone and the Night King. The Night King seemed to sense his presence but made no move to destroy him. It was almost as if they both understood something unspoken. "He knows I'm here," the clone thought, but there was no fear. The Night King's army was vast, but their progress was painfully slow. By the clone's estimation, it would take more than a decade, perhaps even 15 years, before they reached the wall. Still, the threat loomed large in John's mind. "I need to let the original know," the clone decided. Quickly, he formed a shadow clone. With a thought, the shadow clone dispersed into nothingness, carrying with it the memories of everything the wood clone had seen. Back in Winterfell, John was in his room when a sudden rush of memories flooded his mind. It took him a moment to process them, but when he did, he realized that one of his clones had found the Night King and his army. "He's moving," John muttered to himself. "The army of the dead is growing, and they're slowly making their way south." He paced the room, deep in thought. "What should I do about this? If they're heading this way, it's a problem I'll eventually have to face." John's mind raced. "I want to build a kingdom beyond the wall, but the Night King, he's the main threat." John's instincts told him that the Night King had sensed his clone but hadn't acted. "Is he afraid of me?" John wondered. "Or is he just waiting for something?" Either way, John wasn't eager to confront the Night King just yet. He wanted to see how the rest of the 7 kingdoms would deal with the threat without his intervention. If they attack, I'll destroy them, I alone can destroy them without any difficulty, John decided. But if they ignore me, I'll ignore them. For now. As time passed, John's other wood clones continued their search in the north, each one creating shadow clones and dispersing them, sending their findings back to John and his original clones. The knowledge of the vast northern territories began to accumulate in John's mind, giving him a clearer picture of the land beyond the wall. It was a harsh, unforgiving place, but John knew it held potential for something great, his future kingdom. Meanwhile, John spent his days quietly in Winterfell, cooking in solitude. He had a gift for cooking. He was working on perfecting a cooking technique inspired by Joichiro Saiba, the legendary chef whose template John had acquired from his system. So far, John had completed Arthur Dayne's template, gaining the renowned swordsman's skills, and now he was focusing on Joichiro Saiba's culinary prowess. The system's gifts were useful. As the weeks passed, John's eagles grew quickly under his care. He fed them, trained them, and played with them, watching as they became stronger and more agile. But John knew that if they were going to serve him in battle or as scouts, they would need more than just food and care. They would need magic. It's time, John said one evening, standing before the now teenage eagles. He had been preparing for this moment, a powerful ritual to enhance their size and strength, to make them fierce and formidable creatures capable of defending his future kingdom. The air crackled with energy as John began the ritual, drawing on the ancient magics he had learned from his system. The winds outside howled, and the sky above Winterfell darkened as the power surged through him. The eagles stood tall, their eyes glowing with a new intensity. As the ritual reached its peak, the birds grew larger, their wingspan expanding, their talons sharpening into deadly weapons. When it was over, John stood back, admiring the creatures before him. The 2 eagles were no longer mere birds, they were majestic, powerful beasts, capable of carrying out his will across the skies. Perfect, John whispered, a smile creeping across his face. He had taken his first step toward building his kingdom beyond the wall. The Night King was coming, but John was preparing, and when the time came, he would be ready. For now, though, John would watch and wait, his wood clones scattered across the north, his shadow clones constantly feeding him new information. The kingdom he dreamed of would rise in time, and if the Night King dared to challenge him, John would ensure that the dead stayed dead. 26, Chapter 25, Land. Jon Snow stood at the gates of Winterfell, watching the skies as his 2 eagles soared above him, their wings slicing through the cold air. It had been just 3 weeks since they had hatched, yet they were already the size of fully grown eagles. His powerful ritual, infused with all the magic he had accumulated from the training dimension of the gods, had accelerated their growth beyond the natural world. The ritual had cost him almost every drop of his magical energy and chakra, and he had the largest reserves of magic and chakra, yet the ritual drained me, but the results were astounding. The eagles, young yet majestic, could already fly with ease, a feat that would normally take weeks for an eagle of their age to achieve. He felt their exhilaration through his ward bond, a gift that allowed him to connect with animals no matter the distance. The connection with these eagles was strong, but nothing compared to the bond he had with his dragon, Ghidorah. Jon missed Ghidorah terribly, the dragon left behind in the training dimension of the gods to grow and train for greater challenges ahead. It had been more than a month since Jon had returned to Winterfell, and despite the power and knowledge he had gained, he longed for the presence of his dragon. Ghidorah was not just a beast, he was Jon's protector, an extension of his will, and the anchor that grounded him in his quest for power. But the eagles were a powerful addition to his abilities, and Jon knew they would prove useful in his explorations beyond the wall. With a mere thought, Jon ordered the eagles to head north, beyond the frozen wall that separated the realms of men from the untamed wilderness. He needed to know more about the land, the creatures, and most importantly, the dangers that lay in wait. The eagles flapped their wings, disappearing into the cold northern skies at incredible speed. Satisfied, Jon turned and walked back toward Winterfell. His focus shifted momentarily to a new challenge, his progress with the Joichiro Saiba character template. He had poured countless hours into honing his culinary skills, learning to control fire, heat, and even the delicate art of flavor manipulation. The template was at 73% completion, and Jon knew that once he fully mastered it, he could unlock a new character template, one that would grant him even more formidable abilities. But for now, cooking was a welcome distraction from the harsh realities of the world beyond the wall. As John pondered his next steps, time passed, and his wood clones continued their relentless exploration of the far north. They had been tirelessly searching for 2 months, combing through frozen forests, icy mountains, and hidden caves. Among the many creatures they encountered were the legendary children of the forest. John's wood clone had spotted them in a cave, speaking with an ancient man who appeared to be communing with a weirwood tree. John had recognized the old man as the three-eyed raven but chose not to reveal himself, observing in silence before retreating. He knew that the children of the forest and the three-eyed raven held ancient knowledge, but for now, he had other priorities. 3 months passed, and John's scouts, both his eagles and his wood clones, had thoroughly explored the lands beyond the wall. He sat in his room, reviewing their reports, calculating the potential of each region. The north was a frozen wasteland, stretching endlessly with little promise for agriculture or civilization. The Night King and his army of the dead roamed freely, slaughtering any who dared venture too close and raising the fallen into their undead ranks. His scouts reported that the Night King's forces were concentrated in the deep northeast, their relentless march driving them farther from the wall. But John's exploration had uncovered something unexpected in the far northwest. Thousands of kilometers from the wall, past the territories of the free folk and deep into uncharted lands, his wood clones had discovered a region that was different. This land was frozen, like the rest of the north, but it was devoid of human life or the presence of the dead. There were no white walkers, no armies of the Night King, not even wildlings. Only wild animals, fierce and dangerous, roamed the landscape. What made this region truly unique, however, was its proximity to the ocean. 100 kilometers from the northernmost edge of the land, the sea stretched out endlessly, crashing against the frozen shore. This, John realized, could be the end of the land itself, the point where the continent of Westeros met the vast ocean. His scouts hadn't ventured beyond the sea, but John's intuition told him that this was a strategic location, one that could serve as the foundation for something greater. John's mind raced with possibilities. The land may be desolate, but it was far enough from the Night King's influence to remain relatively safe for now. And with the ocean so close, he could build ships and establish trade routes to the south. It would be a long and arduous journey, but he had the power of Hashirama's abilities, which allowed him to manipulate the very essence of nature. With the knowledge of Library of Knowledge, he could summon trees and timber, construct vessels, and carve out a kingdom in this forsaken land. "I will build my kingdom here," John whispered to himself, staring at the maps his wood clones had drawn. The land was harsh, but John had faced harshness before. The power he wielded was unmatched, and with time, he could turn this frozen wasteland into a fortress of unimaginable strength. The first step was to establish a base. He would need resources, workers, and supplies, but those could come later. For now, John focused on fortifying his new territory. His wood clones would start crafting structures from the surrounding wilderness, and with his control over nature, the process would be swift. The ferocious animals that roamed the land could be tamed or driven away. His eagles, ever vigilant in the skies, would ensure that no threat approached without him knowing. As John finalized his plans, his mind wandered to the future. He had the potential to unite the North beyond the wall, to create a kingdom unlike any Westeros had ever seen. He would forge alliances with the free folk, the children of the forest, and perhaps even the three-eyed raven if it came to that. His kingdom would be a place of magic, power, and unyielding strength, a kingdom built not on politics or wealth, but on the raw power of the himself, who has godlike power and the ancient magics of the world. Jon Snow, once the bastard of Winterfell, now a ward, a wielder of ancient powers, and a ruler in his own right, would rise as a king in the frozen lands beyond the wall. Only time would tell how far his power would grow, but one thing was certain: the North would never be the same again. 27, Chapter 26, The Beginning of a Kingdom. Deep in the frozen wilderness beyond the wall, Jon Snow trudged through the snow, his black cloak trailing behind him. The icy wind bit at his face, but he pushed forward, undeterred. This journey was one he had to undertake alone. Though he could have sent his wood clones to recruit the people he sought, Jon knew that this mission required a personal touch. There were some things no clone could accomplish: winning trust, forging bonds, and experiencing the wild, desperate lives of these people firsthand. He had left a perfect clone in Winterfell to manage things in his absence, but here in the unforgiving North, it was Jon himself who walked. In the distance, the small camp of survivors came into view. The flickering glow of a fire danced amid crude tents, huddled together for warmth. John knew their story. This group had once numbered over 600 strong, but they had been devastated in a brutal battle with another wildling tribe. Only 120 remained, most of them children, women, and injured men. Survival beyond the wall was a relentless struggle. Each day was a battle not just against nature, but against rival tribes, beasts, and the specter of the dead. John had observed their defeat through the eyes of his eagles, soaring high above the chaos, and knew this group was on the brink of collapse. But it was precisely their vulnerability, and the number of children among them, that made John choose them. John's plan was clear. He would invite these people to join him in building a new kingdom, a land where they could live free from fear and hardship. His vision wasn't just survival but growth, strength, and security. And the children of this group would be the key. John intended to take them into the training dimension of God, a mystical realm where time flowed differently. 1 second in the real world could equal an entire year inside the dimension. Within that time-warped space, he would mold these children into the greatest warriors the world had ever seen. The children were ideal candidates for training. Young minds learned quickly, free from the rigid thinking that often plagued adults. A grown man might train for 10 years and emerge old, weary, and limited by time. But a child, given the same years, would emerge in their prime, faster, stronger, and capable of wielding skills that could turn the tide of any battle. John envisioned an elite force, a more than hundreds of warriors so powerful that each could defeat 100 enemies with ease. He would teach them breathing techniques from worlds unknown, techniques as powerful as the storms that swept across the north. He would teach them swordsmanship beyond anything the 7 kingdoms had ever seen. But before any of that could happen, John had to gain their trust. And in this land, trust was earned through strength. As John approached the camp, the wildlings spotted him. Their instincts, honed by years of survival, kicked in. 2 men, the strongest left among them, grabbed their weapons. Their makeshift axes and stone clubs gleamed faintly in the firelight. They stepped forward with aggressive intent, ready to defend what little they had left. "Who are you?" one of them demanded, his voice rough and suspicious. "I come in peace," John said calmly, keeping his hands visible. But the men didn't wait for an explanation. Desperation and fear drove them. They lunged at John, attacking without warning. John sighed. He had hoped to avoid violence, but in the north, the strong were the only ones respected. He reached for the twin swords sheathed at his side, blades he had forged himself in the training dimension of God. The weapons sang as they left their scabbards, gleaming in the dim light. The 2 wildlings charged, but John moved faster than their eyes could follow. With a single, graceful sweep of his swords, he shattered their weapons as if they were made of glass. The men barely had time to react before John's boot met one of their chests in a powerful kick. The force of John's strike sent the man flying backward, crashing into the snow with a dull thud. The second man swung wildly, but John dodged effortlessly and delivered another precise kick, sending him hurtling several meters away. Both men lay groaning in the snow, stunned and defeated. The camp fell silent. Every wildling, man, woman, and child, stared in disbelief. They had just witnessed 2 of their strongest warriors subdued with minimal effort by a lone stranger. A single kick had sent them flying more than a meter. Such strength was beyond anything they had ever seen. To them, Jon Snow was no ordinary man. Jon stood tall, his swords gleaming in the firelight. He sheathed them slowly, letting the weight of his presence settle over the camp. He knew that in this land, strength commanded respect. And now, he had their attention. "I did not come here to fight," Jon declared, his voice clear and firm. "I came to talk." He stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the stunned faces of the wildlings. "You've seen what I can do. But I didn't come here to harm you. I am here to offer you something greater, a future." The wildlings murmured among themselves, the fear in their eyes giving way to cautious curiosity. Jon raised his voice, addressing them all. "I am Jon Snow." He took a step closer to the fire, his presence commanding yet calm. "The gods have blessed me with knowledge and power, and I intend to use it to build a kingdom. A kingdom where you can live without fear. A kingdom where your children won't have to fight just to survive." Jon gestured toward the children huddled near their mothers. "I will train them. I will take them to a place where time flows differently, a place where they can grow strong in a matter of moments. They will return as warriors capable of defeating any enemy that comes their way." He looked around the camp, meeting the eyes of every man, woman, and child. You have lived hard lives. I won't ask for your trust lightly. But I promise you this, if you follow me, I will give you more than survival. I will give you a future. The camp was silent, the wildlings processing his words. Then, one of the elders stepped forward, a scarred, weathered man with years of hardship etched into his face. We've lived long enough to know strength when we see it, the elder said. And you, Snow, have it. If what you say is true, we'll follow you. But know this, we will follow only the strong. John gave a solemn nod. Then I will show you what strength truly is. And with that, the first steps toward Jon Snow's new kingdom were taken. A kingdom born not of fear, but of hope, and built by the hands of those who had once been left behind. 28, Chapter 27, The Beginning of the Kingdom 02. Deep in the north, Jon Snow stood among 120 ragged wildlings in their camp. They were a broken people, hungry, cold, and desperate. Their original group of 600 had been decimated in battle, leaving behind only the weakest, children, women, and injured men. Among the survivors, 52 were children, some as young as 5. Life beyond the wall was merciless, and their struggle for food was endless, especially with most of their strongest hunters lost. Jon knew these people needed more than just words, they needed hope. They respected strength above all, and strength was something Jon intended to show them. But the power he carried was not just ordinary strength. The wildlings believed it was a gift from the gods, but Jon knew the truth. His abilities came from the system, a force he didn't fully understand but one he had come to wield with purpose. Jon had promised them a kingdom where hunger was a thing of the past, where survival would no longer be a brutal struggle. And now, it was time to demonstrate his power. He stood at the edge of the camp, the wildlings following close behind, curious to see what their new leader intended. In his hand, Jon held a single apple seed, small and unimpressive to the untrained eye. This, Jon said, holding the tiny seed between his fingers, is a gift from the gods. And I will show you what that means. The wildlings watched in silence, skeptical and desperate, their eyes fixed on Jon as he crouched down and pressed his hand into the frozen earth. Closing his eyes, Jon summoned the power he had received, the power of wood style, a gift he claimed came from the gods but which he knew was far beyond anything divine. The ground beneath his hand began to tremble. A pulse of energy spread outward, and suddenly, the snow-covered soil shifted, as if breathing. The seed, small and fragile, burst with life. Shoots erupted from the ground, rapidly twisting and thickening into saplings. In mere seconds, the saplings grew into towering trees, their branches spreading wide and laden with vibrant red apples. 50 trees stood before the astonished crowd, each one dripping with ripe, glistening apples. Some trees carried over 100 apples, their branches weighed down by the abundant fruit. The barren white landscape had transformed into a grove of life, the vibrant red of the apples contrasting sharply with the snow-covered ground. The wildlings stared, mouths agape. They had lived in a land where nothing grew, where hunting was their only means of survival, and yet here, before their very eyes, trees had sprouted from the frozen earth in seconds. This is the power of the gods. Jon declared, his voice cutting through the stunned silence. And it is through this power that I will build a kingdom where no one will go hungry, where no child will cry for food. Eat your fill, for in my kingdom, hunger will be a thing of the past. The wildlings hesitated for only a moment before rushing to the trees, grabbing as many apples as they could. Some of the children, who had never seen an apple before, bit into the fruit eagerly, their faces lighting up at the taste. Sweetness exploded on their tongues, a sharp contrast to the roasted meat they had lived on their whole lives. Many of the wildlings were overcome with emotion. Tears streamed down their weathered faces as they savored the fruit, realizing they no longer had to fight for scraps of food. Mothers wept as they watched their children eat to their heart's content. Men who had been hardened by years of survival stood silently, unsure whether they were witnessing a miracle or magic beyond comprehension. After filling their stomachs, the wildlings gathered around Jon, awe in their eyes. One of the older men stepped forward and asked, "Are you a god?" Jon laughed, shaking his head. "No, I am not a god, but I have powers greater than those of the gods." He gestured toward the trees. "These gifts are mine to wield, and with them, I will build a kingdom. Join me, and no one will starve again." The wildlings knelt before him, believing they had found a savior, a man truly blessed by the gods. Jon quickly raised his hands. "Stand up," he commanded with a grin. The free folk bow to no one, not even kings. You are not my subjects. You are my people. There was a ripple of laughter through the crowd, a rare moment of joy among a people who had known nothing but hardship. It was the first time in a long while that they had something to hope for. After the feast, John used his wood-style powers again to create wooden boxes for each person. The boxes were filled to the brim with apples, ensuring the wildlings would have food for their journey. With the group's spirits lifted and their bellies full, John knew it was time to move. He had been keeping an eye on another group of survivors, wildlings scattered across the harsh wilderness, and now, with his 2 eagles scouting ahead, it was time to unite them under his banner. He stood at the edge of the camp, watching as the wildlings carefully packed the apples and gathered their belongings. For the first time in days, there was life in their movements, a spark of purpose. As they prepared to leave, John looked out across the snowy horizon, his mind set on the task ahead. His goal was clear: to gather all the survivors, to unite the free folk, and to build a kingdom unlike any other, a kingdom where strength ruled, but no one starved. With his newfound power, Jon Snow would carve a path through the wilderness and lead his people toward a future where hunger was no longer a foe they had to fight. And with every step, the legend of Jon Snow, the man blessed by the gods, would grow. Together, they marched toward destiny, the scent of apples lingering in the air, a promise of abundance in a land that had known only scarcity. 29, Chapter 28, The Beginning of the Kingdom. 03. Jon Snow moved swiftly through the vast white expanse of the north, racing toward a camp of 670 wildlings. His body was a blur in the snow, the chakra surging through his legs giving him inhuman speed. Behind him lay the camp of 120 wildlings who had already chosen to follow him. He left them with enough food to sustain them for a month, though many had begged to accompany him. They feared for his safety. What was one man against 670 survivors? Jon had waved away their concerns. You've seen what I can do. Even 670 will not be enough to stop me. Now, the cold wind whipped at his face as he sprinted. What should have been a day's journey, Jon intended to finish in minutes. He left behind a trail of churned snow, kicking up clouds of frost in his wake. Soon, the silhouettes of tents came into view on the horizon. It was a large camp, spread out like a wounded beast licking its wounds. This group had once been 1,500 strong, but a devastating battle had reduced their numbers to 670. And, like the first group Jon had gathered, they consisted mostly of children, women, and injured men. Jon saw potential in them, especially the children. He could shape them into warriors and train them to fight for the kingdom he intended to build. Jon didn't slow as he approached the camp. The wildlings saw a figure moving toward them at impossible speed and grabbed their weapons in alarm. A group of 30 warriors gathered at the edge of the camp, ready to defend their people from whatever threat was coming. Is that a man or a beast? One of them muttered, gripping his axe tighter. As Jon came within striking range, the warriors braced for impact. But just before reaching them, Jon slowed and raised his hands in a peaceful gesture. I've come to talk, he called out, his voice clear over the howling wind. The wildlings narrowed their eyes. They had never seen a man move like this, fast as a winter storm. Who the hell are you? One demanded. And what do you want with us? Jon smiled, though his stance remained calm and ready. I'm not here to fight. I'm Jon Snow, and I've come to offer you something you won't get from anyone else. The wildlings didn't lower their weapons. Suspicion and fear were etched into their faces. Why should we listen to an outsider? You could be some kind of freak, or worse, one of the dead. Before Jon could respond, 4 men broke from the group and charged, axes raised. Their faces were twisted with rage and desperation. Jon, without a hint of fear, unsheathed his twin swords. In the north, metal was a rare commodity, and seeing not 1 but 2 swords in the hands of a stranger was shocking. Jon sidestepped the first attacker with ease, his blade a blur as he shattered the man's axe into splinters. Another swung wildly, only for Jon to parry and send the weapon flying from his hand. Within moments, the 4 men were on the ground, disarmed and groaning from the force of Jon's kicks. He hadn't killed them, only disabled them with swift precision. The watching wildlings stood frozen in disbelief. No ordinary man could have taken down 4 fighters so easily. They whispered among themselves, glancing uneasily at Jon's twin swords. Then, 3 women raised their bows and loosed arrows. Jon's response was immediate. His twin blades moved with inhuman speed, slicing the arrows mid-flight before they could reach him. The archers, startled but determined, kept firing, arrow after arrow, shot with impressive skill. John didn't flinch. He cut down every arrow with precision, moving as if the wind itself guided his strikes. In less than a minute, more than 30 arrows lay broken at his feet. The archers lowered their bows, horror spreading across their faces. "How can this be?" one woman whispered, her voice trembling. Before anyone could react further, a red-haired man stormed forward, wielding a massive axe. His movements were fierce and fast, far quicker than John had expected. John dodged the man's strikes, impressed by the speed and skill of his attacks. This warrior, John realized, could stand toe-to-toe with a knight. The red-haired man grinned as he swung again. "You've got some moves, stranger." John sidestepped the attack and delivered a powerful kick, but the man twisted in the air, narrowly avoiding the blow. John's eyes widened with curiosity. This man was no ordinary wildling. "Not bad," John said with a smirk. "What's your name?" The red-haired warrior grinned fiercely. "Tormund Giantsbane." John's heart skipped a beat. He knew this man, Tormund, the one of the future leader of the free folk with his group of people, until he joined Mance to fight against the crows, and cross the wall. But here, Tormund was younger, wilder, and just as fearless. The duel continued for a few more moments before John decided to end it. With a sudden burst of speed, he kicked Tormund square in the chest, sending him flying backward. Tormund hit the ground with a grunt but quickly scrambled to his feet, still grinning. John sheathed his swords. "I'm not here to fight," he said again, loud enough for everyone to hear. "I've come to make you an offer." The 30 warriors, now nursing bruises and shattered weapons, stood aside as John stepped deeper into the camp. Hundreds of wildlings gathered to listen, their expressions a mix of fear, suspicion, and curiosity. "My name is Jon Snow," he announced. "I offer you a chance to join me in building a kingdom beyond the wall, a kingdom where no one starves, where every child grows strong, and where survival isn't a daily battle." The crowd murmured, skeptical but intrigued. "You've seen my strength," John continued. "And I tell you now, I wield the power of the gods. With that power, I will reshape the land and make it fertile. None of you will ever go hungry again." The wildlings were silent, weighing his words. Life beyond the wall was harsh, and promises of food and safety sounded too good to be true. After a tense moment, Tormund stepped forward, his grin replaced by a serious expression. "You're strong, I'll give you that. But strength isn't enough. If you can't lead us, we'll walk away." John nodded. "Fair enough. But I promise, you won't regret following me." With the group's cautious agreement, John led them outside the camp. As they watched, he placed his hands on the frozen ground and channeled his chakra. The earth trembled, and within moments, hundreds of apple trees burst from the snow-covered soil, their branches heavy with ripe, red apples. The white landscape transformed into a lush orchard, the scent of sweet fruit filling the air. The wildlings stared in disbelief. Some fell to their knees, overwhelmed by the miracle before them. "He must be a god," one man whispered. "No," John said, raising his voice. "I am not a god. I am a man blessed by the gods, and I will use that blessing to build a future for all of us." The wildlings hesitated, still grappling with what they had witnessed. Then, slowly, they began plucking apples from the trees, biting into the sweet fruit with tears in their eyes. Tormund chuckled. "Well, you've got my attention." John smiled. "Good. Now let's build a kingdom." The wildlings followed John, hope rekindled in their hearts. For the first time in a long while, they believed. And with Jon Snow leading them, they knew that survival was no longer their only option, there was a future worth fighting for. 30, Chapter 29, Time skip 1 year. My name is Jon Snow. A year has passed since I began my quest to reshape the North. With every passing day, the vision I hold grows closer to reality, a kingdom deep in the true North, beyond the reach of the dead, a sanctuary for the free folk. This dream was born from necessity, but it has become a shared purpose, uniting over 100,000 wildlings under one banner, bound by hope and trust in me. In the past year, I have wandered the harsh, frozen lands of the North, seeking out survivors of the wildling tribes. They were scattered and broken, remnants of families who had lost everything to the dead and the cold. Many were women, children, and injured men, those who had no strength to fight back against the cruelty of the wilderness. I healed their wounds, mended their spirits, and gave them a cause worth following. To expand our reach, I created wood clones imbued with my powers. These clones ventured to the farthest corners of the north, bringing back every soul they could find. My clones mirrored my conviction, and soon, even they began recruiting survivors, multiplying our efforts. One by one, the wildlings came together, a vast tide of humanity rising against the odds. By the end of the year, our numbers had swelled to more than 100,000. It wasn't just humans who joined my cause. The wolves of the north, ancient guardians of the wild, had also heeded my call. 22 dire wolves had come to me, not as mere beasts, but as allies. Some I tamed, others chose me, drawn by the blood of the Stark lineage that flows in my veins. My bond with them was deeper than any other. Through my ward abilities, I could connect with all animals, but the dire wolves were special. They understood my purpose as if it were their own. They prowled at the edges of our caravan, their howls carrying through the icy winds. They were protectors, companions, and a reminder of the untamed power of the north. My 2 majestic eagles, soaring high above, watched over us from the skies. They had grown larger and stronger through a magical ritual, becoming more than just scouts. They were symbols of our resilience, guiding us with their sharp eyes and keen instincts. The people revered me, though I did not ask for it. They saw the powers I wielded, powers they could not comprehend, and believed me to be a god. I healed their wounds, conjured food from the barren ground, and wielded abilities that defied nature. Their faith was a responsibility I bore with care, for I did not see myself as a god but as a leader, a guide through the storm. Food, once a constant struggle for the wildlings, was no longer a concern. With the powers of Hashirama Senju, I could grow crops anywhere, even in the frozen wilderness. The people marveled at the fields of grain and vegetables that sprouted from the snow, their hunger replaced by hope. Every act of kindness, every display of strength, deepened their loyalty. They believed in my vision of a kingdom where no one would starve, where no one would be left behind. Training the future. Survival was not enough. To truly thrive, my people needed to fight, to defend themselves and the kingdom we would build. I trained them in the art of war, teaching them how to wield swords, bows, and shields. Among them, certain individuals stood out. Tormund Giant's Bane, a fierce warrior with untamed strength, had become my closest protege. Though still young, he learned quickly, mastering techniques that would make him one of the finest swordsmen in our kingdom. His loyalty and determination inspired others, and I knew he would one day be a pillar of our defense. Then there was Ygritte, a remarkable 8-year-old girl with an uncanny talent for archery. Her precision and focus were unmatched, even by adults. I took her under my wing, helping her refine her skills. She practiced tirelessly, her small hands steady as she knocked arrow after arrow. In her, I saw the future of the North, sharp, unyielding, and full of potential. The Promised Land. Our journey was not aimless. A year ago, my clones discovered a land deep in the true North, near the ocean. It was untouched by the dead, a place of relative safety. Though the land was barren, covered in snow, I knew it could be transformed. With my powers, I would turn the lifeless soil into fertile ground, capable of sustaining our people. The biggest challenge lay not in the land, but in the weather. The true North was unforgiving, its icy winds and relentless storms a constant threat. Yet, I was not deterred. Once we reached the land, I would find a way to tame even the weather, bending nature to our will. This was our promised land, and I would not let anything stand in our way. The journey was arduous, but our spirits were high. The dire wolves guided us through the treacherous terrain, while the eagles scouted for dangers. The people moved as one, a vast sea of humanity defying the elements. Every step brought us closer to the land where our kingdom would rise. The children played in the snow, their laughter a stark contrast to the grim reality of the North. The women sang songs of hope, their voices carrying over the howling wind. The men, once broken and defeated, walked with purpose, their eyes fixed on the horizon. I led them, not from a place of superiority, but as one of them. I walked alongside them, sharing in their struggles and triumphs. They looked to me for guidance, for protection, and for the promise of a better future. I would not fail them. In a month's time, we would reach the promised land. There, we would begin the arduous task of building our kingdom. Stone by stone, we would create a sanctuary where the free folk could live without fear. The dire wolves would patrol our borders, the eagles would guard our skies, and the people would stand together, united and strong. I could see it in my mind, a thriving settlement, its walls rising high against the cold, its fields lush and green. The people would no longer be wildlings, but citizens of a kingdom built on hope and resilience. It would be a kingdom unlike any other, forged in the harshest of lands by the strongest of people. As we marched forward, the future stretched out before us, a beacon of light in the frozen darkness. The North would rise again, and I, Jon Snow, would lead it into a new era. The true North was calling, and we were ready to answer. 31, Chapter 30, The Gants in Danger. Jon Snow stood at the helm of a vast migration, guiding 100,000 wildlings through the treacherous lands of the North. The air was frigid, the howling winds a constant reminder of the perils ahead. Suddenly, a memory from one of his shadow clones struck him, sharp and vivid like a sword to his mind. The memory revealed a dire situation, giants under siege by the undead and the Night King himself. His expression hardened, his resolve clear. Without hesitation, Jon created another wood clone to lead the wildlings in his stead. "Take them safely to the promised land," he commanded, his voice firm yet reassuring. Then, using the flying thunder god technique, he disappeared in a flash of lightning, reappearing near the camp of the embattled giants where his other clone had been stationed. The sight before him was grim. Thousands of undead soldiers swarmed the giants and their mammoths, overwhelming them with sheer numbers. The Night King sat atop his deathly steed, observing the carnage with icy detachment. Jon's jaw tightened as he observed the massacre. "Not today," he muttered, gripping the twin Valyrian steel blades at his side. The Night King's gaze met Jon's, their silent challenge cutting through the chaos. Jon smirked, a flicker of defiance in his eyes. "Let's see if you're truly worthy to stand in my way," he whispered. Channeling the power of chakra through his body, Jon infused his blades with potent magic, their edges glowing with a fierce light. Then, like a phantom, he blurred into motion, dashing toward the undead army with blinding speed. His movements were almost imperceptible, his strikes devastating. With each swing of his swords, scores of undead fell, their bodies disintegrating as the Valyrian steel and magic obliterated them completely. He was a whirlwind of death, a force of nature that even the giants paused to marvel at. Mammoths trumpeted in awe, and the giants whispered among themselves, unsure if the being before them was man or god. Jon's attacks were relentless, his physical prowess unmatched. He moved with such precision and power that not a single undead could touch him. The battlefield became his domain, and he was the reaper, cutting through the dead with ease. The Night King, usually stoic, appeared unsettled. His icy horse neighed uneasily as Jon's devastating assault turned the tide of battle. For the first time, the Night King retreated, his generals following close behind. Victory was Jon's, but his work was not yet done. Breathing softly, Jon turned to the giants, his voice ringing with authority. "Follow me," he commanded. His tone left no room for argument, and though many giants feared him, they knew he was their savior. As they began to march behind him, Jon surveyed the carnage. Dead bodies littered the ground, a grim testament to the battle that had just unfolded. Raising his hands, he formed a series of hand seals and released a torrent of flames. "Fire style, majestic destroyer flame," he roared. A tidal wave of fire erupted from his mouth, consuming the battlefield and reducing the undead corpses to ash. The giants stared in awe, their massive forms dwarfed by the sheer intensity of Jon's power. To them, he was no mere man, he was a god of death, a savior clad in mortal flesh. Jon turned to face the giants, his expression calm yet commanding. "I am not here to fight you," he declared, his voice carrying over the still-burning embers of the battlefield. "I am here to offer you something greater." The giants exchanged wary glances, uncertain of his intentions. One stepped forward, his immense frame towering over Jon. "What do you offer, human?" the giant rumbled. Jon met his gaze without flinching. "I offer you a place to live, a place where you won't be hunted by the dead, where you won't starve, and where you can thrive without fear. I am building a kingdom, one where giants and men can coexist, free from the terror of the Night King." His words hung in the air, their weight undeniable. The giants murmured among themselves, their skepticism slowly giving way to hope. For too long, they had wandered the frozen wastelands, hunted and starving. Jon's promise was like a dream, too good to be true. Finally, the leader of the giants stepped forward. His name was Mag the Mighty, a towering figure of unparalleled strength and authority among his kind. "Your words are bold, Jon Snow," Mag said. "But in our tradition, we only follow the strongest. If you wish for us to join you, you must prove your strength. Even though I know that I am no match for you, still I must fight you to follow you." John nodded, a small smile tugging at his lips. Very well. I'll defeat you without my blades, using only my fists. The giants gasped in shock as John performed the super multi-size technique, his body expanding to match Mag's colossal size. His newfound form radiated raw power, his chakra-enhanced physique dwarfing even some of the mammoths. The fight began with a thunderous clash of fists. Mag, known as the strongest among the giants, unleashed a flurry of blows, each powerful enough to fell a tree. But John was no ordinary opponent. His speed and precision, combined with his immense strength, made him an unstoppable force. With a single, well-placed punch, John sent Mag sprawling across the battlefield. The other giants watched in stunned silence as their leader conceded defeat. Rising to his feet, Mag approached John and bowed his head. "You have bested me, Jon Snow. Are you a god?" John shook his head, his voice firm yet humble. "I am not a god. But I wield power greater than any gods, and with it, I will build a kingdom where we can all live in peace. Now, follow me. There are others waiting for us at the place where this dream will become reality." The giants cheered, their voices booming across the tundra. They had found a leader, a savior who had not only fought for them but also believed in a future worth fighting for. As they marched forward, the once silent wilderness was alive with hope. Jon Snow led the way, his twin blades sheathed but his determination burning brighter than ever. The battle had been won, but the war against the Night King was far from over. Still, Jon knew that with allies like the giants by his side, his dream of a united kingdom was closer than ever. 32 Chapter 31 Weather and the Awakening of King Ghidorah. Jon Snow led the giants and mammoths steadily across the frozen wastelands of the lands beyond the wall. The sheer size of the giants and their powerful strides allowed them to cover vast distances quickly, though they were still far behind the main group of 100,000 wildlings under his protection. Jon's mind, however, was preoccupied with a larger dilemma. The land he had discovered was vast and barren, cursed by unyielding winters and relentless icy winds. Though his abilities as the heir to Hashirama Senja's power allowed him to manipulate the earth and convert the frozen terrain into fertile land, the greater challenge loomed overhead: the weather. The brutal cold and lack of sunlight made survival nearly impossible, even if the soil itself became fertile. Jon racked his mind for solutions. He could use his techniques to manipulate the weather temporarily, but the scale required was far beyond his capabilities. He needed a permanent change, something that would bring warmth and life to a region spanning hundreds of kilometers. He thought of his dragon, King Ghidorah. The mighty three-headed dragon, a being of unparalleled power and a natural calamity, had the ability to command the weather. Ghidorah's storms could ravage entire continents, and Jon was certain that, once fully grown, the dragon could reshape the climate to his will. However, Ghidorah was still maturing. "It's been 1.5 years since I left him in the training dimension," Jon muttered to himself. "Perhaps it's time I checked on him." Leaving a wood clone behind to guide the giants and mammoths to the main group, Jon quickly entered into the training dimension of God, a realm of infinite space and untamed energy. The air buzzed with magic and chakra, a potent combination that Jon had spent years mastering. He closed his eyes, reaching out with his senses to locate Ghidorah. The dragon's presence was overwhelming, a beacon of raw power that shook the very fabric of the dimension. Jon followed the pull of energy and soon found Ghidorah, resting in a massive clearing. The dragon was colossal, its 3 heads resting against the ground as it slumbered. Its golden scales shimmered even in the dim light of the dimension, exuding an aura of invincibility. Jon's jaw dropped as he took in the sight. Ghidorah had grown significantly since he had last seen him. The dragon's size had nearly doubled, its wings now vast enough to blot out the sky. The sheer power radiating from Ghidorah was staggering. "How is this possible?" Jon whispered to himself. "He's grown so much, and he's been sleeping the entire time." Curious, Jon reached out to the system embedded within him, the mysterious tool that had guided him ever since he was reborn into this world. "System," Jon called. "How has Ghidorah grown so much while sleeping?" A soft chime echoed in his mind. Ding! Host, King Ghidorah absorbs magic and chakra from his surroundings even while at rest. His body naturally evolves by drawing in energy, allowing him to grow stronger over time. Jon nodded, his suspicions confirmed. It seemed Ghidorah was more than just a creature of destruction, he was a being that thrived in an environment of pure energy, feeding on the dimension's magic to enhance his power. "System," Jon continued. How long will it take for Ghidorah to reach his fully mature state? Ding. Host, King Ghidorah requires 20 more years to reach his prime form and achieve his full strength. John frowned. 20 years? That's much longer than I expected. The dragons of this world mature in less than a decade. Why does Ghidorah take so long? Ding. Host, King Ghidorah is not an ordinary dragon. He is a being of unparalleled might, designed as a natural calamity. His development is slower but far surpasses that of any dragon from this world. Once fully grown, he will be unmatched in power. John sighed, running a hand through his hair. It made sense. Ghidorah was no ordinary creature. He was the king of the skies, a destroyer of worlds, and a harbinger of storms. Patience was necessary, but it was a resource he could scarcely afford. One more thing, system, John asked. What is Ghidorah's lifespan? Ding. Host, King Ghidorah can live for millions of years. If he continues to absorb magic and chakra, he has the potential to become truly immortal. John exhaled, impressed yet unsurprised. Ghidorah's nature as a near-divine being aligned with these revelations. A dragon capable of reshaping entire ecosystems and living indefinitely. Ghidorah truly was one of a kind. John stepped closer to the slumbering dragon, feeling the immense heat radiating from its body. He placed a hand on one of its massive golden scales. It's time to wake up, he said softly. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, the air around Ghidorah began to crackle with electricity. The dragon's 3 heads stirred, their glowing eyes opening slowly. The central head lifted first, gazing down at John with a mix of recognition and curiosity. The other 2 heads followed, their movements graceful yet intimidating. Good to see you again, John said, smiling despite the imposing sight. Ghidorah let out a low growl, the sound reverberating through the dimension like thunder. The dragon stretched its wings, shaking off the remnants of its slumber. I need your help, John continued. The land we're heading to is harsh and unforgiving. The weather itself is our greatest enemy. I need you to help me change it, to bring warmth and life to the people who follow me. Ghidorah's central head tilted, as if considering John's words. The dragon's other 2 heads exchanged glances, their golden scales shimmering with latent power. I know you're still growing, John admitted. But your strength is already far beyond anything this world has ever seen. Together, we can reshape the future. The dragon responded with a deep roar, its 3 heads rising high into the air. Lightning crackled around its body, illuminating the dimension with flashes of golden light. It was a declaration of power, a promise to aid John in his quest. John nodded, his determination renewed. Let's get to work, then. We have a kingdom to build. As Ghidorah spread its massive wings, John couldn't help but feel a surge of hope. With the mighty 3-headed dragon at his side, even the unforgiving land beyond the wall could be tamed. The journey ahead would be long and arduous, but Jon Snow, the would-be king, was ready to face it. Together with Ghidorah, he would create a new world, one where giants, wildlings, and men could live without fear of the cold or the dead. The storm was coming, but this time, it would be theirs to command. 33, Chapter 32, Testing Powers and Ritual. The day Ghidorah roared his acceptance of my plan was a proud one for me. Of course, my mighty dragon, my son, would agree. He saw me as a father, after all, and his loyalty to me was unwavering. But even as I stood there, reveling in the bond we shared, I couldn't ignore the practical challenge ahead. Ghidorah's power was undeniable. His ability to control the weather could temporarily transform the frozen wastelands into a sunlit paradise. But this transformation came at a cost, constant exertion. Even Ghidorah, the walking calamity, could not continuously wield his abilities without rest. So while his power offered a glimpse of hope, it was clear that a more permanent solution was needed. A solution that would allow my people to thrive in a warm, fertile land without relying on my dragon's endless vigilance. The training dimension. To test and prepare, I turned to the training dimension of the gods, a gift from the system itself. This pocket realm allowed me to shape reality to my will. It had originally been a haven of chakra-rich and magic-infused land, ideal for training. But now, I altered its environment to replicate the lands beyond the wall, endless snowdrifts, icy winds, and a sky perpetually veiled in thick, gray clouds. The simulation was perfect. If my solutions worked here, they would work in the real world. I glanced at Ghidorah, his 3 massive heads watching me with curiosity and a flicker of eagerness. Now, my son, I said, gesturing to the white expanse around us. "Show me what you can do." The power of the calamity. Ghidorah unleashed his power without hesitation. With a deafening roar that echoed through the realm, he flapped his colossal wings. The force of the wind alone created hurricanes, and with every beat of his wings, the sky above churned with dark, swirling clouds. Lightning, yellow and crackling, erupted from the storm as Ghidorah's heads moved in unison, channeling their energy. The intense air pressure began to push the clouds apart, and within 40 minutes, the sun broke through the gloom. Rays of light bathed the snowy expanse, and the temperature began to rise. I climbed onto Ghidorah's back to get a better view. The transformation was breathtaking. In less than an hour, my dragon had driven away the oppressive weather and revealed the sunlit potential of the land beneath. But my joy was tempered by practicality. I needed to see how long this change would last. I had Ghidorah cease his efforts, and we waited. 10 days later, the answer was clear. The clouds returned, the temperature plummeted, and the land reverted to its former state. Ghidorah had proved his incredible might, but the transformation was temporary. A more lasting solution was required: warming the land. The first step was addressing the land itself. While Ghidorah rested, I turned to my sealing arts, fuinjutsu, and ancient magic. With my expertise, I devised a series of powerful heating seals. These seals would draw upon the natural magic of the Game of Thrones world, a resource abundant and eternal. The seals, etched into the earth and spread across hundreds of kilometers, would act as invisible furnaces. They absorbed magic from the surroundings and radiated warmth, gradually melting the snow and raising the temperature. The effect was subtle but undeniable. Within weeks, patches of green began to emerge where there had once been only white. Warming the environment was a success. But the sky above remained a problem. Crafting the ritual. Changing the weather on such a massive scale required a powerful ritual, one beyond anything this world had ever seen. I delved into every fragment of magical knowledge I had acquired, drawing on ancient texts, Valyrian lore, and the fire-based rituals of the Lord of Light. I combined these with my own mastery of sealing techniques and nature manipulation. The key to the ritual's success, however, was Ghidorah. His reserves of magic were unparalleled, greater than anything the world, or even I, could produce. Borrowing from his limitless energy would make the ritual possible. I explained the plan to him, and his 3 heads nodded in agreement. He was ready to lend me his power, confident in my abilities as both a father and a master. Testing the plan. To ensure everything would work perfectly in the real world, I tested the ritual within the training dimension. Over several days, I etched the ground with complex runes and sigils, creating a massive magical array. The centerpiece of the design was a representation of Ghidorah himself, his 3 heads symbolizing power, dominance, and control over the elements. When the array was complete, I began the ritual. Ghidorah stood at its center, his scales glowing with golden energy as he poured his magic into the sigils. I chanted the incantation, my voice steady despite the immense pressure of channeling such power. For an hour, the ritual consumed every ounce of focus and energy I could muster. But when it was over, the results were spectacular. The clouds dissipated, revealing a vast blue sky. The sun shone down unhindered, and the oppressive cold gave way to a temperate warmth. I waited a full month to observe the effects. The clouds did not return, and the weather remained stable. The seals warmed the ground, and I used my wood-style techniques to transform the once frozen earth into fertile farmland. The experiment was a resounding success. The land in the training dimension had become a paradise. The real world awaits. With the test complete, I turned my attention back to the real world. My people, the wildlings, giants, and mammoths, were still making their way toward the land I had chosen for our new kingdom. I would wait for them to arrive before performing the ritual for real. When the time came, I would transform the land beyond the wall into a kingdom unlike any other. The seals would warm the earth, the ritual would banish the clouds, and the fertile land would provide for generations to come. This would be my legacy, a sanctuary where my people could thrive without fear of cold or hunger. Ghidorah, my son and my ally, roared his approval as I shared my vision with him. Together, we would achieve the impossible. Beyond the wall, in a land once deemed uninhabitable, we would create a new world. A kingdom of warmth, light, and life. 34, Chapter 33, Power of Ghidorah. Jon Snow stood at the edge of the training dimension, his eyes focused on the massive form of his dragon, Ghidorah. The beast, once a mere hatchling, had grown into a colossal force of nature. Each of the three heads gleamed with power, their crimson eyes glowing like fire as they fixed their gaze on him. The ground trembled beneath his feet as Ghidorah stretched his wings, a roar vibrating through the air, signaling his readiness. But there was one final thing to do before he could take his son out into the world. Jon Snow had spent countless hours preparing for this moment. His bond with Ghidorah, more than that of a mere rider and mount, was forged in the fires of magic and the endless depths of the chakra that had been passed onto the dragon during its hatching. But with this power came responsibility, and Jon knew that no matter how strong his bond with Ghidorah was, they couldn't afford to take any chances. The gods of this world were unpredictable, and Jon was determined to ensure that no being, whether god, demon, or mortal, could ever enter Ghidorah's mind, control him, or manipulate their connection. After all, Ghidorah was more than a dragon, he was a weapon of unimaginable power, an entity that could change the course of fate itself. And if anyone sought to control that power, Jon would be ready. He began with a ritual, his fingers tracing ancient runes in the air as he chanted in a language that resonated deep within his soul. The magic he wielded was a blend of the old ways and the teachings he had gathered from the worlds of Naruto and beyond. Each word of the incantation was a binding force, securing Ghidorah's mind and spirit in an unbreakable bond with Jon's own. The air crackled with energy as Jon's magic enveloped the dragon, forming a shield that would protect Ghidorah from any intrusion. The ritual was a success. Jon felt the surge of power as the bond between them solidified. Ghidorah's three heads tilted as if acknowledging the strength of the spell, their minds now sealed and shielded from external forces. "Your mind is yours alone, Ghidorah," Jon whispered, his voice full of conviction. "Only I can touch it." With that, Jon turned to the next phase of his preparations. This would be the most crucial step, the seal. Using his knowledge of both magic and chakra, Jon created an intricate seal that would serve multiple purposes. It would protect Ghidorah from mind control, summon him whenever Jon needed, and even alert Jon if his dragon was ever in danger. The seal, glowing with a fierce, otherworldly light, was etched into Ghidorah's massive stomach. The dragon didn't flinch, his trust in Jon absolute. As the seal completed, Jon could feel it resonate, an unspoken promise between them. He could summon Ghidorah to his side at any moment, no matter where the dragon was. And if Ghidorah was ever in danger, Jon would know before it was too late. But even after all of this, Jon wasn't satisfied. Ghidorah's three heads, each capable of independent thought and action, needed further protection. Drawing from the Yamanaka clan techniques he had learned, Jon focused his power on each of Ghidorah's minds, constructing mental barriers to reinforce their safety. The barriers were designed to protect the dragon's thoughts from any external force, ensuring that no one could invade his mind or twist his will. Jon's connection with Ghidorah was stronger than any force in the world. Ghidorah wasn't just a dragon, he was an extension of Jon's very being. The creature's growth had been astonishing, fueled by the chakra and magic Jon had infused into him. Ghidorah had grown to over 60 meters long, and Jon knew that this was only the beginning. From his studies of the monsterverse, Jon knew that Ghidorah could grow to 160 meters, if not larger. And the immense power Ghidorah contained was only amplified by the reserves of chakra he had absorbed during his hatching, not to mention the magic of this world. As the dragon grew, so did his abilities. Ghidorah's gravity beam could shatter mountains, and he had the ability to change the weather of entire continents. But what truly amazed Jon was the discovery that Ghidorah could breathe fire and ice from all three of his heads. That was something even the original Monster Zero couldn't do. Jon's magic and chakra had transformed Ghidorah into something far greater than the creature he had once been. Jon smiled at the thought. He and his dragon were inseparable now, no one could stand against them. They were a force of nature, capable of reshaping the world itself. "I need to see what you can really do, Ghidorah," Jon said, his voice filled with anticipation. The dragon's three heads turned toward him, as if understanding his words. The ground beneath Jon's feet rumbled as Ghidorah's wings unfurled, stretching to their full span, casting a shadow over the entire training dimension. Jon raised a hand, and with a single motion, he sent the command. "Show me your power, Ghidorah." In an instant, Ghidorah's massive form surged into the air, his wings beating with the force of a storm. The winds howled as his gravity beam pulsed from one of his heads, crashing into the sky and bending the very fabric of reality. The force was so immense that the ground below cracked, fissures forming as the air itself seemed to warp and bend around the blast. John watched in awe, his heart swelling with pride. Ghidorah was more than a dragon now, he was an unstoppable force, a king among creatures. The dragon turned, his other two heads unleashing fire and ice simultaneously. The flames scorched the air, while the ice froze the very ground beneath them. The balance of elements in Ghidorah's attack was something beyond John's understanding, an amalgamation of magic, chakra, and pure raw power that was unlike anything he had ever seen. John knew that they were ready. They were a team, and together, they could conquer anything that stood in their way. Now Ghidorah, before going out, let us clash here. I want to fight you, because no one has pushed me to go all out. 35, Chapter 34, Clash of Titans, Ghidorah vs. Jon Snow. Jon Snow stood firm in the center of the vast training dimension, his mind focused and calm. He had never been more prepared, not even for the wars he had faced in the past. His body, now enhanced by the strength and vitality of Hashirama Senju, had long ago surpassed its mortal limits. His senses were sharper than any normal man's, his chakra reserves as vast as the ocean, and his magical abilities, honed through years of training and mastery. He had learned every technique from the world of Naruto, and more. Now, with all the knowledge he had gained, he was ready to face the one creature capable of challenging him, Ghidorah. Ghidorah, his three-headed dragon son, stood before him, an awe-inspiring titan of immense power. Standing 60 meters tall, with scales as dark as the night sky and three massive heads, each crowned with glowing eyes of crimson fire, the dragon exuded raw, primal strength. His wings stretched out like the shadow of a storm, darkening the sky around them. John had known this day would come, the day when his dragon would become so powerful that he would have to face him in battle, to see how much his son had grown. With a deep breath, John focused his chakra and magical energy into his core. He had been through battles before, but this was different. Ghidorah was not an enemy. He was his son, his gift, his companion. Still, John had never been pushed to go all out before. It was time to see how far his dragon had come, and whether his power matched the strength of the legendary dragons he had known of in his past live-in shows. "Show me your power, Ghidorah," John said softly, but his voice echoed across the vast dimension, reaching the ears of the mighty beast. Ghidorah tilted his three heads in unison, as if understanding the challenge. Then, with a roar that sent shockwaves through the air, he charged at John with terrifying speed. John wasn't surprised. Ghidorah's massive form lunged forward, his wings slicing through the air like daggers. Each head hissed with anticipation, and John could feel the primal fury of the creature as it bore down on him. The dragon opened its mouths, preparing to unleash its devastating gravity beam. John raised his hand and slammed it onto the ground, activating his wood-style Mokuton Jukai Koten wood-style Advent of the World's Tree. Instantly, enormous trees erupted from the ground, their trunks massive and sturdy, rising high into the air like an impenetrable forest. The trees twisted and formed a protective barrier around John, their wooden branches spreading wide, like arms that could shield him from any attack. Ghidorah's gravity beam crashed into the barrier, the force of the beam tearing through the trees and causing them to shake violently. The shield cracked but held strong. John's eyes narrowed in concentration. His dragon's power was immense, but he could already tell that this battle would test them both. John moved quickly, his body agile despite his immense size. With a flick of his wrist, he activated Katon Gokakyu no Jutsu fire style, great fireball technique, a massive torrent of fire erupting from his mouth and roaring toward Ghidorah's middle head. Ghidorah's head recoiled from the heat, but he retaliated instantly. One of his other heads opened its maw and unleashed a blast of ice from its throat, a chilling Hiryu no Kori, ice dragon's breath, that collided with John's fire. The two elements clashed violently, creating a massive explosion of steam and smoke that shrouded the battlefield. John didn't hesitate. He had already used the elemental styles he had mastered, fire, but this wasn't enough. Ghidorah was a formidable opponent, and John knew he would have to push himself beyond his limits. He summoned his chakra and focused, the symbols of Fuinjutsu, sealing techniques, glowing on his palms. John activated Fuinjutsu, Kin, sealing technique, chains of the Great Barrier, summoning massive, ethereal chains that shot from the ground and wrapped around Ghidorah's limbs, attempting to bind him in place. The dragon roared in fury, struggling against the chains, his three heads snapping and thrashing in every direction. The chains pulsed with chakra, trying to subdue the great beast, but Ghidorah was no mere animal. His power was beyond what John had anticipated. One of Ghidorah's heads lifted, his eyes glowing brighter as he summoned the gravity beam again. The beam hit the chains, causing them to shatter under the immense force of the gravity manipulation. John jumped backward, avoiding the blast by mere inches as the beam gouged the ground, creating a massive crater where he had stood just moments before. John's brow furrowed. Ghidorah wasn't going down easily, and neither was he. He wasn't just the body of Hashirama Senju, he had access to the most powerful techniques in the world. He decided it was time to use one of his more advanced jutsu. John began weaving hand signs, his movements swift and precise. He activated Kukiyos no Jutsu, summoning technique, and slammed his palm onto the ground, summoning the ancient, an enormous, spectral tree that could manipulate the very fabric of the earth. The massive beast, an extension of John's power, appeared behind him, its roots extending far and wide, splitting the land and creating a massive barrier around them. Its presence pushed against the atmosphere, distorting the space around them. Ghidorah shrieked in anger as it tried to break through the barrier. John was ready. He leapt into the air with his wood-style Tsuka no Jutsu, earth-style, forming a massive Doton, Doria Joki, earth-style, mud wall, in front of him to block Ghidorah's next attack. The dragon unleashed another blast of ice from one head while another head fired its gravity beam, both forces colliding with the earthen wall John had summoned. The sheer force of the attack sent John hurtling backward, his feet scraping the ground, but he dug in, refusing to relent. He then channeled all of his chakra into one final attack. Raiton Reikari, lightning style, lightning cutter, a deadly, high-voltage technique that he had perfected over years of training. The surge of lightning crackled through the air, arcing toward Ghidorah with blinding speed. The dragon's middle head opened its maw to retaliate, preparing another gravity beam, but John wasn't done. He unleashed Katon, Karyu in Dan, fire style, fire dragon flame bullet, an enormous fireball that surged towards Ghidorah's side. The lightning and fire collided, creating a cataclysmic explosion that sent shockwaves throughout the dimension. John stood his ground, the heat of the explosion not even affecting him as he surrounded himself with an armor of Raiton, Kaminari no Yoroi, lightning style, thunder god's armor, a defensive technique that shielded him from the blast. As the dust and smoke settled, John looked at his dragon. Ghidorah, though scorched and battered, still stood tall. His three heads, though tired, were filled with fury and pride. John knew that his son had grown far beyond what he had ever imagined. This battle, though fierce, had strengthened their bond. John breathed heavily, his body covered in sweat. He wasn't tired, but he could feel the weight of the battle. Ghidorah's immense power had tested his limits, but he had learned something important. They were far more than just master and servant, or even father and son. They were equals in power, equals in will, and they would face the world together. "You've grown strong, Ghidorah," John said, his voice filled with respect. The three-headed dragon bowed its heads toward John, a sign of loyalty and mutual understanding. "Now, let's go." 36, Chapter 35, The Birth of Winter's Haven. The Frozen Rebirth of the North. Jon Snow stood alone at the heart of a vast, frozen wasteland, where icy winds screamed across a barren, lifeless plain. He had just returned from the training dimension of God, his battle against Ghidorah marking a monumental chapter in his evolution. Now, as he prepared to build a kingdom on these desolate lands, the weight of his destiny pressed heavily on his shoulders. Around him, an army of loyal followers, 100,000 wildlings, 70 mighty giants, 12 mammoths, 12 dire wolves, 25 wolves, 8 shadow cats, and 15 bears, marched steadily toward their chosen king. Guided by Jon's wood clones, they moved with purpose, braving the frozen winds to gather before him. Jon Snow remained silent in the middle of this frigid abyss, his piercing eyes scanning the horizon as his people drew closer. Despite his power, he had not yet enacted the ancient ritual that would change the land's fate. He waited for his followers to arrive, not out of vanity but because he wanted them to witness his actions. Respect, Jon believed, must be earned through deeds, not simply demanded as a king's right. Though his people already revered him, this transformation would solidify their loyalty. An hour passed, and the wildlings, giants, and animals stood before him, expectant and curious. Jon began to speak, his voice clear and firm. "This land is harsh, far colder than even the lands beyond the wall. But I have chosen it for a reason. 100 kilometers from here lies the ocean, a gateway to the wider world. This wasteland may seem barren and unyielding, but it is here that we will build our future. John paused, his gaze sweeping over the faces of those gathered before him. This place is untouched by the dead. It is our sanctuary. I will make it fertile, and I will even change the weather. But you must not fear the method by which I achieve this. To change the weather itself, I will call upon my son. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. John had no living child, so his words puzzled and unnerved them. They soon had their answer. John sprinted 100 meters away from the assembly, where he performed a summoning jutsu. Lines of ancient runes etched themselves into the ice, glowing with an otherworldly light before erupting in a cloud of smoke. When it cleared, a massive, three-headed dragon towered over the landscape. It was Ghidorah, John's companion from the training dimension. At 70 meters tall, the dragon's imposing form terrified even the giants. The crowd froze in awe as Ghidorah's three heads roared in unison, shaking the air with their deafening cry. "This is my son," John announced, his voice cutting through the chaos. "Do not fear him. Together, we will change this land." John turned to Ghidorah, meeting the beast's golden eyes. "You know what to do. Let us begin." The dragon nodded, its movements slow and deliberate. John summoned an army of shadow clones, each tasked with setting up the intricate runes and symbols required for the ancient ritual. For hours, the clones worked tirelessly, covering an area 100 kilometers from him as a center in every direction, in which the total land would be 200 by 200 kilometers of land in all directions. At last, the preparation was complete, and John stepped into the ritual center. Channeling his magic reserves and tapping into Ghidorah's seemingly infinite power, he began the ritual. The frozen ground trembled as the ancient spell took shape, its energy rising like a tidal wave. John poured everything into the incantation, his strength waning as the hours passed. Ghidorah, a pillar of untapped power, shared its energy freely, sustaining the spell. 2 hours later, the ritual reached its crescendo. The once dark sky began to clear as the winds stilled and the biting cold receded. Golden sunlight broke through the clouds, casting warmth over the frozen tundra for the first time in centuries. Gasps and cries of disbelief echoed among the gathered crowd. Many wildlings, who had never seen the sun in their lives, fell to their knees in tears. "He is not human," someone whispered. "He is a god." Respect for Jon Snow soared to divine heights. To the wildlings and giants, his feat was nothing short of a miracle. Jon, however, remained grounded, knowing his work was far from over. Weary but determined, Jon addressed his people. "The weather has changed, but our journey does not end here. We must now make this land fertile, capable of sustaining us for generations to come." He sent his clones to the edges of the new boundary, 100 kilometers away, to prepare the next stage of the transformation. They stood ready at the very line where the good weather met the frozen wasteland, awaiting Jon's final command. Summoning the chakra reserves he had stored for 5 years, Jon performed his ultimate technique, wood-style, worldwide grass. Chakra burst forth from Jon and his clones, coursing through the ground like veins of life. The barren earth softened, enriched by the jutsu's power. Green grass sprang up across the desolate landscape, spreading with astonishing speed. Within 42 minutes, the entire 200-kilometer radius was transformed into a lush, fertile paradise. Jon collapsed to his knees, his reserves completely drained. Ghidorah, ever vigilant, crouched beside him, radiating comfort. The dragon's energy had sustained the spell, but now even it seemed ready for rest. "You've done well, my son," Jon murmured. "Rest now." Ghidorah settled into the soft earth, its 3 heads resting atop its folded wings. Jon rose unsteadily and faced his people once more. Their expressions, a mixture of awe and reverence, told him all he needed to know. They no longer saw him as merely a leader. To them, Jon Snow was a god, a figure of absolute faith and loyalty. With a faint smile, Jon spoke. "The wasteland is no more. This land will sustain us, and together we will build a kingdom unlike any other. The North will thrive." The wildlings and giants erupted in cheers, their cries echoing across the newly fertile plains. Their loyalty to Jon was absolute, their belief in him unshakable. As he stood at the heart of this transformed land, Jon Snow knew this was just the beginning of his reign. The frozen rebirth of the North had begun. Jon Snow stood before 100,000 people and giants, proclaiming, "This land, now fertile and thriving, will endure for centuries. I name it Winter's Haven, our new kingdom. From this day forward, you are no longer free folk, you are citizens of Winter's Haven, united under one banner, our future bound together. 37, Chapter 36, The Dawn of the Winter's Haven. The dawn of the winter's haven. The winds beyond the wall no longer howled with their usual bitterness. The eternal frost had receded, replaced by the scent of fresh earth and sprouting vegetation. Jon Snow stood atop a hill, gazing over the fertile expanse that had once been an unforgiving wasteland. 6 months ago, he had used the power of ancient magic and the unparalleled abilities of Hashirama Senju to transform this land, turning a desolate wilderness into a paradise. The wildlings, once bound only by their desire for freedom, now rallied to a new purpose, the creation of a kingdom unlike any other. Jon had always been a reluctant leader, but necessity shaped him into a figure of both reverence and authority. Over these months, his actions had solidified his place as not just a leader, but a near-mythical figure in the eyes of the 100,000 wildlings who had pledged their loyalty. However, even he knew that leadership was not a solitary burden. In the shadow of a great oak tree, a gift of Hashirama's wood magic, Jon assembled 10 individuals who would help carry the weight of his vision. They were the best among the wildlings, leaders, strategists, healers, and warriors, chosen not only for their skills but for their hearts. Jon had tested their minds, observed their actions, and, with the intuition gifted by magic, sensed their true intentions. These 10 would serve as his council, the foundation of the new kingdom's governance. The Council of 10. Jon stood before the council for the first time, his dark cloak billowing slightly in the soft breeze. The 10 individuals knelt before him, their eyes filled with both awe and devotion. He had not sought to be worshipped, yet the transformation of the land and his ability to unite the clans had elevated him in their eyes. To them, he was not just a man but a symbol of hope and renewal. "You are here," Jon began, his voice steady, "because I cannot build this kingdom alone. Each of you has shown not only strength and wisdom but a dedication to something greater than yourselves. This council will guide our people, make decisions in my absence, and ensure that this land thrives long after we are gone." The 10 rose, their expressions solemn yet determined. Among them were Tormund Giantsbane, a trusted friend and fierce warrior who would oversee the kingdom's defenses. Val, a young sharp and resourceful diplomat who had a natural talent for bridging gaps between clans. Freyja, a healer with unmatched knowledge of herbs and magic who would care for the people's health. Ragnar, a blacksmith whose hands could forge weapons and tools with unmatched precision. Skadi, a hunter and scout who knew every corner of the land beyond the wall. Kara, a former clan leader with a gift for strategy and logistics. Eirik, a farmer who had quickly adapted to the fertile land and could teach others to grow crops. Bringia, a storyteller and historian who would preserve their tales and traditions. Hakon, a builder with a vision for creating lasting structures. Lisa, a quiet yet intelligent woman with a talent for managing resources and trade. Building the foundation. The first few weeks were grueling. Jon divided responsibilities among the council, allowing each to focus on their strengths. Tormund and Skadi trained scouts and warriors, ensuring that the kingdom's borders were secure from potential threats, including roaming White Walkers who might still linger in the shadows. Val worked tirelessly to unify the clans further, traveling between settlements to resolve disputes and encourage cooperation. She reminded the wildlings that their strength lay in unity and that the land's newfound prosperity was a gift they all had to protect. Under Eirik's guidance, vast fields of wheat and barley began to take root. For the first time in living memory, the wildlings experienced the joy of watching crops grow. Freyja taught villagers how to use the herbs that now grew abundantly for healing, ensuring that sicknesses which had once been fatal were now manageable. Hakon's builders worked day and night, erecting sturdy homes and watchtowers. The capital, a central settlement that Jon named Winter's Hearth, began to take shape. It was a sprawling village surrounded by wooden palisades, with plans for a great hall at its center. Ragnar and his blacksmiths forged plows, tools, and weapons, ensuring the wildlings could work the land and defend it if necessary. Meanwhile, Bringia traveled from village to village, chronicling their progress and weaving stories of Jon's deeds to inspire loyalty and hope. Despite their progress, the early days were not without challenges. Some wildlings resisted the idea of centralized leadership, fearing it was too similar to the southern kingdoms they had always despised. Small skirmishes broke out between rival clans, threatening the fragile unity Jon and his council had worked to build. Jon addressed these challenges directly, calling a gathering of all the clans under the great oak tree. He stood before them, unarmed, and spoke with the quiet authority that had earned him their respect. "I did not change this land for myself," he said. "I did it for you. For your children. For the generations who will come after us. If we fight among ourselves, we will squander this gift. But if we stand together, we can create a kingdom that is truly free." His words, combined with Val's diplomacy and the council's efforts, gradually quelled the dissent. The clans began to see the benefits of cooperation as their villages grew stronger and their people healthier. A kingdom takes shape. By the 6th month, Dawn's hearth was thriving. The great hall was nearly complete, a testament to Hakon's skill and John's vision. Around it, markets bustled with activity, filled with traders exchanging goods like grain, tools, and furs. John watched with quiet pride as children laughed and played in the streets, their faces free of the hunger and fear that had once defined their lives. For the first time, the wildlings were not merely surviving, they were living. One evening, John gathered the council in the great hall, its wooden beams glowing warmly in the firelight. They sat around a long table, maps and plans spread before them. "We've come far," John said, his voice steady but tinged with exhaustion. "But this is just the beginning. There will be more challenges, more enemies. The White Walkers may return. The southern kingdoms may see us as a threat. We must be ready." The council nodded, their expressions resolute. Tormund grinned. "Let them come. We've got something worth fighting for now." Val placed a hand on John's shoulder. "And they'll follow you, John. Not just because of the magic or the land, but because you gave them hope." John looked around the table, at the people who had become his family. Together, they had turned a dream into reality. The free kingdom was no longer just an idea. It was a thriving community, built on trust, hard work, and the belief that freedom could be the foundation of something great. And in the hearts of the wildlings, Jon Snow was not just a king. He was the embodiment of their new dawn. "It's been only 6 months we have started. In future we will be strongest." 38 Chapter 37 The Clone's Legacy. The Clone's Legacy. The winds howled over the battlements of Winterfell, a reminder of the harsh northern weather and the equally unyielding life it shaped. The year 290 AC marked a turning point for the North, though few realized it at the time. It was the year Lord Eddard Stark returned victorious from the Greyjoy Rebellion, bringing with him a boy named Theon Greyjoy, a ward taken to ensure the loyalty of House Greyjoy to the Iron Throne. Yet for all the political consequences that decision carried, it was another event that would be remembered in whispers and songs across the 7 kingdoms, the departure of Jon Snow. The boy in the training yard. Jon Snow stood by the training yard, his dark grey eyes scanning the scene. Robb Stark, his half-brother, or so everyone believed, was sparring with Ser Roderick Castle, his sword strikes earnest but lacking finesse. Ned Stark, the Lord of Winterfell and the man Jon called father, watched Robb with a mixture of pride and sternness, offering advice when necessary. Jon had watched his family with quiet detachment for years. In truth, he was not truly one of them. He was a modified, advanced clone of Jon Snow, created through a process few could even imagine. For 6 months, Jon had secretly overseen the establishment of Winter's Haven, a thriving kingdom beyond the wall, built with the memories and skills imprinted in him. Every detail of its progress reached him through a unique bond he shared with his creation. It was a sanctuary unlike any other, a kingdom that could rival the 7 kingdoms in time. Yet Jon knew he couldn't remain in Winterfell. His departure was necessary to lend credibility to the legend he intended to forge. A boy blessed by the gods couldn't possibly remain in Winterfell while simultaneously building a kingdom beyond the wall. Today would mark the beginning of his journey. When Robb's sparring session ended, Jon stepped forward, catching his father's attention. "Father," he said with a smile, "may I spar with you?" Ned turned, his eyebrows raising in mild surprise. Jon's words were unexpected, but the boy's calm confidence intrigued him. "You wish to spar with me?" "Yes, father," Jon said. Without waiting for an answer, he picked up 2 wooden swords, one in each hand, and took a stance. His movements were precise and deliberate, his posture reminiscent of a seasoned warrior. Ned narrowed his eyes. 2 swords. He couldn't hide his curiosity. Few men in the realm could wield 2 blades effectively. The image stirred memories of Ser Arthur Dayne, the Sword of the Morning, who had wielded 2 swords with unmatched grace. "Very well, Jon. Show me what you've learned." The crowd that had gathered to watch Robb quickly turned their attention to the unexpected duel between Lord Stark and his bastard son. As the 2 squared off, whispers filled the air. John, though only 7 years old, exuded a confidence that belied his years. "Begin," said Sir Roderick, stepping aside. The wooden duel. John moved first, his speed startling. He darted forward, his twin swords striking in rapid succession. Ned, caught off guard, barely managed to parry the strikes. Each blow was precise, each movement deliberate. The crowd watched in stunned silence. John wasn't relying on brute strength, his strikes were calculated, his movements fluid and refined. It was as if he had been trained by the greatest masters of the 7 kingdoms. Ned, though still in his prime and considered one of the strongest men in the north, found himself on the defensive. His thoughts flashed back to the Tower of Joy, to the duel with Sir Arthur Dane. He had felt this same helplessness then, overwhelmed by the sheer skill of his opponent. 5 minutes passed, and the duel ended with John disarming Ned in a swift, decisive move. The training yard fell silent, the crowd too shocked to speak. Even Sir Roderick, a seasoned knight, stared at John as if seeing a ghost. Ned picked himself up, his expression a mixture of pride and disbelief. "John," he said, his voice steady despite his astonishment, "where did you learn this?" John grinned, lowering his swords. "I practiced while you were away, father. The two-sword style is something I've developed on my own." Ned shook his head, a smile tugging at his lips. "You've developed it on your own? You truly are blessed by the gods." A dangerous request. As the crowd dispersed, John approached his father once more. "Father, I have a request," he said, his tone serious. "What is it, John?" Ned asked. "I wish to spar with you again," John said, "but this time with real swords." Ned frowned. "Real swords? That's dangerous, John. You're skilled, but accidents happen." John nodded. "I understand, father. But I trust you, and I trust myself. I want to experience the thrill of a true fight." Ned hesitated. The idea of using real swords against a boy, even one as talented as John, felt wrong. But there was something in John's eyes, a determination that reminded him of the best warriors he had ever known. Reluctantly, he agreed. The duel of steel. The next day, a large crowd gathered in the training yard, word of the duel spreading like wildfire. Ned stood with ice, his Valyrian steel greatsword, while John approached with 2 swords he had forged himself. Though not Valyrian steel, they were finely crafted, a testament to John's ingenuity. Sir Roderick stepped forward. "This is a sparring match," he reminded them. "Not a fight to the death. Do you both understand?" Ned nodded, and so did John. "Begin." The clash of steel echoed through the yard. John moved with the same speed and precision as before, his twin blades striking from unexpected angles. Ned, despite his experience, found himself struggling to keep up. John's movements were an advanced, refined version of Sir Arthur Dane's dual-wielding technique, a style few had ever seen. For 10 minutes, the duel raged. The crowd watched in awe, their cheers and gasps punctuating the clang of swords. Finally, John executed a breathtaking maneuver, disarming Ned with a fluid combination of strikes. Ice fell to the ground, and John pointed one of his swords at his father's chest. The training yard fell silent once more. Ned stared at John, his chest heaving. Slowly, a smile spread across his face. "You've bested me," he said. "I've fought many warriors, but none like you. You're truly remarkable, John." The farewell. That evening, John approached Ned in his solar. "Father," he said, his tone somber. "I've made a decision. I wish to leave Winterfell." Ned frowned, his expression clouded with concern. "Leave? Why, John? This is your home." John took a deep breath. "I feel a calling, father. Something greater than myself. I believe the gods have blessed me with these skills for a reason, and I must find out what it is." Ned studied John's face, seeing the determination in his eyes. "You're still a boy," he said softly, "but I won't stand in your way if this is truly what you want." John nodded. "It is. And I promise, father, I will make you proud." Catelyn's protest. As John left, Catelyn Stark stepped into the solar, her face pale with disbelief. "How could you let him go?" she demanded. "He's only 7 years old, Ned. The world beyond Winterfell is cruel. How could you do this to your own son?" Ned sighed. "I offered to send him with guards, Cat. I even offered to send him to a lord's household to learn, as Robert and I did with Jonaran. But he refused. He's determined, and I fear he would have left even if I forbade him." He's a child. Caitlin exclaimed. A talented one, perhaps, but still a child. Ned placed a hand on her shoulder. I understand your concern, Kat. But John, he's not like other children. He's stronger than most men, smarter than most lords, and blessed by the gods. I believe in him. Caitlin's expression softened, though worry still clouded her eyes. I wish I could believe as you do, Ned. But I can't shake the feeling that we're sending him to his doom. Don't worry, Kat, he bested me in a duel. Do you think except 2 or 3 warrior, anyone can defeat me? He showed extremely calm nature in extreme fight, and he is the smartest person in the north and I believe in him. The departure. The next morning, as the sun rose over Winterfell, John stood at the gates, his twin sword strapped to his back. A crowd had gathered to see him off, their whispers filling the cold morning air. John turned to Ned, who placed a hand on his shoulder. Go with the gods, John, he said. And know that Winterfell will always be your home. John nodded, his expression resolute. Thank you, father. I'll make you proud. With that, Jon Snow departed, leaving behind a family that loved him and a legacy that had only just begun. In time, the North would speak of the boy blessed by the gods, destined for greatness. And though none knew where his journey would lead, they knew he would change the world forever. 39, Chapter 38, The Rumors and Truth. The news spread like wildfire across the 7 kingdoms. A boy of only 7 summers, Jon Snow, the rumored bastard son of Lord Eddard Stark, had left Winterfell to carve his destiny. What shocked the realms more was the whispered tales of this young boy's extraordinary prowess with the sword, defeating his own father, one of the most formidable warriors of the North, in a duel. Rumors painted the boy as blessed by the old gods, a genius destined for greatness. In the halls of Winterfell, the departure was a quiet affair. To the rest of Westeros, it was the spark for endless debates and intrigue. A small council in King's Landing. In King's Landing, the small council convened, as usual, in the oppressive heat of the Red Keep. King Robert Baratheon sat at the head of the table, lazily swirling his goblet of wine. Around him were the lords and advisers who formed his council, Jonnarin, his loyal hand Renly and Stannis, his brothers the ever-scheming Littlefinger, the mysterious Varys, the pompous Grand Maester Pycelle, and Ser Barristan Selmy, Lord Commander of the Kingsguard. Queen Cersei Lannister attended as well, seated at Robert's side with her usual air of disdain. The council meeting dragged on, with mundane matters of trade and governance dominating the discussion, until Varys, with his ever-present sly smile, cleared his throat. My lords, a most curious rumor has reached my little birds, he said, his soft voice cutting through the din. Robert, bored and irritated, slammed his goblet on the table. Out with it, Varys. I've no patience for riddles today. It concerns the North, your grace, Varys replied, his words dripping with intrigue. The bastard son of Lord Eddard Stark, Jon Snow, has left Winterfell. Alone. With his father's blessing. A stunned silence fell over the room. Renly broke it first, laughing dismissively. A boy of 7, alone in the world? Surely this is some northern jest. But Varys raised a hand, his expression uncharacteristically serious. It is no jest, my lord. My little birds confirm it is true. What's more, there are whispers of a duel in which young Jon Snow bested Lord Stark himself. Robert sat bolt upright, his wine forgotten. Ned, beaten by a child? 7 hells, man, that's impossible. Even Stannis, typically stoic, furrowed his brow in disbelief. Eddard Stark is no common swordsman. This story defies reason. Varys inclined his head. And yet, my whispers insist it happened. The boy is said to wield 2 swords with such mastery that he overcame his father in single combat. Cersei, ever disdainful of the North, scoffed. Perhaps Lord Stark humored the boy. It would be like him to indulge his bastard. Barristan Selmy, who had fought beside Ned Stark during Robert's rebellion, shook his head. Lord Stark would never tarnish his honor in such a way. If he was defeated, it was no play acting. The room erupted in speculation, but Robert silenced them with a bellowing laugh. By the gods, I'll not believe this nonsense until I hear it from Ned himself. He rose from his chair, his massive frame towering over the council. I'll write to him. If this is some northern folly. The letter to Winterfell. In Winterfell, Eddard Stark sat in his solar, the chill northern wind whispering through the cracks in the stone walls. He read the letter from King Robert with a heavy heart. The rumors had spread farther than he anticipated, and now the king himself sought the truth. Ned dipped his quill into ink and began to write. Robert, my old friend. The rumors you have heard are true. Jon Snow has left Winterfell, and he did so with my blessing. From the moment he could walk, Jon has spoken of a calling, a destiny he felt deep within his soul. He asked to leave, not in defiance, but with a determination that I could not deny. I trust him, Robert, as I trust few in this world. He is a boy in years, but his spirit is that of a man. As for the duel, it shames me not to admit that I was defeated. Jon is a genius with the sword, wielding two blades as if the gods themselves guide his hands. I am proud, not ashamed, that my son possesses such skill. He has practiced this style in secret for a year, and when he faced me, I knew I was witnessing something extraordinary. He will achieve greatness, Robert. Of that, I have no doubt. Trust in the old gods, as I do, to protect him. Your friend, Eddard Stark. The raven was dispatched, and the letter began its journey south. Robert's reaction. When the raven arrived in King's Landing, Robert tore open the letter with eager hands. He read Ned's words, and as he finished, a booming laugh filled the chamber. That bloody fool, Robert bellowed, a wide grin splitting his face. He's proud of it. Beaten by his own boy and wearing it like a badge of honor. The council gathered around as Robert recounted the letter, and even the skeptics were left in awe. Barristan Selmy, ever the knight, was the first to speak. If the boy is as skilled as Lord Stark says, he is no ordinary child. Perhaps the gods truly have blessed him. Cersei rolled her eyes, her voice dripping with scorn. A bastard is still a bastard, no matter how many swords he can swing. But Robert ignored her, his mind racing. He slammed his fist on the table, his face alight with excitement. If that boy's half as good as Ned says, he'll make the 7 kingdoms remember his name. The deep north. Unbeknownst to the south, the Jon Snow they debated so fervently was no longer traveling the roads of Westeros. 2 days after leaving Winterfell, Jon's clone, crafted through mysterious means, had disappeared. The original Jon Snow now stood in the heart of the deep north, in place he has built known as Winter's Haven. His mind absorbed the memories of his clone, every step of the journey etched into his consciousness. Jon's decision to leave Winterfell was not made lightly. The ripple effect. In the south, Robert's impression of Jon Snow began to spread. The king's admiration for the boy sparked curiosity among the lords of the realm. Whispers of Jon's exploits reached Dorne, the Reach, and even the Iron Islands. Some dismissed the tales as exaggerated northern legends, but others saw potential in the boy who had defeated Eddard Stark. In Winterfell, Ned received letters from old allies and acquaintances, all inquiring about Jon. To each, he gave the same answer: Jon is destined for greatness. Trust in him. In the east, even across the narrow sea, tales of Jon Snow began to reach the free cities. Merchants and travelers spoke of the boy blessed by the old gods, a child who could wield 2 swords as if born to them. Some whispered that he might one day rival the greatest warriors of history. A world unseen. As Jon was unaware of the ripples his actions had created, the world watched and waited, and the boy from Winterfell stood on the brink of legend. 40, Chapter 39, The Dawn of Light, Jon Snow and the Age of Science. It had been 7 months since Jon Snow, once a simple Stark of Winterfell, had fundamentally changed the world. Using ancient and powerful magic, he had transformed the harsh, barren lands of the north, bringing fertility where there was once only snow and ice. With the aid of Hashirama Senja's nature manipulation powers, Jon established Winter's Haven, a sanctuary for the wildlings and a beacon of hope in a world that had long known only hardship and cold. Jon had been working tirelessly in his kitchen, the hum of the forge and the aroma of his culinary creations filling the air. For the past week, he had been focused on completing the Joichiro Saiba template, one of the greatest culinary masters in all of anime. It was a long journey to get here, but Jon was close to finishing. In the past few days, he had created over 1,000 different dishes, mastering every technique in the process. Jon smiled to himself as he stirred a pot of stew, satisfied with his progress. The wildlings, who had spent their lives living in a harsh and unforgiving world, were astounded by the quality of his cooking. They had never tasted anything like it before. In this new world that Jon had created, the people were beginning to feel what it meant to be truly nourished, not just in body but in spirit. They believed they were eating food sent from the gods, a stark contrast to the simple and often bland meals they had subsisted on for so long. John had no love for the food of the Game of Thrones world. It was rough, basic, meant to sustain rather than satisfy. It was the food of a world in the Stone Age, one that barely knew how to feed itself properly. But with the Joichiro Saiba template, John had become something more than just a cook. He had become the best in the world, an unrivaled culinary genius who could cook anything, no matter how complex or obscure. And now, his work was paying off. Finally, after days of cooking and perfecting his skills, John reached 100% completion of the Joichiro Saiba template. He felt a wave of satisfaction, and as he looked up at the system interface in his mind, he couldn't wait to find out what his next challenge would be. "System, what is my next template character?" John asked eagerly. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the Joichiro Saiba template. Drawing the next character." "Ding! Congratulations, host, for drawing the Ishigami Senku template." John's heart leapt. He had unlocked the template of Ishigami Senku, one of the most brilliant minds from the anime Dr. Stone. Senku was a genius who had single-handedly turned a world destroyed by a mysterious petrification event into a thriving society, using the power of science to push humanity forward. John had always admired Senku, and now, with this new template, he felt as though the tools to reshape the world were finally in his hands. Even with the infinite knowledge from the Library of Knowledge and his photographic memory, John realized he lacked the charisma and scientific ingenuity of someone like Senku. For years, John had been honing his skills as a fighter, relying on his vast library for combat techniques. Now, though, with this new template, he could bring science to the forefront of his world. He could truly begin to advance the lives of everyone in Winter's Haven, and beyond. In the world John had created, life was still primitive. It was a world where the night was dominated by firelight, where people lived in constant fear of the dark. There were no light bulbs. There were no electric devices. It was a world of stone, one where darkness was an ever-present force. But John had a plan. He would use his new knowledge to bring light to the world, and with it, a future powered by science. John knew the land around him was untouched by the technological advancements of the past. There were resources here, iron, copper, and more, that had been dormant for thousands of years. He could extract these materials and use them to create the infrastructure needed for his vision. But he was careful. He would not rely on his lightning ninjutsu abilities to generate power. Instead, he would build a true, sustainable energy source. His mind raced with ideas. He would start by creating an artificial river that would stretch for 100 kilometers, flowing from the heart of Winter's Haven to the distant ocean. He could shape the land with his powers, using techniques like those of Hashirama Senju, who had shaped nature itself. This river would provide the necessary force to power water-driven generators. "IMG. I can do this," John thought. "I can make it happen. This is the power of science." To John, this was more than just a project. It was a statement. A declaration that the people of Winter's Haven would no longer be slaves to the darkness of night, that they would no longer live in the Stone Age. With science and teamwork, they would build a new world. IMG. Building the future. John knew he could do this alone using thousands of shadow clones, but if he does that his people will not develop but rather depend on him, so that is why he will use every people to build everything. He needed craftsmen, people who had the skills to build the infrastructure necessary to harness the power of the river. Among the 100,000 wildlings, John had already identified several key people who would be integral to his project. Hakon, a master builder, and Ragnar, a blacksmith with an incredible ability to forge metal, were at the top of his list. "Hakon, Ragnar," John said, as he gathered them and others in his workshop. "I need your help. We're going to build the future. We need to create light, and for that, we need to build generators and light bulbs." IMG. Hakon looked at John, his eyes lighting up with determination. "I've never worked on anything like this before, but if it means making life better for everyone, I'm in." Ragnar, ever stoic, nodded. "I can forge the metal for the generators and help make the glass for the bulbs. Let's get to work." John smiled. "This won't be easy, but together, we'll make it happen." For the next 2 months, John, Hakon, Ragnar, and the other wildlings worked tirelessly. John's plans were detailed, and his knowledge of science and technology guided their every step. The first task was to create the water-driven generators. They needed metal for the wheels and iron to create the necessary magnets. Ragnar worked tirelessly in his forge, shaping the metal while John used his lightning powers to shock iron into magnets. The real challenge, however, came with the glass for the light bulbs. John used his power to build a forge capable of producing the extreme heat necessary to form the glass. Slowly, piece by piece, they built the components of their generators and light bulbs. The first light. After 2 months of hard work, the time had come. John stood before the first generator, his hand poised over the switch. The wildlings gathered, their faces lit only by the flickering flames of torches. "This is it," John muttered to himself. "The first step toward a brighter future." With a deep breath, John flipped the switch. The generator hummed to life, and the first light bulb flickered on, casting its soft glow across the room. The crowd gasped in awe. The darkness that had once ruled their nights was now defeated. For the first time in history, the people of Winter Haven had light. Real light. "We've done it," one of the wildlings said, his voice filled with awe. "We've conquered the darkness." John smiled, his heart swelling with pride. He had always known that with the right tools and the right people, anything was possible. And now, with the first lights illuminating the world, he knew this was just the beginning. As the days passed, more and more generators were built, powered by the river John had created. The first hydroelectric plants in the history of the North were now producing power, and the people of Winter's Haven had the freedom to live without fear of the darkness. With the power of science and magic, Jon Snow had brought light to the world of Westeros. And in doing so, he had begun to build a new world, one powered not by fire, but by the brilliance of human ingenuity. He had also created batteries to store the electricity generated by the hydroelectric plant. IMG. The future had arrived. And with it, hope. 41, Chapter 40, The Rise of Winter's Haven. The year was 291 AC, and Jon Snow, he had established Winter's Haven, a city built on the principles of hope, progress, and unity. What was once an unforgiving wasteland of ice and snow was now a thriving community, thanks to Jon's relentless determination and the knowledge he had gained. A kingdom of science and magic. 5 months earlier, Jon had got the template of Ishigami Senku, a repository of knowledge from another world. This gift became the cornerstone of his vision, a city that would rise above the primitive ways of Westeros and embrace the power of science. The first major breakthrough was the invention of electric light. For the first time in the known world, night was no longer a time of darkness and fear. Though the electricity was not yet sufficient to light all corners of Winter's Haven, significant parts of the city now shone brightly under the glow of light bulbs. This was more than a technological marvel, it was a symbol of a brighter future. Teaching the wildlings. Jon had not embarked on this journey alone. The wildlings, once considered savage and unorganized, had proven to be resilient and resourceful. With the help of his newfound shadow clones, an ability Jon had gained along with his growing powers, he taught the most intelligent among them the principles of science and engineering. To his surprise, many wildlings showed an innate brilliance, their creativity unhindered by the rigid traditions of the southern kingdoms. They quickly grasped concepts that were alien to them, and together, they began to lay the foundation for a city unlike any other. A foundation of health. Jon's first priority for Winter's Haven wasn't grand palaces or imposing fortifications, it was hygiene. In a world where disease and filth were rampant, Jon understood the importance of a proper drainage system. He spent weeks drafting blueprints for a network that would safely manage human waste and ensure the health of his people. The work was tedious, but Jon's clones and the wildlings labored tirelessly to bring the design to life. Trenches were dug, pipes were laid, and soon the first sections of the system began to function. Jon knew that this was only the beginning, but he was proud of what they had accomplished. The Weirwood Beacon. At the heart of Winter's Haven stood a giant weirwood tree, a testament to both Jon's heritage and his newfound powers. The tree had begun as a small branch taken from Winterfell, which Jon planted in the exact center of his city. Using the wood-style abilities he had inherited, Jon channeled his chakra to grow the tree into a towering monument, 500 meters tall, with branches that stretched 800 meters wide. The effort drained him completely, leaving him utterly exhausted. Jon suspected that the tree's connection to the old gods made it more than a mere plant. Its magical essence resonated with the land and the people, becoming a spiritual and cultural centerpiece for Winter's Haven. Jon adorned the tree with countless light bulbs, powered by the hydroelectric plants he had built along the rivers. At night, the tree glowed like a beacon, visible from miles away. For the people of Winter's Haven, it was more than just a source of light, it was a symbol of unity, progress, and the unyielding will of their leader. A city in progress. Winter's Haven was home to over 100,000 people, most of whom lived in simple wooden houses or huts. The houses John built using his wood-style powers were strong and durable, capable of withstanding the harsh northern climate. But John's vision went far beyond these temporary structures. "I won't let my people live in hovels or drafty castles," John resolved. "They deserve homes, true homes, where they can live happily and comfortably." John had already begun training the wildlings in construction techniques, preparing them to build modern apartments and buildings. He knew it would take time, but he was confident that his people would rise to the challenge. Harnessing nature's power. To power his growing kingdom, John constructed 10 hydroelectric plants along the rivers that flowed through the land. These plants generated enough electricity to light key areas of the city and power essential systems. John also built large batteries to store the energy, though he knew he would need to improve them as Winter's Haven grew. For now, the system was sufficient. But John was already planning for the future, envisioning more efficient generators and advanced technologies that would make his kingdom self-sufficient. Training the defenders. While John focused on building the city, he hadn't forgotten the importance of defense. The wildlings, though fierce warriors, lacked discipline. John planned to personally train a new generation of soldiers, teaching them strategy and unity. "My people will not only be builders and thinkers," John thought. "They will be protectors, strong enough to defend this city against any threat." A new way of life. Winter's Haven was more than a city, it was a new way of life. John introduced education for all, teaching both children and adults the basics of reading, writing, and science. The wildlings, once scorned as uncivilized, began to see themselves as equals to the Southerners who had long looked down on them. The city's culture blended the old traditions of the North with the innovative spirit of science. The Weirwood Beacon became a sacred site, embodying both their past and their future. The road ahead. As John stood beneath the glowing weirwood tree, he gazed out at the bustling city below. Workers toiled on the drainage system, children learned in makeshift schools, and families gathered in the light of their new homes. John's heart swelled with pride, but he knew there was still much to do. Winter's Haven was a work in progress, and its success depended on the continued efforts of its people. "I've brought light to this land, both literally and figuratively," John thought. But this is only the beginning. He turned back to his plans, drafting blueprints for the next phase of Winter's Haven. The path to progress was long and fraught with challenges, but John Snow. Now, he would lead his people into a new age, an age of science, unity, and hope. And as the lights of Winter's Haven shone across the northern wilderness, John knew that he had found his true purpose. 42, Chapter 41, Time skipped 3 years. The rise of Winter's Haven, a realm of progress and power. It was the year 293 AC, and 3 years had passed since I, Jon Snow, established Winter's Haven in the lands beyond the wall. The frosty wilderness that had once been a place of despair, ruled by harsh winters and danger, had transformed under my leadership into a beacon of hope, progress, and unparalleled advancement. My first year had been solely dedicated to the foundations. With the vast repository of knowledge available to me from the Library of Knowledge, I implemented systems and solutions that were centuries ahead of anything Westeros had ever seen. The modern drainage system was among my earliest achievements, ensuring clean water and effective sanitation for my people. I introduced hydroelectric power plants, harnessing the strength of the rivers to generate electricity, which powered the batteries and light bulbs that lit up the nights of Winter's Haven. The free folk, with their raw strength and determination, became the lifeblood of this progress. Their hands built modern apartments, towering 15 stories high, which provided warmth and security. 20 such complexes now dotted Winter's Haven, accommodating families who once lived in meager shelters. Even medicine had taken a leap forward. I introduced antibiotics, curing infections that would have once claimed lives. These advancements established a standard of living that rivaled even King's Landing or Old Town. Yet, my ambitions extended beyond comfort. I aimed for survival and superiority. The quest for iron. While our progress was remarkable, we faced one glaring challenge: weapons and armor. In these lands, where the dead roamed and danger lurked in every shadow, the need for steel was paramount. Iron was scarce beyond the wall, and the free folk fought with whatever scraps they could scavenge. This needed to change. Using the template of Ishigami Senku from Dr. Stone, and the infinite guidance of the Library of Knowledge, I designed a metal detector, a device capable of locating iron deposits deep within the earth. IMG. Creating 5 such devices, I sent my shadow clones on a mission to scour the lands. After weeks of searching, one clone reported success, a mountain rich with iron ore, located 90 kilometers from Winter's Haven. Without hesitation, I mobilized 1,000 free folk to establish a mining operation at the mountain. I demonstrated the techniques and built the tools needed to extract the ore efficiently. It was laborious work, but their resilience and commitment turned the mountain into a fountain of wealth. By the end of 3 years, thousands of tons of iron ore had been mined, and the mountain still promised more. Forging beyond Valerian steel. My ambitions didn't stop at ordinary steel. I desired a metal that could surpass even Valerian steel, a magical alloy forged with fire, magic, and often, human sacrifice. Valerian steel was one of the few materials capable of slaying the dead, and I dreamed of equipping every man and woman with weapons of this caliber. Thankfully, sacrifices were unnecessary. My power and resources allowed me to bypass such grim rituals. My dragon, a 3-headed behemoth named Ghidorah, had grown tremendously in size over the years, standing over 100 meters tall. With his immense firepower and my command of ancient spells, we could replicate and even enhance the properties of Valerian steel. The ritual, crafting the magical alloy. On a cold, open plain, I prepared to test my methods. I placed 1 ton of iron before me, ready to imbue it with magic and fire. The ritual was based on spells I had modified, drawing from ancient texts and my own innovations. Ghidorah, whose 3 heads brimmed with magical energy, was my source of fire. As I began chanting, ancient glyphs illuminated the snowy ground around the iron. Ghidorah roared in synchronization, and a torrent of intense dragon fire enveloped the iron. The metal liquefied under the blistering heat. My chants grew louder, channeling the magic coursing through me. For 5 minutes, the firestorm raged, and when I commanded Ghidorah to stop, the liquid iron glowed fiercely. I summoned his icy breath to cool the molten metal, and within minutes, the transformation was complete. The result was astonishing. The hardened metal glimmered with an otherworldly sheen, its structure pulsating faint traces of magic. Testing its properties revealed that it was far superior to Valerian steel, lighter, stronger, and just as lethal against the dead. Weapons for all. This new alloy was a breakthrough that could change the fate of Winter's Haven. With it, I could arm every warrior in the kingdom with swords, spears, and armor capable of withstanding the most formidable threats. Plans were laid to establish forges, where the mined iron would be processed and turned into this magical steel. Simultaneously, I devised a secondary plan. While iron mining and steel forging progressed, we began gathering dragonglass from a deposit 400 kilometers away. These volcanic crystals, deadly to the dead, would serve as an immediate solution for crafting arrows, knives, and small weapons for those still awaiting Valerian steel arms. The Age of Communication. To ensure seamless coordination across the kingdom and the mining sites, I developed a radio communication network. A massive radio tower, perched atop one of the tallest mountains, IMG, allowed me to send and receive messages across vast distances. This technology, unheard of in Westeros, made Winter's Haven a hub of strategic advantage. Communication between the city, the mines, and the dragonglass harvesting teams became instantaneous, significantly boosting efficiency. My people, who once relied on rudimentary methods of survival, were now equipped with the tools of modernity. Winter's Haven stood as a city of unparalleled advancement. Its modern apartments, powered by electricity, provided warmth and shelter to over 100,000 free folk. Clean water flowed through a modern drainage system, streets were lit by electric lights, and medicine saved countless lives. To build apartments I didn't use iron, instead I used my earth-style jutsus and sealing techniques to empower the apartment structure. As for me, I had become the heart of this transformation. The power I wielded, magic, knowledge, and leadership, made me a force to be reckoned with. Even the Night King would struggle against the might of Winter's Haven, a city fortified with steel, magic, and the loyalty of its people. 43, Chapter 42, Breathing Techniques of Demon Slayer. The breathing warriors of Winter's Haven. The winds howled through the ancient weirwood trees, their crimson leaves standing stark against the bleak, white expanse of the northern wilderness. The heart of the free folk settlement, Winter's Haven, bustled with the vitality of its people, a modern city built through Jon Snow's relentless vision. For years had passed since its founding, it now thrived like no other. Jon Snow, the king of the free folk, stood beneath the giant weirwood tree, his black cloak swirling around him. His brooding expression masked the incredible power and knowledge he had acquired since establishing Winter's Haven. In his hands rested the fate of his people, not just survival but dominance. For years, he had focused on building infrastructure, creating order, and modernizing his city. But Jon knew well that strength lay not in walls or tools but in the warriors who wielded them. A bold proclamation. Jon gazed at the gathered crowd, his voice rising above the murmur of thousands of free folk. People of Winter's Haven, you know me as Jon Snow, but I stand before you with the will of the gods themselves. They have blessed us, seen our resilience, and granted me the power to secure our place among the living and beyond. The children of the settlement, nearly 35,000 strong, stood at the forefront. Boys and girls aged between 12 and 17 looked up at him with a mixture of awe and trepidation. Beside them stood 40 young giants, their hulking forms looming over the gathering. Behind them, seasoned warriors, including Tormund Giantsbane and the other leaders Jon trusted, stood silent, their faces grim with understanding. Jon continued, "Today, I shall lead these children to a place that none but I may enter, a land gifted by the gods themselves. There, time flows differently, and within what will feel like a single day, they shall return as warriors stronger than any the world has ever seen." Gasps rippled through the crowd. The older members of the free folk, deeply superstitious and fervent in their belief in Jon's divine blessings, bowed their heads in reverence. Even the skeptical murmurs from some of the warriors were drowned out by the fervor of the masses. Jon knew this lie, however necessary, weighed on his soul. The truth was far stranger. The portal that would take the children was no divine gift but a creation of a god system bound to him, a training dimension where he could control time itself. "I swear to you," Jon concluded, his voice resonating with authority, "these children will return not as mere men and women but as warrior in their own right, wielders of techniques bestowed upon me by powers far greater than our understanding." With that, he raised his sword, its Valyrian steel gleaming in the pale light. Before him, the massive, glowing portal shimmered into existence, a gateway to the divine realm he spoke of. It was the entrance to his secret training dimension. The gathered crowd gasped in unison, their faith in Jon solidifying like iron forged in fire. The training begins. Inside the portal lay a realm unlike anything the children had imagined. The training dimension stretched endlessly, its skies a swirling canvas of light and shadow. It was as if all the elements of nature converged here: fierce storms, tranquil lakes, fiery mountains, and mist-shrouded forests. Here, Jon was the architect, and time flowed at his command. Standing before the awestruck children and warriors, Jon addressed them. "Welcome to the training grounds of the gods. Here, you will learn what no man or beast in the Seven Kingdoms knows. You will master techniques that transcend human limits, the breathing styles of the elements." He began with the fundamentals, teaching the importance of breathing as the source of life, strength, and focus. Controlled breathing can fuel the body with unmatched energy, he explained, demonstrating how deep, rhythmic breaths could make a warrior faster, stronger, and deadlier. The children were split into groups based on their natural abilities, instincts, and affinities. Jon's clones, exact replicas of himself imbued with his knowledge, guided them individually. For the fiery and bold, there was flame breathing, modeled after the ferocity of dragon fire. For the swift and fluid, water breathing honed their movements to flow like a river. The steadfast learned stone breathing, their strikes as unyielding as mountains, while the unpredictable and sharp-minded mastered thunder breathing, mirroring the speed and violence of lightning. Even the young giants participated, their enormous frames making them perfect for beast breathing, an animalistic technique that relied on raw strength and instinct. Some children with a talent for stealth and misdirection excelled at mist breathing, weaving through the battlefield like shadows. Days turned to weeks, weeks to months, and Jon pushed the children to their limits. Swordplay became second nature to them as they wielded the Valyrian steel katanas Jon had forged, 40,000 blades imbued with the strength of his unyielding resolve. Sparring matches filled the realm with the clash of blades and battle cries, while meditation sessions taught them discipline and control. Total concentration breathing. As the children advanced, Jon introduced them to the pinnacle of breathing techniques, total concentration breathing. "This is the key," he told them, "to becoming more than human. It requires you to control your breathing at all times, even in the heat of battle or the throes of exhaustion. To achieve this mastery, the children underwent grueling challenges. They climbed icy mountains while maintaining steady breaths, balanced on narrow ledges over raging rivers, and fought under simulated ambush conditions. Failure meant starting over, and success demanded absolute focus. Tormund and the other warriors who had joined the training became their role models, pushing them harder with each session. Some children struggled at first, but Jon's patience never wavered. "I am building warriors," he would remind himself. "Masters emerge." 5 years passed in the training dimension, though only 5 days had elapsed in Winter's Haven. Jon surveyed his warriors, pride swelling in his chest. These were no longer children, they were legends in the making. Their breathing styles had evolved, some even developing unique forms that reflected their personalities and strengths. One boy, a quiet and determined fighter, had refined water breathing into a graceful yet devastating art. Another, fiery and impetuous, could ignite his blade with a surge of speed and power through flame breathing. Even the giants had grown into towering forces of destruction, their beast breathing unrivaled in raw strength. Jon named a few as breathing masters, entrusting them with the responsibility of passing down their techniques to the next generation. Return to Winter's Haven. When the portal reopened, the people of Winter's Haven gasped at the transformation. The children who had entered the divine realm were now warriors radiating power and confidence, their katanas gleaming like 1,000 stars. They carried themselves with an unearthly grace, their breathing calm yet potent. Jon addressed his people, his voice firm yet triumphant. "Behold the warriors of Winter's Haven. These are your children, now the protectors of our home. No army, no kingdom, no force of the living or the dead shall stand against them." The crowd erupted into cheers, their faith in Jon unshakable. Parents wept with pride, and the warriors themselves stood ready, their hands resting on their blades. They knew they were destined to change the fate of Westeros. A force like no other. Jon Snow now had an army unlike any the Seven Kingdoms had ever seen. Each warrior, wielding Valyrian steel katanas and breathing techniques, was capable of defeating hundreds of enemies single-handedly. But this was only the beginning. With his breathing warriors, Jon knew Winter's Haven was no longer just a haven, it was a power that would shape the future of the known world. Guys, give the power stones for my motivation to write and for early updates. 44, Chapter 43, The System Gift, Summoning Card. The story of Jon Snow and his great endeavor. My name is Jon Snow, and it has been 4 years since I established Winter's Haven in the land beyond the wall. I have just returned from the training dimension of the gods with my 35,000 students, or rather, warriors, who spent 5 years mastering breathing-style swordsmanship. Time flows differently in the training dimension. While only 5 days passed here, 5 years passed there. Though not all my warriors perfected their breathing style, most of them learned it well. I can confidently say that even the weakest among them could defeat the best knight in the Seven Kingdoms. When we emerged from the dimension, the free folk were awestruck. Their children had grown into strong and capable adults in what seemed like mere days. My army of 35,000 warriors and 40 giants exuded an overwhelming aura of confidence. As I stood before them, I saw the joy in their eyes and decided it was time to name this incredible force. But just as I was about to speak, my system issued a notification. The system's gift. Ding! Congratulations, host, for creating your own kingdom, developing it into the strongest in the world, and raising the most powerful army. As a reward, you have unlocked a multiverse summoning card. This card allowed me to summon a random character from the multiverse. The announcement filled me with excitement. I quickly returned to my palace, a massive structure befitting the ruler of Winter's Haven, and asked the system, will the summoned character be loyal to me? What if they are more powerful than I am? The system responded. Ding! Yes, host. Any summoned character will be 100% loyal to you. Hearing this, I felt relieved and immediately used the summoning card. A brilliant flash of light illuminated the room, and a towering figure appeared before me. The figure was immense, even larger than the giants, and his skin had the texture of a shark or fish. He appeared to be a fish man, with a well-groomed beard, neither young nor old. The figure bowed and introduced himself. Hello, my name is Tom the Shipwright. I am a fishman and an expert shipbuilder. The name struck a chord. I instantly recognized him from the anime One Piece. He was the legendary shipwright who had built the Oro Jackson, the ship of pirate king Gold Roger, as well as the remarkable sea train. His skills were unparalleled, and his engineering feats unmatched. I knew that having him in my kingdom was a tremendous blessing. The vision of the greatest ship. Tom, I began, I have a grand task for you. I want you to build a fleet, not just any fleet, but one that will be remembered in legends. Specifically, I want a ship that surpasses even the greatest, such as the Noah or Thriller bark. It must be large enough to carry my entire kingdom on board. Tom's expression turned serious. A ship of that size will require immense resources and rare materials, he said. I know, I replied. But this isn't your world. In this land, materials like atom wood or sea stone don't exist. However, I can provide you with the strongest materials from this realm. I demonstrated my ability by using wood style, a technique I had inherited from Hashirama Senju, to grow a massive wooden pillar from the ground. The pillar was reinforced with chakra and infused with the ancient magic of this world, making it fire-resistant and virtually indestructible. Take a look at this wood, I said. It's stronger than atom wood. With this, a monster in another world defeated an even greater monster using wood-style abilities. I believe it is the strongest material in this world, and I can produce it infinitely. Tom examined the wood, visibly impressed. This is remarkable, he said. With such a material, your ship will not only rival the Noah but surpass it. Setting the plan in motion. I will give you all the resources you need, I continued. I will assign you 5,000 men to assist in the construction, and every day, I will provide you with 1,000 shadow clones or wood clones to expedite the process. With this manpower, how long will it take to complete the project? Tom thought for a moment and replied, with such resources, I can complete the ship in 2 years. Good, I said. But I have additional requests. Alongside the flagship, I want you to build 5 ships the size of Moby Dick, capable of carrying at least 1,600 people each. These will form the backbone of my fleet. Once those are done, you may construct smaller ships as needed. This will be the most ambitious project of my life, Tom said with determination. I won't let you down. Hello guys, give the power stones for my motivation to write the story fast and for early updates. 45, Chapter 44, The Arrival of the Legendary Shipwright. It had been a momentous day in Winter's Heaven. For years after establishing the prosperous kingdom beyond the wall, I, Jon Snow, stood at the head of my people, addressing a new chapter in our journey. Yet, today was not about battles or survival, it was about the future. A few hours ago, I had used a multiverse summoning card granted to me by the system, a reward for creating one of the strongest armies and the most advanced kingdom in this world. From this card came Tom the Shipwright, a legendary builder from another realm, known for his masterful engineering and ability to construct world-renowned ships. Now, my task was clear: introduce this towering fishman to the free folk of Winter's Heaven. The people here were accustomed to the strange and extraordinary, but Tom was unlike anything they had ever seen before. The announcement. I quickly summoned my soldiers and instructed them to gather the entire population. Within 3 hours, everyone in Winter's Heaven, dressed in the modern clothing I had introduced, stood at the meeting grounds. Gone were the animal furs that had once been their only protection from the cold. Here they stood, a united and thriving people, far removed from the chaos and strife of their past lives. I stepped onto the platform before them, my voice resolute and clear. My people, I began, my eyes sweeping across the crowd. Today, I come to you with a dream, a vision for our future. Winter's Heaven has grown into a beacon of hope for all of us. We have faced dangers together, triumphed over the impossible, and built a kingdom where none dare to venture. But I do not wish for us to stop here. The crowd's murmurs quieted as they listened intently. 100 kilometers to the north lies the great ocean. I believe it is our duty to share the blessings we have created with the rest of the world. There are many people out there, orphans, beggars, those who suffer as we once did, who have no hope, no homes, and no safety. Just as I gave hope to all of you, I wish to extend this same gift to others. As I paused, the crowd erupted in cheers, their faith in me unwavering. But to achieve this, I continued, we must build ships, sailing ships that will take us across the oceans. Building such ships is no easy task, and it is far beyond our understanding. That is why I turn to the gods for guidance. And the gods, in their grace, have blessed us with a builder, an expert sent to fulfill this mission. The crowd gasped. He is not like us, I said carefully, but I ask that you do not judge him for his appearance. He is a fishman, a race from another world, but his skills are unparalleled. He is the builder of the gods, sent to guide us in constructing the ships that will take Winter's Heaven into the future. Please welcome the newest member of our kingdom, Tom the Shipwright. The fishman's arrival. The crowd turned as a towering figure emerged. Tom, walking confidently yet humbly, stood as tall as the giants, with skin reminiscent of a shark's texture, a neatly trimmed beard, and a smile that seemed both welcoming and unshakable. He waved at the crowd and spoke in a booming, jovial voice. "Hello, everyone. My name is Tom. I've been sent here by the gods to help your kingdom grow. I promise to give my best to build the greatest ships your world has ever seen." There was a stunned silence as the crowd processed his appearance, but the free folk were not strangers to the extraordinary. They had seen giants, wargs, and even the army of the dead. If their king claimed Tom was sent by the gods, they would accept it without question. Gradually, the silence broke into cheers and applause. Children looked at him in awe, while the giants, intrigued by his massive stature, whispered among themselves. As I watched, I felt a pang of pride. The people of Winter's Heaven were strong, resilient, and adaptive. They had come a long way from the squabbling, distrustful groups they once were. Building relationships. Tom quickly integrated himself into the community. The giants were especially eager to interact with him, drawn by their similar size and his cheerful demeanor. Conversations soon turned into friendly challenges, and it wasn't long before one of the giants stepped forward with a request. "Fishman Tom," the giant said gruffly, "you look strong. How about a fight to see just how tough you are?" Tom scratched his head, laughing. "I'm not much of a fighter, but sure, why not? Let's have a go." The entire kingdom gathered at the training grounds to witness the spectacle. I joined them, curious about how this encounter would unfold. The challenger was a regular giant, not one of those I had trained in the breathing style. The fight began. The giant lunged at Tom with a thunderous punch, but Tom dodged with surprising agility for someone his size. With just a few well-placed blows, Tom sent the giant sprawling to the ground. The crowd erupted in cheers. It was clear that Tom, despite his claim of not being a fighter, was immensely strong, a trait inherent to his kind. I wasn't surprised. In the world Tom came from, fishmen were 10 times stronger than ordinary humans. The shipbuilding begins. The following day, I formally placed Tom in charge of the shipbuilding project. I announced that 5,000 of our best builders would work under him, along with 1,000 shadow clones I would provide daily to assist in the labor. Standing before the crowd, I declared, "Tom will lead the effort to build not just ships, but the very vessels that will carry our hopes and dreams across the oceans. He has my full trust, and I know he will earn yours as well." The crowd cheered once more. Tom, humbled by the faith placed in him, bowed deeply. "Thank you, King John, and thank you, people of Winter's Heaven. I won't let you down." Over the weeks that followed, Tom proved his worth. His blueprints for the ships were revolutionary, combining the knowledge of his world with the resources of ours. He quickly earned the respect of the workers, not just for his skills but for his friendly and patient attitude. A celebration of unity. To officially welcome Tom into Winter's Heaven, we held a grand feast. Tables were laden with food, fires crackled warmly, and the air was filled with laughter and song. Even the giants, known for their stoic nature, joined in the celebrations, raising their goblets to toast Tom's arrival. As I watched the festivities, I couldn't help but reflect on how far we had come. Winter's Heaven was more than just a kingdom, it was a testament to what could be achieved with unity, vision, and determination. And now, with Tom leading the way, we were preparing to set sail into a new era of exploration and growth. Winter's Heaven was no longer a sanctuary hidden in the frozen north, it was the start of something far greater. Hello guys, give the power stones for my motivation to write the story fast and for early updates. 46, Chapter 45, The Seal of Innovation. It had been a full week since we held the grand welcoming party for Tom, the legendary shipwright. However, the construction of the ship hadn't even begun. Tom, being the perfectionist he was, had been working tirelessly to draft the blueprints for what would become the largest ship in the history of any world. The task at hand was colossal, 4 kilometers long, 600 meters wide, and 260 meters tall ship. I couldn't blame him for the delay. Building something this massive, even on paper, was a feat of engineering genius. 2 weeks passed with Tom still working on the blueprints. His chambers were strewn with parchment, sketches, and notes, the air thick with concentration and the occasional muttering of calculations. Curious, I decided to visit him to understand what was taking so much time. I entered the room to find Tom hunched over his work, his usually cheerful face marked by worry. "Tom," I asked, "what seems to be the issue? Is something wrong with the design?" He looked up, his expression grim. "It's not the design, John. It's the mechanics. Building a ship this size is possible, but how do we make it move? Relying solely on sails is impractical for a ship this enormous. We'd be at the mercy of the wind, a luxury we can't afford with such an ambitious project. I can build engines and thrusters like in my world, but this place lacks the fuels necessary to run them. Without a reliable power source, this ship won't leave the harbor." I nodded, understanding his concern. He was right. This wasn't the world of One Piece. There was no coal, oil, or other advanced fuels available here to power modern engines. Even if there were, maintaining such engines for a ship this size would be unsustainable. But then a thought struck me. "Tom," I said, "what about steam engines? Could those work?" "Steam engines?" he replied, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "Of course, I know how to build steam engines, but for a ship this size, we'd need a massive amount of heat to boil enough water for steam. We'd burn through entire forests just to move a few miles. It's not practical." His words rang true, but they ignited an idea in my mind. "Wait here," I said. "Give me a day, and I'll find a solution." I rushed to the training dimension, a place where I could spend weeks experimenting while only hours passed in the real world. There, I began working with sealing techniques, one of the most versatile and powerful tools in existence. A seal of magic. The concept was simple yet ambitious. I wanted to create a seal capable of generating immense heat, enough to boil water and produce steam. But there was a catch: the seal couldn't rely on conventional fuels like wood or coal. Instead, it needed to draw energy from the environment itself. The answer was in the magic of this world. Though the magic in Westeros was neither abundant nor dense, it was omnipresent, latent in the air, land, and seas. If I could create a seal to absorb this ambient magic and convert it into heat, we could power the steam engines indefinitely. Hours turned into days in the training dimension. I experimented tirelessly, inscribing seals, activating them, and watching them fizzle out or explode spectacularly. Each failure brought me closer to success, refining my technique and understanding of how magic interacted with seals. Finally, after 15 grueling hours in real time, or what felt like weeks to me, I did it. A seal rested in my hand, glowing faintly with a steady warmth. This seal absorbed magic from the environment and used it to generate heat, enough to boil water into steam. Grinning with triumph, I returned to Tom, revolutionizing the design. Tom was skeptical at first, but when I demonstrated the seal's power, his eyes widened with amazement. This could work," he exclaimed. "If you can mass-produce these seals and place them throughout the ship's steam system, we wouldn't need fuel at all. The ship could run infinitely, drawing magic from the environment." I nodded. "Not just that, Tom. I'll link all the seals to a central control panel. With the press of a button, the seals can be activated or deactivated, ensuring complete control. I'll also line the outer surface of the ship with these seals to maximize their exposure to ambient magic." Tom's face lit up with excitement. "John, this will be the greatest creation of my life. A self-sustaining ship powered by magic. It's unheard of." "There's one more thing," I added. "At the ship starting, leave a hollow space 800 meters. No floors or rooms, just an open chamber." Tom raised an eyebrow. "Why would you need such a massive space?" "I want my dragon to fit comfortably inside," I explained. "A ship of this size should have no problem accommodating him, and I estimate these dimensions will be enough for him to rest or take shelter when needed. Make sure to include a mechanism that allows him to enter and exit the ship easily." Tom nodded. "I'll adjust the blueprints to include this space. It'll be challenging, but it's doable." The dawn of a legend. Over the next few days, I began mass-producing the seals with my shadow clones, while Tom finalized the blueprints incorporating all the new innovations. For Tom, this was shaping up to be the crowning achievement of his career. For me, this was a step toward creating something far beyond what anyone in Westeros, or even One Piece, could imagine. The ship would not just be a vessel but a self-sufficient floating city, a testament to what could be achieved when ingenuity and determination met limitless imagination. This was only the beginning. The real challenge lay ahead, bringing this incredible design to life. Hello everyone. If you're enjoying the story, please show your support by giving it power stones. Your encouragement will motivate me to write more chapters and update faster. 47, Chapter 46, The Blueprint of the Colossal Ship. The early morning light filtered through the tall windows of the grand planning hall, casting golden rays onto the vast table where Tom had meticulously laid out his creation, the blueprint of the largest ship ever conceived. His intense gaze followed every line and curve he had drawn. I entered the room to find him standing proudly, his broad shoulders towering over the table as his hand gestured toward the sprawling design. Finally, Tom began, his voice filled with both relief and pride. "It is ready. The blueprint for your dream ship." My excitement soared as I approached the table. Sprawled across it were detailed sketches, calculations, and layered schematics. The sheer complexity of the design was overwhelming, yet awe-inspiring. This was the manifestation of 2 weeks of relentless labor by one of the greatest shipwrights the world had ever known. The unveiling. Tom wasted no time, jumping straight into the details as I leaned closer to the blueprint. Here it is. A ship 4,000 meters long, 600 meters wide, and 250 meters tall. A total of 50 floors, each averaging 5 meters in height. This ship will not just float, it will sustain life for more than 1 million people for decades. I was speechless for a moment. This ship, if completed, would be a moving city, a fortress of unimaginable proportions. Engineering and storage zones. Pointing to the base section of the ship, Tom said, "The first 10 floors are the backbone of this ship. They house the power systems and storage areas essential for its functionality." Power systems? I questioned, leaning in to inspect the intricate lines that indicated engine placements. "Yes," he nodded, "the ship runs on a combination of heat seals that absorb magic from the environment and generate steam. These steam engines will drive massive propellers. Additional power will come from wind turbines positioned along the deck. And to store this energy, enchanted batteries will hold reserves for up to several weeks without external input." The details left me amazed. Not only had Tom crafted an engine system capable of powering such a massive vessel, but he had also accounted for sustainability. Tom continued, "We've added water management systems here as well. Giant reservoirs will store fresh water, purified by magical filtration systems. And in case of emergencies, rain collection systems will utilize the ship's enormous surface area." "And storage?" I asked, noticing vast compartments sketched out beneath the ship's lower deck. "Storage for food, spare parts, tools, weapons, and emergency evacuation ships. This zone is heavily reinforced to handle external impacts." Living quarters. Tom guided me to the heart of the design, the living and functional quarters. This section spanned the ship's 11th to 30th floors. "This is where your people will live," he explained. "Luxury rooms for dignitaries and officers, 20,000 in total. Each room is 100 square meters, equipped with all modern comforts. Then, there are 150,000 standard rooms for the crew, accommodating up to 6 people each. Lastly, we've included 500 dormitory halls that can hold up to 10,000 people each." I calculated quickly in my mind. "That's over 1 million people," I said, astonished. Tom smiled. "Yes. We estimate a total capacity of between 1,040,000 to 1,530,000 people, including staff and crew." The living quarters also included recreational areas, kitchens, mess halls, libraries, and clinics. I marveled at the complexity of the design, where no detail seemed overlooked. Agriculture and sustainability. Tom moved next to the agricultural zones, spread across floors 31 to 35. "To sustain such a population, you'll need your own ecosystem. Here are the vertical hydroponic farms. They're designed to produce high-yield crops, wheat, rice, fruits, vegetables, enough to feed everyone on board indefinitely." "And protein?" I inquired. "We've accounted for that as well," Tom replied confidently. "There are livestock pens for chickens, cows, sheep, and pigs, as well as fisheries for aquaculture. Everything here is fully automated, powered by magic and maintained by a dedicated team." Command and defense. The next set of floors, from 36 to 45, housed the ship's control rooms and defensive systems. Tom elaborated, The main control room spans 200 square meters, equipped with advanced navigation systems and magical communication devices. He pointed at several smaller sketches detailing the ship's armory. We've included ballistae, catapults, and reinforced hulls enhanced with magic. This ship will not only be a floating city but a fortress capable of withstanding the strongest assaults. At the very front of the ship was a massive hollow area, 500 meters long and specially reinforced. This, Tom said, is the dragon enclosure. Your three-headed dragon will have plenty of room here, along with an access gate large enough to allow it to enter and exit the ship easily. Observation and entertainment. Finally, Tom showed me the topmost levels, floors 46 to 50. Observation decks and recreational facilities, he said with a sense of completion. Observation towers allow a full view of the ship's surroundings for up to 30 kilometers. There are also theaters, simulated parks, and other entertainment zones to keep morale high during long voyages. I imagined standing on the observation deck, overlooking the endless horizon. A sense of pride swelled within me. This ship was more than just a vessel, it was a monument to human ingenuity and determination. The ship's heart. Tom paused, looking directly at me. This ship is my masterpiece, he said. But it's more than just wood and magic. It represents the future, a sanctuary, a fortress, and a home for generations. And it will belong to everyone who sets foot on it, I added. He nodded solemnly. However, there's one final test left. What test? I asked, intrigued. Tom leaned closer to the blueprint. Building it. The beginning of construction. After presenting the blueprints, Tom wasted no time. The construction of this marvel would require every ounce of skill, labor, and resources available. Workers from across the region, including skilled artisans, farmers, engineers, and mages, arrived to join the effort. As the first materials were unloaded and the ship's foundation began to take shape, I stood atop a nearby hill, watching the birth of the largest ship ever conceived. The sight was awe-inspiring. Thousands of workers moved like ants, carrying wood reinforced with magic and metal, all while chanting their determination to make this vision a reality. It will take years, Tom said, joining me on the hill. I smiled, feeling a renewed sense of purpose. Let them work. We're not just building a ship, we're building a legend. Hello everyone. If you're enjoying the story, please show your support by giving it power stones. Your encouragement will motivate me to write more chapters and update faster. C. 48, Chapter 47, The Creation of Winter's Titan. The massive ship design was a vision, one that promised the birth of a new era for Winter's Haven. However, the initial blueprint revealed the daunting truth: creating such a monumental vessel was far more complex than anticipated. Tom, the chief engineer, stared at the designs, his fingers tracing the intricate details. This is unlike anything I've ever done, Tom muttered to himself, overwhelmed yet intrigued. When John approached him, his concern was evident. Tom, John said, what do you think? Can you handle this project? Tom exhaled, rubbing his temples. John, the ship's design is flawless, but the task ahead is monumental. With 5,000 workers who don't even know the basics of shipbuilding, it's nearly impossible. I need people with expertise, or we won't make it. John frowned. In all his time leading Winter's Haven, this was the first time he felt the weight of inexperience pressing heavily against his goals. All right, he said. We'll solve this. The recruitment and realization. John thought back to the kingdom's history. Since its founding, he had used shadow clones to scour the frozen north for survivors, giving them sanctuary within Winter's Haven. This relentless effort had paid off. The population of the kingdom had grown to a staggering 230,000. Yet among all those people, none knew how to build a ship. John sighed, glancing out over his kingdom. The vibrant streets below were alive with activity, a testament to how far they had come. But this problem demanded a more creative solution. His gaze fell upon the Library of Infinite Knowledge, a magical construct within the kingdom. The library contained answers to countless questions, but relying solely on it would take too long. There was another option: the training dimension of God. John's decision was swift. He selected 500 of the most skilled builders from the kingdom. These were young, dedicated workers with talent for constructing and innovation. Come with me, John instructed them. We'll do this together. 1 year of intense training. The training dimension of God was a place where time moved differently. 1 year in the dimension was equivalent to only 1 day in the real world, giving John and his team the opportunity to learn and perfect complex skills quickly. Inside the dimension, John wasted no time. Using the library's knowledge, he began teaching the basics of shipbuilding, drawing heavily from the One Piece world's shipbuilding techniques. Diagrams floated in the air, while John's teachings were supported by visual demonstrations. "Look closely," John instructed one day, bending to hammer a nail into a plank with perfect precision. "This isn't just wood and nails. Every piece of this ship is a part of a living, breathing entity. You're not just builders, you're creators." The 500 workers absorbed everything, their natural skills for building accelerating their progress. They experimented, making and perfecting 5 ships in the span of their training year. Each was 100 meters long, solidifying their grasp of advanced techniques. John stood proud, watching his team grow in confidence and expertise. Returning to reality. When the training concluded, John led the 500 back to Winter's Haven. To the kingdom's citizens, they had only been gone a day, but John and his team carried a year's worth of hard-earned experience. John immediately approached Tom. "Tom, I've brought reinforcements," he said with a grin. "These men and women have learned everything about building ships, and they'll follow your lead." Tom raised a skeptical eyebrow, but John didn't stop. "Come, let me show you something." John led Tom to the training dimension of God and revealed the 5 ships they had built during their training. Tom's mouth fell open. "You mean, they built this in 1 year?" "With some guidance," John said modestly. Tom inspected the ships carefully, marveling at their quality. "They're fantastic," he admitted. "If they can work like this under my guidance, we might just have a chance." John smiled, satisfied. The real work was about to begin. The construction site and resource gathering. The next challenge was finding the space to build a ship of such magnitude. John and Tom stood at the edge of the kingdom, scanning the open plains. "We need a shipyard," Tom said. "Something large enough to house the construction." John shook his head. "No need. My powers can make up for what we lack in infrastructure." Tom shot John a curious look. "What do you mean?" John grinned. "You'll see." Gathering his 20,000 workers, John led them 15 kilometers outside the kingdom to an open expanse. There, he stood tall and commanded everyone to watch closely. Concentrating, he began drawing magic from the environment, a unique fusion of his sage mode and the magical properties of this world. "Wood style, giant wood pillars." John shouted, slamming his hands onto the ground. In an instant, colossal wooden pillars erupted from the earth, stretching over kilometers. Each pillar was 30 meters tall and as thick as the strongest oaks. The workers stared in awe, the miracle leaving them speechless. John straightened, a small smile on his lips. "This wood is no ordinary wood," he explained. "I've infused it with both dense chakra and magical enhancements, making it fire-resistant and exceptionally strong." Despite the immense effort, John barely faltered. He was far from done. "Don't worry about moving the wood," he assured Tom. "I'll handle that, too." Shadow clones and hard work. John created 1,000 shadow clones, each springing into action. They began cutting the massive wood pillars into perfect pieces, bringing them to the construction site as Tom and his team directed. With the expertise of the 500 trained builders and Tom's leadership, the ship began to take shape. 2 years of dedication. The project required 2 years of grueling effort, but under John's unwavering guidance and Tom's technical skill, progress was steady. Every day, 20,000 workers labored tirelessly, their spirits lifted by John's encouragement and the support of the 500 trained builders who acted as foremen. Piece by piece, the ship grew, becoming a monument to human ingenuity and magical power. By the end of 2 years, Winter's Titan was complete. It was a marvel, 4 kilometers long, 600 meters wide, and 250 meters tall. The steam engines installed within were capable of generating immense power, while powerful thrusters ensured maneuverability. Wind turbines across the deck provided a sustainable energy source, lighting the ship at night. Hundreds of cannons lined the edges, each ready to protect the ship. Tom had developed innovative mechanisms for these weapons, while Johns created the gunpowder by using resources and knowledge of science. As John looked at Winter's Titan, gleaming in the sunlight, a sense of pride swelled within him. "This," he said softly to himself, "is a ship that will change the world. A legacy is born." With the construction complete, John called for a massive gathering. Citizens from across the kingdom came to see the ship, a testament to their hard work and determination. John stood before the crowd, his voice booming across the plains. "This ship," he began, "is more than wood, magic, and metal. It is the spirit of Winter's Haven, a reminder that no dream is too big when we work together. Winter's Titan will sail not only as a vessel of exploration but as a beacon of hope for all who see it." The crowd erupted in cheers. As John stood before his people, Winter's Titan loomed behind him, a living proof of what unity could achieve. The next challenge awaited, launching the ship and beginning its maiden voyage. But for now, the people celebrated their achievement, knowing they had built more than a ship. They had built a legacy. Hello everyone. If you're enjoying the story, please show your support by giving it power stones. Your encouragement will motivate me to write more chapters and update faster. C. 49, Chapter 48, The Tale of Winter's Titan. It had been a month since the creation of the Winter's Titan, a monumental feat that stood as the largest ship in the world. Constructed under the leadership of Jon Snow, it was built by his shadow clones, his trusted ally Tom, and the tireless efforts of 20,000 of his people. Together, they celebrated the culmination of their relentless labor with grand festivities, reveling in their shared triumph day and night. But Jon, ever pragmatic, knew that their achievement wasn't the celebration itself but the voyage that awaited them. The Winter's Titan was more than a ship, it was a floating kingdom. Standing a staggering 250 meters tall, the vessel was larger than the Seven Kingdoms' biggest castle. It was so massive that reaching the deck was a challenge in itself, prompting Jon to install over 100 external lifts. These lifts, capable of carrying 100 people each, allowed for easy access to various levels of the ship, save for the first floors, which lay submerged in water. The ship's lower 40 meters would be submerged beneath the ocean surface, earning the region the title The Drench. Though it was a marvel of engineering, Jon had insisted on revising the blueprints numerous times during its construction, ensuring it was upgraded and perfected beyond original expectations. Unlike traditional ships, Winter's Titan required no sails, as it was powered entirely by massive thrusters. With the preparations complete, Jon declared to his people, "The time for celebration is over. Let us take Winter's Titan on her maiden voyage across the vast oceans." Excitement rippled through the kingdom at his announcement. Obeying Jon's command without question, 30,000 people eagerly boarded the ship. The remaining citizens stayed behind in the kingdom, watching in awe as their family, friends, and leaders ascended the towering lifts to the deck 250 meters above. From this great height, the passengers could see the expanse of the land they called home, their hearts swelling with both pride and trepidation. Jon stood apart, his focus unwavering. He knew what must be done and disappeared from the sight of his people, sinking into the ground using his earth-style jutsu. Moving through the earth like a fish through water, he traveled 2 kilometers to position himself directly beneath the colossal vessel's center. Emerging silently at the ship's base, Jon placed his hands on its massive underbelly and activated the earth release, lightweight rock technique. This ancient and powerful jutsu was capable of altering the weight of any object, no matter how massive, rendering it light enough to lift. The ship, weighing over more than 100 million tons, became as light as air in Jon's capable hands. With a deep, resonant hum, the Winter's Titan began to rise. Jon lifted it effortlessly, ascending from the earth with the ship in tow. As the massive structure floated into the sky, an astonished silence swept over the crowd below. The impossible had become reality, and disbelief gave way to cheers of amazement and reverence. "Truly, he is blessed by the gods," someone shouted. Another exclaimed, "Jon Snow is a god himself." Their faith in Jon, already immeasurable, solidified into unshakable devotion. They knew without question that they would follow him anywhere, even into death, should he ask it. On board, Tom was among those who stood dumbfounded. He had scoffed earlier when Jon claimed he could lift the ship into the air, dismissing it as an impossible boast. Now, as the giant vessel soared above the ground, Tom had no choice but to believe. His mind raced as he compared Jon's feat to the stories of his own world. The only one capable of such power, he thought, was the legendary Golden Lion Shiki, and Kaido, who used their devil fruit powers to lift islands. But Jon had achieved the same with his jutsu alone, surpassing the boundaries of anything Tom had known. Guiding the Winter's Titan with precision, Jon flew towards the ocean. Though carrying such an immense weight would drain an ordinary person of all their energy, Jon's reserves of chakra were nothing short of divine. The journey to the ocean, roughly 70 kilometers away, took just half an hour. Though swift, it was long enough to let the passengers aboard revel in awe at the spectacle, while those on land cheered the ship's departure. As the endless blue of the ocean came into view, the passengers erupted into joyous celebration. Standing at the edge of the deck, they could see the shimmering waters stretched to the horizon, a symbol of freedom and adventure. John, however, remained focused. He carried the ship an additional 10 kilometers beyond the shoreline to ensure it was deep enough to support its submerged section. Finally, the moment of truth arrived. John descended slowly, aligning the vessel with the ocean's surface. The cheers quieted, replaced by an anticipatory hush as everyone waited to see how the ship would fare. The hull of the Winter's Titan touched the water with a gentle splash, sending ripples radiating outward. Gradually, the lower section submerged as the ship settled into its natural state. Once the water was at the proper level, John cancelled his jutsu with a swift gesture. For a moment, the ship bobbed gently as the ocean accepted its immense weight. From beneath the waves, John rose, flying to the deck amidst an eruption of applause and cheers from the gathered crowd. Stepping onto the deck with measured confidence, he was met with looks of amazement and respect from his people. Even Tom, usually quick with a remark, was left speechless, merely nodding in acknowledgement of John's unparalleled power. With the ship now afloat, John turned to the assembled crowd, his voice cutting through the celebrations like a blade. Today marks the beginning of a new chapter for us all. The Winter's Titan is not just a ship, it is our vessel of hope, strength, and unity. Together, we will sail the oceans, explore the unknown, and carve our destiny upon the waves. The people roared their agreement, their voices carrying over the vast ocean expanse. With the thrusters engaged, the Winter's Titan began its maiden voyage, leaving a trail of frothy waves in its wake. As the ship sailed steadily across the open water, John stood at the bow. Hello everyone. If you're enjoying the story, please show your support by giving it power stones. Your encouragement will motivate me to write more chapters and update faster. C. 50, Chapter 49, A City on the Ocean and the Flight Home. The deep hum of Winter's Titan's thrusters echoed through the night as we sailed across the open ocean. It had been 10 days since we first released the ship into the waters, its metal hull cutting through the waves like a silent behemoth. It wasn't just a ship, it was a city, a floating empire unlike anything that had ever existed in Westeros or beyond. Tom stood beside me at the main observation deck, leaning against the railing. He looked satisfied, his eyes following the horizon where the waters seemed endless. I never imagined we'd actually get here, he admitted, shaking his head. A moving city, armed to the teeth with warships and cannons. It's something out of a dream. Not a dream, I corrected. A new reality. The process of constructing Winter's Titan had drastically changed over the years. What started as a simple warship project turned into something far grander. I revised its blueprints so many times that, in the end, I reinvented naval warfare itself. A fleet within a ship. Inside Titan, hidden within massive launch bays, rested 10 warships, each 100 meters long. Unlike traditional ships in Westeros, these were cannon-equipped and capable of sailing independently. When needed, they could detach from Titan, moving out like wolves from their den to strike and return. No one in this world knew about gunpowder and cannons, except me and Tom. This wasn't like the wooden ships used by the Greyjoys and the Ironborn. These were floating weapons of destruction. Titan itself was large enough that entire fleets could dock within it, refueling, resupplying, and repairing without needing to return to shore. And at the heart of the ship, deep within its engine chambers, were the thrusters, powered by a unique system I developed using magical energy cores and the steam engines. The result was a true leviathan of the sea, untouchable and unstoppable. We had tested everything: speed, agility, weaponry, power reserves, and now, after 10 long days, the ship stood proven. Tom turned toward me. What's next? I sighed. We returned to Winter's Haven and let Titan take its place as the heart of our navy. Winter's Haven and the people aboard Titan. After 5 more days at sea, we returned to Winter's Haven, my hidden fortress kingdom beyond the wall. But instead of bringing everyone home, I made a decision that changed everything. Titan was no longer just a warship. It was a home. So, I ordered 5,000 people to remain aboard permanently. These weren't ordinary civilians. They were specially chosen individuals, engineers, farmers, warriors, and shipbuilders. Titan had farms that could produce food indefinitely. It had an advanced navigation system, allowing it to move wherever needed. It had factories, metalworkers, and repair stations, ensuring it could self-sustain indefinitely. Over time, these 5,000 people would become the first seafarers of a new world, trained by my clones, who acted as instructors and overseers. If anything happened to the ship, there were enough trained repairmen to keep it afloat forever. This wasn't just a ship. It was a nation upon the waves. And as the rest of our fleet returned to Winter's Haven, Titan remained stationed at sea, watching, waiting, guarding the unknown. A golden fortune beyond the wall. There was more good news. 5 months ago, while I was busy designing Titan, my clones had ventured far north beyond the wall, deep into unexplored, frozen lands. There, within the snow-covered earth, they found a gold mine. And not just any gold mine, a motherlode. A deposit so vast that even the Lannisters would envy our wealth. Since the discovery, we had been mining at a rapid pace, securing more gold than even King's Landing held in its vaults. The Starks and Northerners never thought to expand beyond the wall, believing it to be a barren wasteland filled with nothing but wildlings. But they were wrong. Beyond the wall was a kingdom waiting to be claimed. The people of Winter's Haven were thriving, and now we had riches beyond imagining. The year is 296 AC, a turning point in history. I stood on the balcony of Winter's Haven, overlooking the northern land stretching into the unknown. The year was now 296 AC. That meant 2 years until Robert Baratheon traveled to Winterfell, asking Eddard Stark to become the hand of the king. It meant 1 year until Jon Arryn's death, setting the stage for the war to come. I didn't care much about the 7 kingdoms. Let them play their Game of Thrones. But my family? I wouldn't let them suffer for the sake of some drunk king's ambition. It was time for me to step back into their lives and reshape history itself. 6 years away, time to return to Winterfell. For 6 years, I had been gone. Every year, I sent a single raven to Winterfell, telling them one thing. I am alive. I will return. Do not worry. That was all. I never told them where I was or what I was doing, but I saw their reactions. Through my ward ability, I could see their eyes through the raven's vision. I could feel their worry, their pain. Now, the time had come. I chuckled to myself, imagining what they would say when they saw who I had become. Robb would have grown into a true warrior, Sansa into a noble lady. Arya, who had adored me as a baby, would finally meet me again. And Bran, Rickon, my youngest brothers, who I never knew, would finally see their lost sibling return home. I felt a warmth in my chest, something that even the cold northern wind could not freeze. Even though Winter's Haven was my kingdom, even though Titan and my people here were my new family, Winterfell was still home. I stepped outside onto a large platform, high above Winter's Haven. The sky stretched endlessly before me. I pursed my lips and whistled. For a moment, silence. Then, a thunderous screech tore through the air, as though 1,000 birds had cried out at once. 2 massive eagles, each larger than a warhorse, descended from the skies like divine creatures. Their golden eyes burned with intelligence, their wings spanning nearly 20 feet across. These were my companions, the 2 eagles I had raised from hatchlings in Winterfell. After performing an ancient magical ritual, they had grown beyond natural size, becoming immortal creatures of the sky. I ran my hand along their massive wings, feeling the energy radiating from them. They understood what I wanted. They had waited for this moment. Take me home, I whispered. The eagle bent its great body, allowing me to climb onto its back. And then, with a powerful thrust, we took off into the sky. Winterfell awaits. As we soared high above the cold northern lands, I felt a fire burning in my heart. Winterfell. My home. For 6 years, I had been a ghost in their lives. But soon, they would see the truth. Not just as a lost brother returned, but as a force that would change the very fate of Westeros. To be continued. This novel is uploaded by Fanfic Novels. Please support me via Patreon.
Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I have decided to create a collection of fanfiction novels in audiobook format. If you would like to access the collection, you can purchase it through one of the following platforms. Patreon or Ko-Fi. You will find both links in the description. After completing your payment, you will automatically receive a link to a private Telegram channel that has a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks in audio format. This is a one-time payment that grants lifetime access to the existing collection. Please note that the collection is continuously expanding. I regularly add new audiobooks over time, so the library keeps growing. If you would like to update a novel or add a new one, you must subscribe to my Patreon. Depending on the tier you select, you will be able to request a specific number of chapters weekly, which I will then produce in audiobook format.